Chapter 126, Part 1. After a while, Serena finally recovered and regained her senses. His eyes wandered around Chen Luo and Craven beside him for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. As if he understood something, Serena subconsciously said, "If you say that, then Craven shouldn't be rescued by you, right?" "That's right. I asked Craven to bring me here," Chen Luo said without any concealment. Now that the matter has come to this point, Craven has no intention of continuing to hide it, so he nods helplessly to admit it. Seeing that her guess was confirmed, Serena looked at Chen Luo with a complicated look. "Chris Chen, then the purpose of your coming here, for what? Revenge?" As soon as the news of Craven's defeat came back, Serena realized that sooner or later, this land would eventually be set foot by Chen Luo, and her family would also be brought down by Chen Luo. Come for revenge. It's just that she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Regarding Serena's question, Chen Luo smiled and shook his head lightly. Revenge? Actually, the werewolf has already done it for me. There is only one purpose for me to come here now, and that is to invite werewolves and vampires to join my family. Regarding this point, the werewolves are no longer a problem, so the rest is only here. Hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Serena's heart was shocked again. After thinking for a while, she understood the meaning contained in Chen Luo's words. So, Elder Amelia is also the one who passed the news to the werewolves? To this question, Coop 76311 took the initiative to stand up and answer. Serena, this is already the best solution, isn't it? You should understand, with the power of Master Chen Luo, if revenge is launched directly, how much loss will our family suffer? Since the fate of the family has already been doomed, why don't we choose a way with the least cost? As long as all these elders are dealt with, Master Chen Luo will no longer need to take action himself, and the power of the family can be preserved to the greatest extent. Is such a result a bad thing? Or are you really that loyal to the elders, Serena? Hearing this, Serena's original frown relaxed slightly, and she looked around with a bit of relief. If she had heard what Craven said before, Serena would not have thought much about it. After all, she is Victor's adopted daughter, and she has served the family for hundreds of years, and she has a very deep affection for the family. Therefore, it is very possible that she will choose to stand on the opposite side of Chen Luo. But now it's different. After learning the truth about the murder of her parents back then, Serena no longer respected and loved Victor in her heart. As for the other two elders, she and the two elders were simply subordinates. The relationship is only average, so Serena no longer has any thoughts of resistance to Chen Luo's next move. Maybe this is already the best way. Seeing Chen Luo's handsome side face, Selena felt complicated, secretly sighed, and said no more. Seeing Serena's reaction, Chen Luo also understood her thoughts. Turning his head to look at Craven, his eyes gestured. Craven immediately understood what Chen Luo meant, nodded, and then turned to leave. After he left, Chen Luo stepped forward, stretched out his hands, hugged Serena tightly in his arms, and said softly, "Don't worry, after tonight, everything will be over. The hatred between you and Victor, as well as the grievances with the werewolves, after tonight, will no longer exist. Starting tomorrow, Serena, you will be truly free." Leaning in Chen Luo's arms, feeling the temperature from Chen Luo's chest, listening to Chen Luo's promise to her, at this moment, Serena's heart was filled with a sense of peace that she had never had before. With a flash of tenderness, he replied in a low voice, "Thank you, Chan." Just as Chen Luo and Chen Luo were exchanging feelings, Victor also recovered from the original severe pain on the ground at this moment. After hearing what Chen Luo said, he finally realized his next fate. The shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. Looking at Chen Luo's eyes, the original coldness that was not concealed was quickly replaced by panic. When his eyes moved to Serena in Chen Luo's arms, a flash of bright light, a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. He quickly struggled to raise his head, looked at Serena, and begged in a low voice, "Selena, I know you hate me, and I'm sorry for the death of your parents. But after all, I was your adoptive father and raised you for hundreds of years, so you can just watch your father being killed like this die? Let me go. Take it as your father, my last request." Hearing Victor's words, Serena turned her head and looked at Victor, who was lying on the ground with all his limbs cut off and looking extremely miserable, feeling a little complicated in her heart. Chapter 126, Part 2. But soon, this trace of complexity disappeared without a trace and was replaced by engraved hatred. Serena could never forget how her parents died tragically at the hands of each other hundreds of years ago. If it wasn't for him, I could have lived happily ever after. And what hurt her the most was that after her parents were killed by this enemy, she was still her adopted daughter, serving for her for hundreds of years. Thinking of the respect and love she had for her adoptive father, Serena's heart ached at this moment. But it feels extremely ironic. Thinking of this, Serena couldn't hold back the anger in her heart anymore, and immediately wanted to avenge her parents with her own hands. "Wait a minute, Serena." Sensing her movement, Chen Luo exerted light force with both hands to stop her. Facing Serena's suspicious eyes, Chen Luo smiled and said slowly, "If you kill him directly, that would be too cheap for him. Don't worry, Serena. Next he will get the punishment he deserves. And this punishment, even if he has already gone to hell, will definitely make him unforgettable for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Serena also became quiet. She absolutely believed Chen Luo's words unconditionally. Therefore, she couldn't help being a little curious about Victor's next punishment. Different from Serena's curiosity, Victor's face changed instantly after hearing Chen Luo's words, and he knew in his heart that the other party was definitely going to torture him severely just like what he did before. After torturing his enemy to the point of death, he sent him off for the last time. Thinking of the horrors of those enemies after being tortured in the past, Victor's eyes instantly became more flustered. In order not to suffer additional pain, he even thought of taking the initiative to seek death. But now his hands and feet had been broken by Chen Luo. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he would have no strength to do it at all. He could only lie powerlessly on the ground like a puddle of mud, letting Chen Luo slaughter him. At this time, Victor no longer had any intention of begging for mercy. Instead, he began to curse loudly, constantly trying to stir up the anger of Chen Luo and Chen Luo, thus ending his own life early. However, the two of them didn't care about his means at all. Chen Luo took Serena to the gate, and as the gate closed, the shouting and cursing from inside also disappeared. "Okay, let's wait here, and when Lucien and the others come here, the things here will come to an end," Chen Luo said with a relaxed face. As long as tonight is over, the entire vampire family will all fall under Chen Luo's command. Plus the werewolf family that has been subdued before, the original purpose of his coming here has undoubtedly been achieved. When this matter is resolved, the next thing to do is to deal with Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire family, and William, the ancestor of the werewolf. Chen Luo is really looking forward to the reward of the system after solving the two. After a while the two were waiting, suddenly, a howling of wild wolves came from outside the door. Then, the voice of Regine Jingda's bewilderment began to sound. "No, there are werewolves attacking. Everyone, hurry up and defend." However, before the vampire in charge of guarding in the castle could do anything, Craven's voice came next. "Stop it all. Open the defense. Let me let those werewolves in." "What?" "Craven, don't worry, you'll be fine. Those werewolves won't attack us. This is..." Under the order of Cleven, the current top manager of the family, although everyone's eyes were full of doubts, they still opened the gate slowly according to Cleven's order, and all the werewolves who were rushing here not far away were all killed. Put it in. And then the facts turned out to be exactly as Craven expected. After entering the gate, the gang of werewolves did not attack the other vampires, and came to Craven, who had been waiting for a long time. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's amazed eyes, the werewolf's body quickly returned to its human form, and Lucien, the leader, stepped out and came to Craven's side, standing side by side with him. Turning his gaze around, looking at the countless puzzled and surprised eyes around him, Cleven smiled slightly and said, "I know that everyone has a lot of doubts in their hearts right now, but you will all understand soon. Come with me. Next, it's time to witness the new history of our vampire family." After saying this, Craven turned around first and walked towards the direction where Chen Luo and the two were. "Let's go." Afterwards, Lucien didn't stop at all, and led a group of werewolf legions to catch up quickly. Seeing the backs of Cleven and the others leaving, the rest of the people looked at each other in blank dismay. The next moment, Eva's voice sounded. "Let's all follow." Chapter 126, Part 3. After tonight, our family will usher in huge amounts of changes. After a pause, a mysterious smile appeared on Eva's face. "Everyone, get ready. Next, maybe there will be a new owner here." As soon as this remark came out, a look of shock flashed in the eyes of the Europeans. Looking in the direction of Eva in horror, his heart was shaken. Everyone knows Eva's divination ability very well. Since the other party will say such a thing, it must be because of something in the divination to make such a move. Judge, new owner? Could it be? The shadow of Craven flashed in their minds, as well as the figures of the uninvited werewolves tonight. Thinking of this, everyone's heart trembled, and they didn't dare to neglect anymore, and turned around and ran to the main floor. Seeing everyone's disappearing backs, Eva smiled slightly, and was about to get up and leave, following Craven's direction, to witness the new history of the vampire family together. However, just as she was about to leave, behind Eva, Erica quietly appeared here at some unknown time. "Eva, you just said, Craven." Looking at Eva, Erica was a little hesitant to speak, and her heart was at a loss. According to Eva, seeing the seamless appearance between Craven and the werewolf, even Erica, no matter how dull he was, he felt something was wrong. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that there is some kind of connection between my brother and the werewolf, maybe even united. Could it be that Craven is planning to use the power of the werewolf to make himself the new king of the vampire clan? Thinking of this possibility, Erica became more and more confused in an instant. As if seeing Erica's confusion, Eva touched her smooth blonde hair with a smile, winked at her mysteriously, and said with a light smile, "The truth is not what you think. Or perhaps, it may be more exaggerated than you think. If you want to know what the truth is, go and see it with me in 1.2. Facing Eva's invitation, Erica hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, agreeing. The other side. Under the leadership of Craven, it took less than 5 minutes for him to bring a group of werewolves to Chen Luo. King. The moment they saw Chen Luo, including Lucian, under Serena's surprised gaze, they all knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and greeted in low voices of respect. Get up. Chen Luo waved his hand casually, and after Lucian got up again, he pointed to the door behind him, with a faint smile on his face, and said, Lucian, the person you want is behind this door now. If you want revenge, go for it. But I only have one request, not to let him die too easily. There was a hint of excitement on Lucian's face. He nodded heavily, grinned, showing a cruel smile, and said in a deep voice, King, don't worry. Make sure to treat him well. Afterwards, Lucian impatiently stepped forward and pushed open the door forcefully. Bright light shrouded this dark area again. In this ancient secret room, as one of the 3 elders of the vampire clan, Victor was powerless at this moment. Lying down on the ground, his eyes were full of despair, waiting for the coming trial. Seeing the disgusting face on the ground that he engraved deep in his soul, the excitement on Lucian's face became more and more difficult to conceal, and he strode towards Victor, and then pressed a long suppressed laugh followed. Victor, we finally meet again. Chapter 127, Part 1. Hearing this familiar voice, Victor was shocked and looked up subconsciously. When he saw Lucian's familiar face, his heart was instantly replaced by astonishment, and he subconsciously said, It's you. Aren't you already dead? The words had just been spoken, but the next moment, he immediately reacted, and quickly turned his head to look at the figure of Craven not far away. His eyes were instantly filled with rage's murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth. The cold voice sounded. It's you again. Craven, you told me that Lucian had already been killed by you. So you lied to me then, right? Damn it. I shouldn't have believed you. You traitor. Under the shadow of death, Victor at this moment no longer had the indifference he had when the clouds were calm and everything was under control. He looked like a gambler who had lost everything, venting his anger incompetently. Facing Victor's angry roar, Craven said calmly, Calm down, Victor. You've lost. From the day you insisted on killing your own daughter, your fate has been doomed. If it weren't for you, how could Lucian betray you? If it wasn't for you, how could we have fought with the werewolf? The clan has been stalemate for so many years. Your current fate is all your own making. When Craven said these words, behind him, the other vampires in the castle also arrived late. When they heard what Craven said, their hearts were shocked, and they recalled the past few years. The battle with the werewolves, and the loss of a large number of manpower of their own family, they couldn't help but feel a little bit dissatisfied with Victor. So, the next moment, everyone was talking about it. I think what Craven said is right. If it weren't for Victor's original decision, the werewolf wouldn't have betrayed us. Our vampire clan wouldn't have lost so many members. Victor is the sinner of our family. He should be tried. Someone in the crowd yelled. This was definitely shouted out by the people who supported Klein. With their leading words and other people's complaints about Victor's actions, it took less than a moment for the crowd to speak out against Klein. Wen's voice of condemnation 28. You. Looking at the people who turned back in the blink of an eye, Victor subconsciously opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. However, he has completely lost the calmness he had at the beginning. If he can regain his senses, he will find that the werewolves now occupy most of the troops in this castle. Not a fool, definitely wouldn't risk my life against Craven. After all, they haven't lived enough yet. Looking at Victor, who betrayed everyone in the blink of an eye, Lucian's face flashed with joy. His eyes revealed a cruel luster, and he approached him step by step. Victor, I didn't expect it. You will have such a day. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? Finally, now that you have fallen into my hands, I want you to try to experience the anger that I have been harmonizing for several years. Swish. At the end of both hands, 10 incomparably sharp claws were quickly formed, and when they came to the opponent, Lucian let out a grin on his face, and then immediately waved his hands, and the sharp claws that were as sharp as daggers landed on him. The next moment, a shrill scream came. Fingers fluttered, and as the sharp claws continued to dance, he scraped off all the flesh and blood on Victor's arms, revealing the thick white bones wrapped in flesh and blood, which made people's scalp tingle. Because under the strong resilience of the vampire physique, even though he suffered the severe pain like Ling Chi, Victor still did not die, and his vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. But also because of this, seeing this scene, Lucian became even more excited. Under his deliberate control, the claws also avoided the vital points that could make Victor fatal and wandered around other parts of his body, accompanied by Victor's screams that gradually weakened. 5 minutes later, Lucian finally stood up with a satisfied face, looked at his masterpiece on the ground, couldn't help nodding, and smiled on his face. At this moment, in front of everyone, Victor has completely changed his appearance. A large amount of flesh and blood on his body was torn off by Lucian. His limbs and chest were exposed to the air, and blood was constantly flowing out, dyeing the ground red. Vomit. Seeing this terrifying scene like a purgatory on Earth, among the crowd, the group of young vampires who came with the vampire's high-ranking fathers were the first to bear it, bent over and vomited. The eyes that looked at Lucian from time to time were filled with fear. It is obvious that today's scene is destined to become a nightmare for many people. Not only this young man, but even the vampires of the older generation beside him also looked a bit ugly, and their eyes swept towards Lucian and Craven from time to time. Chapter 127, Part 2. Everyone was full of fear for these two people. Seeing the tragic situation of Victor not far away, beside Chen Luo, Serena also looked a little pale. Although her heart trembled slightly, driven by the hatred in her heart, she forced herself to continue watching. Just when they thought it was over, but the next moment, as Lucian's voice sounded again, everyone couldn't help but jump. Okay, now that the appetizers are over, then, it's time to send you off for the last time. Turning his head and looking at the group of werewolves he had brought, Lucian had a ferocious and cruel smile on his lips. Now it's your turn to play. Let our dear Victor experience the cruelest funeral from our werewolves. Punishment of wolf bite. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, all the werewolves brought by Lucian started to roar. Accompanied by violent and angry roars, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the people who were originally in human form transformed into werewolves one after another, and their dark pupils stared straight at the figure of Victor, who was already in a state of anger not far away, and then rushed forward. Seeing the actions of these werewolves, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and a ridiculous idea arose in their hearts. Could it be that? As if to prove their point of view, dozens of werewolves surrounded Victor in an instant, opened their mouths full of fangs, and pointed at Victor with his eyes wide open and frightened, showing no hesitation. Bite it down. The remaining flesh and blood were torn apart, and a large amount of blood was scattered in the air, accompanied by the sound of bone breaking and the creepy swallowing sound. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with fear when they saw this scene not far away. My hands and feet are cold, and my heart is full of panic. At this moment, even Serena, who had been forcing herself to watch, finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned her head and leaned against Chen Luo's arms, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look anymore. At the same time, at the end of the crowd, Erica and Eva, who had just arrived, just happened to see this scene. In an instant, Erica's face became extremely pale, she screamed, and quickly turned her head, not daring to look again. Somewhat different from Erica, Eva stared intently at the cruel and terrifying scene in front of her, without any discomfort on her face. After looking at it for a while, she turned her head and glanced around. When she saw Chen Luo's figure, a flash of clarity flashed in her eyes, and she became more and more excited about what would happen next. In less than 2 minutes, with the shrill screams finally ending, this cruel wolf-eating punishment finally came to an end. After all the werewolves got up and left one after another, there was nothing else left on the floor of this secret room except for a large pool of bright red blood. Seeing Victor finally die in front of him, Lucian, whose great hatred in his heart was finally avenged, flashed joy in his eyes, and subconsciously turned to look in Chen Luo's direction, full of gratitude in his heart. Now that Chen Luo has handed Victor over to him as agreed, the last trace of doubt in Lucian's heart about joining the Chen Luo family has completely dissipated, and he is now fully convinced of Chen Luo. Quickly walking in front of Chen Luo, Lucian lowered his head and said respectfully, "My lord, we've finished our work here. Is there anything else we can do for you?" Seeing Lucian's respectful appearance to Chen Luo, except for a few people who knew about it, everyone else in the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, looked at the scene in front of them with doubts, and didn't understand what was going on. What's the matter? Chen Luo and the others definitely know each other, but isn't he the one who rescued Shu Levin from the butcher? How could he be related to a werewolf? Could it be that his real identity is also a werewolf? Everyone was taken aback by this guess. Although they didn't want to believe it in their hearts, but after thinking about it carefully, this possibility is really not impossible. On the contrary, this possibility is really great. After all, judging from the current relationship between Cleven and the werewolf, it is obvious that the two are already in an alliance relationship. Then, according to this, if an ally of Klein is in danger, as his ally, it is very possible to send someone to rescue him. Thinking of this, everyone's heart suddenly realized. Not only them, but even Erica had the same thought in her heart at this moment. She subconsciously opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen Luo without blinking. For some reason, such a thought suddenly appeared in her heart idea. If she is with Chris in the future, will her baby be a werewolf or a vampire? Thinking of this, Erica's delicate face was instantly stained with a blush. Chapter 127, Part 3. Before everyone could think about it, the next moment, as Craven's voice sounded, everyone listened subconsciously. After all, this is likely to be the new king of their vampire clan. When the two elders died and the remaining elder Marcus was still asleep, in their view, there was nothing that could stop Craven from becoming the new king. Throne. Therefore, for the new king's next speech, everyone undoubtedly valued it very much. However, what they didn't expect was that the first sentence that the new king spoke made everyone dumbfounded. Everyone, now that it's here, I won't hide it from everyone. Let me tell you the truth. In fact, I have now joined Master Chen Luo and become a part of the Chen Luo family. Actually, it's not just me, but the entire werewolf family, and now they have become a member of the Chen Luo family just like me. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in an instant. The crowd suddenly became noisy, whispering and discussing. What's going on here? Why did Craven do this? Doesn't he want to be the new king of our family? Would he choose to join another family? I can't understand either. Could it be that the Chen Luo family has something great about it? But why have I never heard of this family? Chen Luo's family. Chen Luo? Wait a minute. Isn't that the person's family? At this time, someone suddenly seemed to think of something. His face changed suddenly, his eyes were full of I couldn't believe it, and murmured softly. Hearing this, the other people instantly regained their spirits and stepped forward to ask questions. What happened to 740? Do you know something? What is the background of that Chen Luo family? Locke, don't be so secretive, tell us quickly. Facing everyone's questioning, Locke's face turned slightly pale. He swallowed. His eyes were still a little frightened, and he said slowly, I remember. That legendary butcher. He seems to be called Chen Luo. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then they all took a breath, turned their heads stiffly, and looked at Craven with searching eyes. Facing everyone's eyes, Craven smiled slightly, turned around slowly, exposed Chen Luo behind him to everyone's eyes, bent down respectfully, and said, Then, let me introduce you to everyone. This is the founder of the Chen Luo family, the legendary butcher, Master Chen Luo. Seeing Craven admitting it personally, everyone felt no luck anymore, and finally recognized the reality. After learning that Craven joined the family of the legendary butcher, especially after the butcher had set foot on this land and appeared in front of them, they finally understood why the other party made such a choice. They have all heard about the various achievements of that butcher, but in just a few months, the number of lives that fell in the hands of this butcher has reached nearly 10,000, a terrifying amount. Such a number is shocking enough just by sounding it. In their hundreds of years of life, they have never seen such a terrifying existence as Chen Luo, whose hands have been stained with blood in such a short period of time. Even Elder Marcus, who is the most powerful and terrifying in the history of their vampire clan, can't match Chen Luo's killing efficiency in the same period of time. Looking at Chen Luo, who is close at hand, even though Chen Luo has no intention of doing anything to them, but in Chen Luo's body, everyone can still vaguely feel that feeling, which makes people feel like they are in a mountain of corpses. The terrifying suffocation feeling like a sea of blood. With such a fierce god by their side, whether their current family can keep it or not is another matter, not to mention the new king of the family. I'm afraid that even if you succeed in taking this position, Victor's fate will be a lesson for you in the next moment. Just when everyone was trembling with fear, worried that Chen Luo would make a sudden attack and kill them all, Craven's voice like the sound of heaven sounded. As for the purpose of Lord Chen Luo's visit this time, don't worry, as long as everyone is willing to join Lord Chen Luo's command, Mrs. Chen Luo will serve. So starting today, everyone will be under the protection of Mr. Chen Luo, and there is no need to worry about the threat from the werewolves in the future. So this proposal, what do you think? Chapter 128, Part 1. As Craven's words fell, everyone's eyes lit up, and hope surged in their hearts. The meaning of Craven's words could not be more clear. The purpose of Chen Luo's trip here is to take the entire vampire force into his pocket, and that doesn't include the vampire clan. And now the werewolves have also chosen to surrender, plus the two elders of their vampire clan are all dead. With their current strength, if they want to resist the person standing in front of them at this moment, respect the legendary butcher, that is like a mantis holding a cart. Thinking about this, everyone immediately lost any hesitation about surrendering to Chen Luo, just as everyone opened their mouths and wanted to answer. However, at the next moment, a deep and angry roar came from the empty air in front of him, which shocked everyone. Damn traitor! Craven, die for me! As soon as the words fell, a figure swiftly passed through the air, and then flew towards Craven. The speed of the people coming was astonishingly fast. There was no time for everyone to react. The figure successfully passed through the crowd and quickly approached Craven. Just when he was able to grab Craven immediately and tear it into pieces, the next moment, under his astonished gaze, Craven disappeared in an instant as if he could teleport. Howling wind. Seeing that his target had disappeared, the figure braked urgently and stopped in midair. The pair of wide wings on the back kept flapping, generating gusts of wind, which blew on the faces of the people below, making their cheeks so painful that even moving was a little difficult to get up to speed. Squinting his eyes slightly, when everyone saw the familiar figure in the sky, their expressions changed one after another, and they subconsciously said, "Elder Marcus?" The one who is stagnating in midair at this moment is the last remaining elder of the vampire family, and also the first vampire Marcus Covenant, the ancestor of European vampires. As the eldest son of the undecedent Alexander Corvinus, and a vampire formed after integrating a bat virus, Marcus not only has eternal life, but also possesses extremely powerful power. In the entire vampire clan, when it comes to individual strength, Marcus is the strongest existence. If he hadn't wanted to use the power of Victor's many subordinates to capture the werewolf ancestor William, I'm afraid Marcus would have never wanted to transform him into a vampire at the time. So in the next few hundred years, Europe formed vampires, a strange race with tens of thousands of people. But it was precisely because of this accident that Marcus accidentally discovered that after having many tribesmen, with the help of tribesmen, he could also obtain great convenience. Therefore, at Victor's invitation, Marcus finally chose to become one of the 3 elders of the vampire clan, and it was under their rule that the vampire clan could develop to its current scale. No matter what, Marcus would not give up on the vampire family who had poured his heart and soul into it. Therefore, after hearing Craven's words, Marcus killed this traitor who chose to betray him without any hesitation. However, after he started to strike, his inevitable blow was accidentally missed. Looking at the empty position under him, Marcus couldn't help but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. And just when Marcus was surprised, below him, a group of senior vampires who originally planned to surrender to Chen Luo looked at the figure in midair, but their hearts were already filled with fear. As the strongest of the vampire clan, Marcus is also the best of all vampires in terms of bloodthirsty. In the past hundreds of years, at the beginning, the vampire family was only active in the land of the John Bull Kingdom. However, under the leadership of the extremely bloodthirsty and cruel Marcus, the vampire family faced the whole of Europe and launched a 300-year-old war. Years of intense expansion. Facing the overwhelming power of Marcus, the European countries at that time had no power to resist at all, and were invaded by the vampire clan one after another. Under the powerful infection of the vampire clan, with the rapid increase of the clan, they spread all over the world, also quickly gained a foothold. Then, relying on the advantages of the vampire's long lifespan of thousands of years, many high-level human beings were tempted by it and joined the vampire camp. With the help of human beings, the power of the vampire clan has rapidly expanded again. After hundreds of years of development, it has reached its current scale. And as the leader who led the vampire family to expand the territory at that time, coupled with Marcus's bloodthirsty and cruel character, the life that died in his hands was definitely much higher than that of Chen Luo. Chapter 128, Part 2. Although he didn't slaughter nearly 10,000 lives in just a few months like Chen Luo, but in his long life, the lives that died in his hands were far higher than the former. If Chen Luo is the image of a butcher in their hearts, then Marcus is like a devil in their hearts. In addition to human beings, even the vampires who died in the hands of Marcus, as long as they are not as good as he wants, then he will swing the butcher knife without any hesitation and kill them painfully. Therefore, there are not a few vampires who died in the hands of Marcus. Facing Marcus's tyrant-like reign of terror back then, until now, everyone still has lingering fears in their hearts. Their bodies began to tremble subconsciously. Facing a tyrant like Marcus, they knew very well what the consequences would be if they offended the other party. Therefore, they all chose to shut up in unison. After a lot of solicitation, they all chose to turn a blind eye. Although I don't understand how Marcus woke up, but after Marcus woke up, the situation on the court at this moment has undoubtedly changed. If Chen Luo's family was the dominant one before, then facing a tyrant like Marcus now, they have no confidence in whether Chen Luo's side can still win. Therefore, they are also secretly waiting now. Whether it's Marcus or Chen Luo, as long as one side wins, they can submit to whichever side. After all, they can't resist the power of both sides, and the weak have no right to choose. Both Chen Luo and Marcus are very clear about this truth. Therefore, they didn't care about the attitudes of the people below. The two looked at each other, and the surging killing intent swept across the surroundings, and the atmosphere instantly became dignified. He stared fixedly at Chen Luo, who was not far away. More precisely, it was the terrified Craven beside Chen Luo. Seeing the other party appearing there, Marcus also understood why he missed just now. His eyes instantly became a bit gloomy. The piercing killing intent continued to emerge from his body, and a deep voice sounded. "It's you?" Facing the bloody murderous intent coming from the other party, Chen Luo didn't seem to notice it. He looked at the other party calmly, with a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He didn't answer, but instead asked the same thing. How did you wake up? If I remember correctly, you should still be sleeping at this moment, right? Just after saying this, Chen Luo seemed to think of something suddenly, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he said softly, "It was Victor? He woke you up right when I was leaving?" Speaking of this, Chen Luo shook his head and said with emotion on his face, "This old guy, is he still unwilling to admit defeat at this time? He is really tenacious." It turned out that when Chen Luo and the others left the secret room, Victor knew that he could no longer fight Chen Luo with his own strength, so he put his last hope on Ma Ku, who was still sleeping. Atoms. Regarding Marcus' strength, he definitely knew it well. With the opponent's strength far surpassing his own, even if he faced the monster Chen Luo, he might not have a chance of winning. In addition, with his current state, if there is no accident, he will definitely not be able to escape the fate of death today. So no matter what the consideration is, it is the most beneficial choice for him to wake up Marcus. After making a decision in his heart, Victor suddenly spewed out a large amount of blood in the direction where Marcus was sleeping. As the blood flowed into the coffin where Marcus was sleeping along the device, after being nourished by the blood, Marcus finally woke up. Different from the vampires in the other two places, the vampires in Europe have a very special ability, that is, they can obtain the memories in other people's minds by absorbing other people's blood. It's just that the memories that ordinary vampires can obtain are intermittent fragments. This kind of incoherent picture is not of much value to them, so they seldom take it to heart at ordinary times. But it is different at the level of elders, because with their strength, it is enough to connect the memories contained in the blood together to form a coherent and clear picture, and this is also the most effective means for them to obtain information usually. It was by means of this method, through reading the memory in Victor's blood, that Marcus quickly learned the information from the outside world, and also knew that Craven had officially betrayed the family, and that there was a man named Chen, the power of Luo's newborn vampire. With an incomparably hard body and a powerful strength far surpassing that of Victor, it has to be said that even Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire family, couldn't help but pay attention to the strength Chen Luo displayed. But it's just about paying attention. After all, Marcus has absolute confidence in his own strength. Chapter 128, Part 3. Even a strong man like Chen Luo is not invincible in his opinion. And the reason why he can be so confident is that most of the reason is that he possesses an ability that other vampires don't have at all, that transformation. As the ancestor of the vampire family, Marcus has the ability to change his body shape like a werewolf, but unlike a werewolf, what he can transform into is a bat form that can fly. After transforming into a bat, Marcus's own physical fitness will usher in another strengthening. After transforming, his strength is also far superior to Victor's existence. If converted into specific values, there are as many as 80 or 90 points horror value. Compared with Chen Luo's 100 points, the gap is not too big. Even if the two simply compete in strength, they will not be able to form a crushing situation like they did against Victor before. In addition to having huge amounts of increase in strength, compared to Chen Luo, he has a unique advantage, flight. In the bat state, relying on the pair of wings that grew out of his back after transformation, Marcus not only possessed flight ability, but also greatly improved his speed and flexibility. Hundreds of years ago, he relied on his advantage in flight. During the battle, the opponent's army had nothing to do with him who was flying in the sky. Even at that time, there were long-range weapons like arrows. But for Marcus, who can be at a height of 100 meters, it is beyond the reach. Even if there is an occasional arrow that can pass through the height of 100 meters and hits by chance, but at this time most of the impact force attached to the arrow has dissipated, how can it possibly hurt him? Therefore, in the face of Marcus who has the absolute advantage, the enemy has no power to fight back, and can only be slaughtered by him until the sun rose the next day, and under the threat of the sun, Marcus had to retreat temporarily. It can be said that in Marcus' heart, except for the threat from Sunshine, Li Nuoz, no one can stop him. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that he is also confident about Chen Luo. His hands drooped naturally, and the pair of wide wings on his back kept flapping, allowing his body to suspend in the air for a long time. In the state of bat transformation, at this moment, Marcus's whole body's skin was facing upwards. Turning dark green, the ferocious fangs are exposed, the pointed and long ears are pricked up to the sky. The whole head looks like an anthropomorphic bat, ferocious and ugly. Seeing Marcus's appearance at the moment, Chen Luo frowned subconsciously. This is definitely not because he is afraid of Marcus, but because he suddenly remembered another thing at this moment. It seems that this bat transformation is one of the rewards I choose, although at the time I was moved because this transformation could bring me flight ability. So now seeing the ugly appearance of this bat transformed, Chen Luo felt a little disgusted in his heart. In Chen Luo's view, Marcus's current appearance is really not in line with his aesthetics. Even compared to werewolves, it is far inferior, and it can be said that he has completely refreshed his appearance. Limit. At this moment, Chen Luo can think in his heart. If one day in the future he performs this transformation in front of Tony and the others, what will happen to those two guys who have been jealous of their appearance? Laugh at yourself. Thinking of the possibility of such a scene happening in the future, Chen Luo's expression became even uglier for a moment. Looking at Chen Luo's current expression, everyone has different ideas. From their point of view, with Chen Luo's appearance at this moment, it was obvious that he was very troubled by the appearance of Marcus, and he was not sure of victory in his heart. Therefore, after seeing Chen Luo's dignified expression, everyone couldn't help but cast a shadow again. Chapter 129, Part 1. Beside Chen Luo, Craven, who was originally very confident in Chen Luo, felt his heart beating secretly when he saw this, with a trace of worry on his face. After all, he has completely surrendered to Chen Luo's side now, and now as a member of the Chen Luo family, for such a traitor, it is absolutely impossible for Marcus to let him go. It's like saying just now, if Chen Luo hadn't made a timely move, Craven would have been torn to pieces by the opponent at that moment. It is precisely because he understands what he may face if Chen Luo fails. Therefore, for the upcoming battle between the two, Craven hopes that Chen Luo can win more than anyone else. Even if Chen Luo loses to the opponent at that time, he will definitely find a way and do his best to help Chen Luo win this battle. Master Chen Luo, do you want me to go? Awakened by Craven's voice, Chen Luo turned his head, looked at the light that kept flickering in the other person's eyes, understood it, shook his head slightly, and regained his indifference on his face. No need, just stand aside and watch. Turning his gaze to Marcus in midair ahead, Chen Luo's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said, "He's my prey." Although I am a bit disgusted with the appearance of Marcus after transforming, the flight ability is still very fragrant, and the reward of the unknown ability behind Chen Luo will not be rewarded no matter what. But to get the reward, it is not enough to just kill Marcus and William. You also need to absorb all the blood from them. The help Craven can provide Chen Luo is nothing but fire support, but fire support has a disadvantage. That is, the high temperature will cause blood to volatilize. If he doesn't get enough blood for this reason, then his work will be in vain. What's more, from Chen Luo's point of view, although the opponent's flight ability is a bit tricky, it is still within his range of coping, and it doesn't matter much to him whether he has helpers or not. On the contrary, it may also affect his performance. If this gives the opponent a chance to escape, then with his mobility, it will be very difficult to catch him in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Luo turned his head to look at Lucian and Craven who were beside him, and said in a deep voice, "The next battle here is not something you can continue to participate in. Get out. I want to fight him fairly." After saying this, Chen Luo moved his eyes to Marcus in the sky, and with a smile on his face, he spoke slowly. "In the end, only one person can come out of this door. How about it, Marcus? Do you accept this condition?" "Oh, it turns out that if you are willing to ask other people to help 810, there is still a slight chance of winning. But since you voluntarily gave up, don't blame me." Hearing this, Marcus smiled coldly, and said with a look of disdain. His tone was full of confidence. He nodded lightly, without any hesitation, and agreed to Chen Luo's proposal. Originally, he was still worried that if Chen Luo asked others for help, his chances of winning would undoubtedly be reduced by a little bit. With his prudence, if he saw that the situation was not right, he would immediately take advantage of the flight to escape, because he couldn't wait for Chen Luo later. It is not too late to settle accounts with the other party when placing an order. But now Chen Luo didn't know what was going on, and he gave up this immediate advantage. If he was only facing Chen Luo alone, Marcus was confident that he had an absolute advantage, so he agreed decisively. As long as Chen Luo can be removed, the family will still be under his control, even the gang of werewolves, since now they can choose to surrender to the vampire Chen Luo, so it is also possible to change it to themselves, even if they don't want to at that time. As long as the hindrance Chen Luo dies, the others will not be seen by Marcus at all. In the worst case, they will all be killed. They are just a mere werewolf. As long as William is released, they will be killed. Not as much as you want. It turned out that when Victor awakened Marcus, he even handed over to him a part of the key to unlock William that he carried on his body, and through Victor's blood, he also knew that William was in prison location. In this way, as long as he collects the last part of the key, he can successfully release William. As long as the two brothers join forces, Marcus believes that there is nothing in the world that can stop them. As for the whereabouts of the last part of the key, just now, he has already found the answer. Recalling the pendant on Lucian's neck when he passed by just now, Marcus couldn't help becoming more and more fiery in his heart. Soon, William, the day you will be released is not far away. Next, you only need to kill Chen Luo in front of you, and the werewolf leader named Lucian, then all his goals can be achieved. Chapter 129, Part 2. With this in mind, when only he and Chen Luo were left in the secret room, Marcus had no intention of talking nonsense with Chen Luo, and immediately started to do it. Slowly falling to the ground, the wings behind him shrank rapidly, and then changed into a bone shape, like two extremely sharp spears, with a faint cold light, stabbing straight at Chen Luo. In this form, although the wings behind Marcus lost the flight ability, Their hardness also increased dramatically. To be more precise, the hardness of the two spears behind Marcus at this moment was already comparable to that of steel. Under such a texture, although the two bone spears still did not cause any damage to Chen Luo, they were also not split in two by Chen Luo's steel body. The spear was ready to be retracted, and seeing Chen Luo, who was not injured at all, although he had expected it, Marcus was still taken aback. This is the first time he has seen such a tough body, but even so, he still doesn't believe that all parts of Chen Luo's body can achieve the defensive power just now. If so, what can you do? A smile flashed across Marcus's face, and then, the spear shot out like lightning again, piercing Chen Luo's eyes. Facing such an attack, Chen Luo flickered and dodged immediately. At the same time, looking at the two bony spears piercing the air beside him, Chen Luo instantly stretched out his hands, held them tightly, and then folded them down. Click! Two crisp bone-cracking sounds sounded, accompanied by a painful muffled grunt from Marcus. The spear quickly moved back and returned the same way. Staring fixedly at Chen Luo, Marcus's eyes were full of killing intent, and he said slowly, "I think you are courting death." While speaking, behind Marcus, the two bones that were broken by Chen Luo were rapidly beginning to heal, and it only took less than 5 or 6 seconds to restore to the original. After seeing the strength and speed that Chen Luo showed just now, Marcus couldn't help but pay more attention to Chen Luo's strength again. Accompanied by a painful roar, the two broad wings that had disappeared before reappeared behind him, spreading along the two bony spears, and quickly transformed completely. As the wings appeared behind him again, Marcus looked at Chen Luo with a smirk on his face, waving his wings continuously, and flew towards the sky above. After displaying his real strength, Marcus, who had taken the flight advantage, no longer regarded Chen Luo in his eyes. In his mind, with his current speed and agility, Chen Luo wanted to catch up, but it was impossible anyway. At that time, he will be able to attack the opponent at will in the sky, and Chen Luo can only continue to resist, unless he can also fly, otherwise in the face of this endless consumption, he will only be defeated in the end. Thinking of this, the excitement in Marcus' eyes became more and more obvious, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face again. Go to hell, Chen Luo. However, before he could make a move, just as he started to flap his wings, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and his body turned into a gust of wind, appearing in front of Marcus instantly at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. What? Seeing Chen Luo suddenly appearing in front of him, Marcus subconsciously started to fight back. However, Chen Luo had already started the next move. Get ready, let's start. The next moment, Chen Luo appeared behind Marcus in a flash, stretched out his hand to hold the opponent's two wings tightly, and then let out a low growl. His muscles tensed instantly, and started give it your all. Sib. Under Chen Luo's full force, Marcus only felt two sharp pains coming from his back, and he let out a scream. Subconsciously looking back, when he saw Chen Luo behind him, his face changed instantly. How is that possible? When did you come behind me? To this, Chen Luo didn't answer, and continued to exert force with both hands, and pulled hard. The next moment, the wings of the two walkers behind Marcus were torn in half by Chen Luo. Nyo. Plop. He casually threw the two wings that had been torn off to the ground, and then quickly backed away. After retreating more than 10 meters, Chen Luo came back to Marcus again. Looking at Marcus, who was trembling because of the severe pain, the smile on his face became more and more obvious. How is it? Do you still like this gift I gave you? Looking at the wings torn off by Chen Luo in an instant, and Chen Luo's effortless appearance, it was obvious that he had already planned it. The same is true. As early as seeing that the opponent has mastered the ability of flight, Chen Luo already knew that if he wants to fight against such an opponent, it is necessary to limit his flight height, and the best way is to take advantage of the opponent's ability to fly. Take the lead. Chapter 129, Part 3. As long as all the wings used by the opponent for flight are removed, then after losing flight ability, Marcus will also lose his last hope of escape. There is no possibility of a comeback. Relying on his terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound, just as Chen Luo expected, the other party had no chance of reacting at all, and also had no consciousness of reacting at all. So Chen Luo found an opportunity to get close to him in an instant, and thus gained the people day by day. Looking at the figure of Marcus who kept roaring in front of him, Chen Luo also secretly sighed in his heart, as if he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. If he had known that the other party would be so careless, he didn't have to be so cautious before, and even came up with a reason for a fair confrontation to lure him into the secret room. Now it seems that he is thinking too much. Although the vampire has a powerful recovery ability, it will take a while to grow wings again. At least now Marcus has lost the biggest advantage of flight. After tearing off the other party's wings unexpectedly, Chen Luo's face immediately relaxed a lot, ignoring the other party's killing intent and sinister eyes, and slowly walked towards the other party. Seeing Chen Luo's strolling posture, Marcus's heart was filled with anger, and he wanted to go forward and tear him into pieces. However, just as he was about to take action, the sharp pain from behind suddenly let him come to his senses. After losing the biggest trump card of flight ability, coupled with the inhuman speed he had seen Chen Luo show just now, Marcus's original pride dissipated immediately, and he recognized a reality. That is the current self, no longer Chen Luo's opponent. At least before his wings recover, if he wants to continue to attack Chen Luo, it is undoubtedly an unwise move. The thought flashed in his mind, and when he wanted to understand this, Marcus' expression changed instantly, and he changed into a respectful expression. Facing Chen Luo's direction, he knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, "It was I who lost. You are indeed stronger than me, and I am convinced that I lost. If you are as strong as you, it is only natural to become the new king of this family. Lord Chen Luo, I, Marcus Corvinus, would like to offer my loyalty to you." Seeing Marcus in front of him, who instantly changed his attitude and surrendered to himself, Chen Luo paused with a smile of interest on his face. "You are indeed very smart, knowing that you are no longer my opponent, so you chose to surrender. I have to say, this is indeed a wise decision." Nodding slowly, Chen Luo stepped forward step by step and said softly, "In this case, then I will." Hearing the meaning of Chen Luo's words, Marcus's downcast eyes quickly showed a hint of joy, but at the next moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded again. "I'll send you to hell." Hearing the last sentence, Marcus' face changed suddenly, his heart was shocked, and he was about to turn around and run away immediately without even thinking about it. But how could he escape Chen Luo's palm now? A thin silver line emerged from the air and quickly slashed across the opponent's body. After the thin line passed, the opponent's body hadn't moved forward a few steps and suddenly stopped. Accompanied by a sharp pain from his neck, a trace of bewilderment flashed in Marcus' eyes, and then his head fell to the ground in an instant. A large amount of blood gushed out from the broken neck. Watching this scene, Chen Luo unhurriedly took out the blood cup, absorbed and transformed all the blood on the opponent's body, and drank it 10 times. After absorbing all the opponent's blood, Chen Luo stood in place, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the changes in his body at this moment. A moment later, when Chen Luo opened his eyes again, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Subconsciously call up the system panel to check it out. Host: Chen Luo race, source blood clan strength, 100, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 40 spirit, 15 physical, 70 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, ability, draw blood, super speed regeneration, blood manipulation, steel body, assimilation, blood source, memory reading. By sucking blood, you can get part of the memory in the target fragment. Comments: as the source of a new race, you don't have a long way to go. After absorbing the blood of Marcus, the ancestor of vampires, Chen Luo not only got a certain improvement in speed and mental attributes, but what made him even more delighted was that he unexpectedly got a whole new ability, memory read. Looking at the introduction on the panel, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 130, Part 1. Although this ability does not have an obvious effect on improving one's own strength like other abilities on Chen Luo, but in terms of information acquisition, this ability has a unique effect. By sucking blood, Chen Luo can obtain the memory in the target's mind, which will undoubtedly save him a lot of unnecessary time. And in this way, it can effectively avoid the possibility of the other party lying. In addition, there is another point, that is, through the ability of memory extraction, you can also obtain the information you want from the target whose memory has been lost. For example, if the information you want to know is in the hands of a person who has lost his memory, then through this ability, you can still know what you want. As far as Chen Luo knows, in the original plot, Marcus learned of the sealed location of his brother William from Serena's blood in this way. Therefore, after obtaining this ability, Chen Luo can also know the location of William's seal in this way. You must know that the choice reward he had back then can only be obtained after killing both Marcus and William, and the information about William's location is only known to the dead Victor and Serena. Now that Victor is dead, and the only one left to know is Serena. In fact, it stands to reason that after absorbing Victor's blood, Marcus can also know the location, but because his blood has been transformed by the blood cup, all memories about him are also deleted. Only the most quintessential part of the blood is kept, and methods such as extracting memories are useless. So in this way, if he wants to know the target's memory, he can't use the blood cup to transform the target's blood. He can only do it himself. Thoughts flickered in his mind, and at the same time, Chen Luo kept walking towards the front door step by step. Finally, when he came to the gate, Chen Luo put his hands on the gate and pushed it lightly. As the gate opened, all the people who had been waiting outside for a long time looked at the gate nervously. Their bodies were tense, and they all made preparations. Like those high-ranking vampires, their mood is relatively calm. After all, they have not yet chosen a team. When the battle is over and the results come out, as long as they surrender to the winning side, they can also guarantee their own lives. Safety. But even so, deep in their hearts, they still unconsciously favored Chen Luo's side to win. After all, when Marcus was in power, they had all experienced the style of the ancestor of the vampire family. Although they belonged to the same vampire family, Marcus didn't have any good looks towards them. He directly attacked if he disagreed, and started a bloody massacre against his own group. There were not a few of his subordinates who died in his hands. Compared with the former, although Chen Luo is also famous for being vicious, what is stained in his hands is the blood of the enemy. As for his subordinates, starting from Craven, an enemy who has actively attacked him before, they are all willing to kill him. Income under his command, let alone other people. Such a comparison, in the eyes of everyone, Chen Luo's reputation is much better than Marcus's. Other than these people, Cleven looked nervous. Although he had confidence in Chen Luo's strength, Marcus was not easy to mess with either. If the latter won in the end, his fate would be unspeakable. And you. With this in mind, Cleven had secretly communicated with Lucien on the side early on. If something unexpected happens, wait until the door opens. And if the person who walks out is not Chen Luo, then they will definitely attack without any hesitation. Even if Craven is like this, let alone the three of Serena who have gathered together at some time on the other side. Except for Eva with a calm face, Serena and Erica both have faces surrounded by deep worry. He frowned and looked at the gate with worry in his eyes. Really wanting to know what the two of them think, Eva comforted softly at the side. Don't worry, Chen Luo will be fine. With his strength, Marcus will not pose any threat to him. I believe that after a while, he will appear from behind the heavenly gate. After hearing these words, the worries on the faces of the two people who trusted Eva gradually lessened. Serena, who had seen Chen Luo's strength before, felt certain, and looked at Ellie who was still a little worried beside her. Just when he was about to speak to comfort him. At the next moment, the door opened instantly. Awakened by this voice, she subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the door. It's Chen Luo. When she saw the person coming, a smile instantly appeared on her face, and her heart immediately relaxed. Chapter 130, Part 2. At the same time, Erica's worry disappeared. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and she cheered and wanted to run towards Chen Luo, but before she could make a move, Chen Luo was next to her. It is already full. The moment he saw Chen Luo appear, Craven's eyes lit up immediately, and he and Lucien stepped forward to meet them. Behind them, the high-ranking vampires followed closely after seeing the result. Behind the person, he came to Chen Luo and surrounded him. As soon as they approached, the next moment, an endless stream of voices sounded. Master Chen Luo, I am willing to follow you. Master Chen Luo, Alec is willing to dedicate my loyalty to you. Please let me follow you. Master Chen Luo. The moment they saw Chen Luo's appearance, everyone understood that the last remaining elder in the European vampire clan no longer existed. With the fall of Marcus, it also means that now he has no one can stop Chen Luo's progress, and the European vampire kingdom will be destroyed. Now that the ending is already doomed, it would be meaningless for them to continue to resist. On the contrary, they would face the risk of being liquidated by Chen Luo, the butcher. Facing the surrender of everyone, Chen Luo never refused to come, and agreed to all of them. But before that, Chen Luo also told everyone about the rules of his family not to hunt and kill humans at will, and to drink human blood. Although everyone felt a little surprised by this request, they didn't refuse, and nodded in agreement. It may be because most of the vampires in Europe live like nobles, and their living conditions are much better than the other two vampire gathering places. Therefore, hunting humans is no longer their mainstream. On the contrary, most of them now what they drink is only artificial blood developed by their subsidiaries. Therefore, because no one objected to it, the European vampire clan was captured by Chen Luo without bloodshed, and officially became part of his forces a few days later. When this news spread to the underground world, it immediately shocked countless people. But these are not mentioned for the time being. That night, after submitting to Chen Luo, and now that all the elders are dead, there is no doubt that there is no need to hold the awakening ceremony tonight, and everyone has no reason to stay here. After dismissing everyone, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, and came to Serena and the other three who had been waiting by the side early. Talk slowly, it's none of my business here, I'll go first. Eva waved her hand, looked at Chen Luo, showed a meaningful smile, then turned and left. Her eyes kept scanning back and forth on Chen Luo and Serena beside her. A complex color flashed in Erica's eyes. She bit her lip lightly. Her face became visibly aggrieved. There is a reason for her being so aggrieved, definitely. After all, when Chen Luo came here, she was the first to meet Chen Luo, and in the subsequent relationship, she could also clearly feel that there was a good feeling between each other. Since that's it, then how come Serena got the first step in the end? She really doesn't understand. Thinking of this, seeing Chen Luo walking towards the side, Erica, who was originally happy, suddenly snorted heavily, and then turned around and chased in the direction Eva left without any intention of talking to Chen Luo. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Chen Luo could vaguely understand the other party's thoughts, and couldn't help but sighed softly. Why don't you catch up? At this time, Serena's voice rang in Chen Luo's ear. At this moment, she was watching Chen Luo calmly, with no trace of sadness or joy in her eyes, but under her seemingly calm gaze, for some reason, Chen Luo suddenly felt a little chill on his back. With a helpless smile, Chen Luo said softly, "That's fine. Let her realize the reality earlier. People like me are not worthy of her nostalgia." Hearing this, Serena's eyes flashed a wave. She was silent for a long time, and finally opened her mouth slowly. "Yes, if anyone falls in love with you, a playful bastard, it must be her misfortune. Just like me." Silently adding this sentence in her heart, looking at Chen Luo's handsome face, Serena sighed faintly. Night. After dealing with today's affairs, Chen Luo was also a little tired after a long absence. He lay down on the bed early, put his hands on his arms, and looked at the night sky outside the window, feeling a little dazed. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, with a knock on the door, Chen Luo came back to his senses in an instant, came to the door with some doubts, opened the door, and saw the person coming. Suddenly, a gleam of difference flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. "Serena, why are you here?" Chapter 130, Part 3. Serena at this moment is different from before. She has taken off the black leather jacket she usually wears and is wearing a rare dark knee-length skirt, which forms a sharp contrast with the exposed snow-white skin, and has a perfect body curve it can be seen at a glance, coupled with her flawless and beautiful face. The cold and charming atmosphere are intertwined, giving people a fatal attraction. Ask for flowers. Looking carefully at Serena in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help flashing a hint of amazement in his eyes, and praised unabashedly, "Serena, you look really beautiful." "Really?" Hearing Chen Luo's sincere praise, Serena raised a smile on her face, raised her head slightly, and looked straight at Chen Luo. With her movements, under Chen Luo's snow-white neck, Chen Luo the necklace that Luo gave her was shining faintly, because it added a bit of color again. Because of the condescending relationship in Chen Luo's eyes at this moment, as Serena raised her head, the touch of white under her neck also came into his eyes involuntarily. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo swallowed subconsciously, and subconsciously there was a trace of fire in his eyes. But what Chen Luo didn't know at the moment was that Serena had a perfect view of his eyes just now. A trace of shame emerged in her heart, and a blush slowly appeared on her face. As if to ease the embarrassment, Serena quickly picked up the things she had prepared in her hands, shook them in front of Chen Luo, and said, "Well, do you want to have a drink together?" Hearing this, Chen Luo finally came back to his senses, looking at the bottle of red wine in his hand. He seemed to understand something. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he slowly turned his body sideways to make way, and said with a smile, "I can't ask for more." Afterwards, Chen Luo welcomed Serena into the room, and the two sat down at a small round table in the living room, poured red wine into the wine glasses, took a sip. Chen Luo nodded slightly, and said, "Tasty?" "Then definitely, this is my treasure." Looking at the wine glass in her hand, Serena didn't know what to think of, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. "This bottle of red wine was put into the cellar by my father to seal it up the year I was just born. I still remember that when I was a child, my father once told me that this bottle of wine would not be opened until the day I got married as an adult, but on the day I just became an adult, my father was." Speaking of this, Serena couldn't help feeling pain in her heart, and her body began to tremble slightly. After a while, she finally regained her composure. Looking at Chen Luo in front of her, Serena's eyes were filled with unprecedented softness, and she said softly, "Thank you, Chen. Thank you for avenging my parents. Thank you for everything you have done for me." After the matter was over, Serena thought about it carefully. After learning that the werewolf clan and Craven had joined Chen Luo's command, she was deeply concerned about what happened to her at the beginning. Suddenly understood everything. "When I met Lucian at the beginning, I found the connection between Craven and the werewolves along this line, and finally, under Craven's deliberate guidance, let Victor himself I took the initiative to tell the truth of the year. And the actions of such a series of actions have only one ultimate purpose, and that is to let myself recognize the true face of my adoptive father. In fact, according to Chen Luo's strength, it would have been more efficient to just find Victor who was still sleeping and kill him. But Chen Luo gave up this seemingly most efficient method in order to prevent her from leaving any grudges in her heart. Serena couldn't help feeling very grateful for such a thought. Move. After listening to Serena's words, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling a little turmoil in his heart. He looked at the wine glass in his hand, smiled at her, and said softly, "Thank you, no need. After all, you are all it is enough to take out the treasures you have kept for so many years and use it as a thank you gift." "Oh, really?" Perhaps it was because of the effect of alcohol. Serena's face became even more flushed. She stared straight into Chen Luo's eyes, with a charming smile on her face. "Only is this bottle enough? I was thinking of adding a thank you gift." Hearing this, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and then he pretended to be serious and said, "Actually, it's not impossible to add another one. I just don't know." Where did you hide this other thank you gift? Then it's up to you to find it yourself. With a smile in the corner of her eyes, Serena got up and came to Chen Luo, leaned down and whispered in his ear. Is that so? Chapter 130, Part 4. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully, one hand unconsciously embraced Serena tightly, and said solemnly, Since Serena, you have already said that, then I will not be polite. The lights gradually dimmed, and before you knew it, the day and night time had passed quietly. Chapter 131, Part 1. The next day, it was nearing noon. Chen Luo carefully dressed, opened the door, turned his head, glanced at Serena who was still sleeping in the room, with a smile on his face, and then quietly closed the door. I have to say that after the fierce battle last night, Chen Luo is feeling a little hungry now, so now he is planning to find some food to replenish his exhausted energy. Even Chen Luo is like this, not to mention Serena. So Chen Luo didn't disturb her to continue to rest, and wanted to wait until his lunch was ready before coming here to wake her up. Walking in the long corridor, Chen Luo was also in a very happy mood. And the reason why he is so happy, besides most of the reason, is the thank you gift given to him by Serena last night. Another small part of the reason is that he has successfully obtained William's seal through Sari. After knowing the location of the other party, add the part of the key found from Marcus last night, and the other part of the key on Lucian's neck. Now that he has gathered all the clues to find William, it can be said that there is only one step away from the completion of the last condition of the choice, and the reward he has been longing for is also close at hand, and he will be able to get it in a short time. Thinking of the upcoming reward, Chen Luo's heart became even hotter. It seems that after a few more days, after I have arranged everything here, I should set off again. Silently making plans in his heart, Chen Luo lowered his head and walked through the corridor without noticing that a door was quietly opened not far in front of him. Seeing Chen Luo's figure gradually approaching the door, before he could take another step forward, the door opened instantly, and then, a white arm suddenly stretched out and grabbed Chen 583 Luo's palm, and pulled it into the room. At this time, Chen Luo finally came to his senses, turned his head subconsciously, and when he saw the person in front of him clearly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he said in doubt, Erica, are you? However, before he could say anything more, Erica lay down on Chen Luo's body the next moment. Hey, wait, Erica, what are you doing? I don't accept it. Even if Serena is one step ahead of me, so what? I will definitely take you back. Chen, you belong to me. A few hours later, Chen Luo put on his clothes in a bit of embarrassment, looked at the pretty sleeping face beside him, shook his head helplessly, then got up and walked out the door. Recalling the scene that happened just now, Chen Luo was also a little dumbfounded. He also didn't expect that when he had an in-depth exchange with Serena last night, Erica also came outside his room at the same time. After ignoring Chen Luo and leaving alone for a while, Erica also thought about it carefully, and finally she seemed to have figured out something, and once again made up her mind to come to Chen Luo. However, she did not expect that when she came outside Chen Luo's room, she would hear such a movement. Realizing what happened to Chen Luo and Serena, Erica felt sad, but couldn't help feeling a huge amount of panic in her heart, because she was afraid that Chen Luo would disappear from her life, so she tossed and turned overnight. After falling asleep, Erica finally made a bold decision. There is no need to repeat what happened after that. After understanding the other party's thoughts, Chen Luo felt a little more pity for this woman who is now full of eyes on him. It seems that before leaving, the candidate for this little butler has already been decided. Originally, after seeing Erica's initial reaction, Chen Luo thought that it was impossible for the two of them to get along. So the idea of taking Erica out of here and going to New York headquarters has also been stranded. However, he did not expect that there would be such an accident. Chen Luo walked forward while arranging his clothes. Now it has been several hours since he left the room. Presumably Serena should have woken up at this time. He must rush back as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if there is any misunderstanding for Serena, then it will be fine, all right. Just when Chen Luo thought this way, the next moment, the accident happened again. Chen, seeing you are in such a hurry, where are you going? Hearing this, Chen Luo paused and turned to look over. Next to him, in the room where Eva was, the door had opened at some point at this moment. Eva leaned on the door, looked at Chen Luo, narrowed her seductive eyes slightly and said with a pin. At this moment, Eva is wearing a long crimson dress, which highlights her already hot figure and attracts more attention. In addition, Eva's seductive face that is enough to charm all living beings is like a blooming rose. Give people infinite attraction. It's Eva. I'm planning to go to the kitchen now to see if there is any food. I just consumed a lot, so I want to add some energy. Chapter 131, Part 2. Chen Luo replied with a smile on his face, and by the way, he also sent an invitation to the other party. How about it? If you're also hungry, you can come with me. Want to eat something? Eva nodded clearly, remembered something, then pointed to her room and said, I still have some food in my room. If you don't mind, you can have it here first. Fill the stomach. And it just so happens that I also have some things I want to discuss with you. Is there something you want to discuss with me? Chen Luo blinked, but did not refuse. He nodded and said with a smile, "Okay then, I just happen to be very hungry right now, so you're welcome." Afterwards, Chen Luo followed the other party into the room. "Let me look for it. I remember it should be placed here." Eva bent down and began to search in the cabinet on the side of the room. With her actions, Eva's body curves were suddenly highlighted more clearly. Chen Luo sat at the back, but saw this scene rightly. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned his head away. Out of sight. Eva seemed to be unaware of this, and bent down to search for a while, then found some food from the cabinet and put it in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo at the moment was really hungry. Without being polite to her, he picked up the food and started eating. After eating and drinking, Eva started to talk to him about the business. "By the way, Chen, since you have successfully achieved your goal, when do you plan to leave?" Hearing this, Chen Luo shook his head with a smile and said, "It's not in a hurry now. I have one more thing to deal with here. I'm afraid it will take a few days." After a pause, Chen Luo looked at Eva's alluring and charming face, and pointedly said, "What's more, I will leave it to you to manage the power of the vampire clan here. During this time, I still need to investigate carefully. Eva, are you qualified for this position?" "Oh, then if I'm not up to the task, what should you do?" Eva narrowed her eyes slightly, with a charming smile on the corner of her mouth, and asked slowly, "If you can't do it?" Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then sighed, and said helplessly, "Then I can only work hard for a while, and I will teach you every step of the way. I'll leave when you are able to do the job, but I think with your ability, Eva, you shouldn't need me to do this, right?" "That's not necessarily." Eva chuckled suddenly, and under Chen Luo's surprised eyes, she stretched out her jade-like palm, and her slender fingers gently slid across the back of Chen Luo's hand. The calf wearing the high heels lightly touched Chen Luo intentionally or unintentionally. Feeling her movement, Chen Luo couldn't help but tremble. "I actually feel that I still have a lot of new things to learn now, Master Chen Luo." Seeing the other party getting closer and closer to him, Chen Luo swallowed subconsciously and asked with some doubts, "Eva, what do you mean by that?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt that you suddenly handed over such a large stall to me to manage. With our current relationship, I'm a little worried that other people below will not be very obedient. So if I want to make them more obedient, I have a good idea." "What idea?" At the moment, Eva was already very close to Chen Luo. That charming face was slowly pressed against Chen Luo's ear, and a slightly hoarse, sexy, magnetic voice sounded softly. "The method is also very simple. As long as the relationship between us can go further, then these will not be a problem. So, for the convenience of my management in the future, Chen, you just have to make a sacrifice." After saying this, Eva's body suddenly softened, and she fell into Chen Luo's arms in an instant. "No way. Come again." Feeling the movement of Eva in his arms, Chen Luo sighed in his heart and gave up resisting again. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. After getting dressed with difficulty, Chen Luo turned his head and glanced at Eva, who was sleeping soundly. Recalling the fierce battle just now, he couldn't help but subconsciously touched his lower back and sighed secretly. Among all the people he has ever experienced, Eva's combat power is definitely the most well-deserved. I think he had never had such a high-intensity experience when he played crazy with Tony and the others in Los Angeles. I have to say, it is really impossible to generalize the physique between people at that time. Just like today's battle, although Chen Luo was slightly better overall, but because he also experienced an encounter with Erica at noon, his state was not at its peak, which also led to in the later stage. My physical strength actually felt faint. This undoubtedly made Chen Luo a little bit dissatisfied. Another day, when I recover, I will come to you to discuss. Chapter 131, Part 3. Secretly put down the harsh words in his heart, Chen Luo stopped delaying, grabbed the doorknob in front of him, and gently opened the door. However, as soon as it was opened, Serena and Erica were standing outside the door at the moment, staring straight at Chen Luo, their eyes full of murderous intent. Forehead. Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared, Chen Luo's brain instantly turned pale, and he was stunned for a long time. Finally, he came back to his senses, put on a serious expression at the speed of light, and said, "Actually, I was discussing some management issues with Eva just now. This excuse? No, this reason, do you believe it?" Hee hee. Both of them sneered together. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Since the incident a week ago, although Selena and Erica were very angry at the beginning, they were finally persuaded by Chen Luo after Chen Luo persevered and spared no effort to comfort them. Reluctantly forgave him. What can I do if I don't forgive? After all, before choosing Chen Luo, the two already knew the fact that this guy is a playboy, but fortunately, although Chen Luo is playful, he is sincere to each of them. The relationship between the three of them has always been good. So in the end, they all acquiesced to each other's existence. Seeing that the matter was resolved so satisfactorily, Chen Luo was secretly relieved. And in the next few days, Chen Luo didn't forget another thing while being with the three of them. and that was to transform the three of them into the same source blood clan as him. When they heard that they were not afraid of the sun like Chen Luo, the three of them were also shocked, and the naked eyes flashed joy on their faces. After all, they are also transformed from human beings, and deep in their hearts, they have no deep desire for the sunshine that they have not felt for hundreds of years. Therefore, when Chen Luo consumed a lot of blood and transformed the three of them, in the past few days, as long as there is sunshine in the daytime, they can't wait to get out of the castle and then, under the envious eyes of everyone in the castle, bathe in the sun, walk freely. I really envy Erica and the others, who are immune to the vampire's weakness and can walk in the sun. I really want to have such a life. Don't worry, we also have a chance. As long as we work hard to do things for Mrs. Chen Luo and satisfy Mrs. Chen Luo, I think we will be able to be like Erica and the others by then. Speaking of which, what do you think about Lord Chen Luo handing over all the power here in Europe to Eva? Will there be any problems? There is no need for us to care about this. You have all seen what the relationship between Eva and Master Chen Luo is. With Master Chen Luo backing up, is there anyone who is not convinced? Makes sense. 3.9. Chen Luo also stood outside the castle, quietly watching the three of them walking happily in the sunshine. Finally, when the sky was once again covered by dark clouds, the three of them stopped their movements and started talking one after another, walking in the direction of Chen Luo. Okay, you've had enough fun these days. It's almost time now, Serena. It's time for us to go. Serena nodded, without any opinion on this. Then Chen Luo turned his head to look at Eva, and said with a serious face, Eva, then I will leave this place to you. But if there is anything you can't solve, please remember to contact me. I will come back as soon as possible. Don't worry. If there is any problem, I won't be polite to you. Eva nodded with a light smile, looking straight at Chen Luo with a hint of reluctance in her heart. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded reassuringly. He obviously trusted Eva's ability. Finally, Chen Luo shifted his gaze to Erica. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, touched her soft blonde hair, and said softly, Erica, I'll go back right away after I've settled the matter here. Just wait for me in New York, and I'll take care of the house there. Well, then come back early. Erica nodded vigorously, looked at Chen Luo with reluctance, but didn't say much, waved her hand gently, and bid farewell to Chen Luo and Serena. After arranging all the things here, Chen Luo, Serena, and the two had no intention of staying any longer, turned around and got in the car, and drove towards the airport. Next, Chen Luo and Chen Luo officially embarked on a journey to find the location of the sealed William. Knowing the exact coordinates, the two arrived at their destination smoothly in less than 2 days. Chapter 132, Part 1. 2 days later. In the sea area in the northern part of Jianyo country, there is an uninhabited isolated island surrounded by reefs. After hundreds of years of long years, today, it finally welcomes its guests again. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, a huge dark green helicopter quickly flew towards the isolated island. And on this helicopter, Chen Luo, Serena, and the two were impressively in line. Okay, here it is. Looking at the isolated island in the distance, Chen Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. Thinking of the 2 rewards that he was about to get, he also became more and more looking forward to it. Then let's go down. Beside Chen Luo, Serena's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she said impatiently. When Chen Luo used Serena's blood to extract memories, he didn't know the reason, but accidentally reactivated all the forgotten memories of Serena. When he recalled his original hometown, Serena couldn't help but think of it. The mind to explore with Chen Luo. Originally, after getting the location, Chen Luo planned to go there alone, but since Serena asked so, Chen Luo did not refuse. After all, this journey is not dangerous in his opinion. After the transformation of her blood, Serena's strength has also been greatly improved, so Chen Luo doesn't have to worry about her safety. Okay, let's go down then. When the helicopter came to the top of the isolated island, Chen Luo didn't hesitate. They stepped out of the cabin one after another and jumped down at a height of hundreds of meters from the isolated island below. The 2 figures quickly swept across the air in front of them, drawing a long line in the air, and Chen Luo hit the ground heavily like a huge amount of missile. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a huge amount of deep pit suddenly appeared on the island below, and there were countless dense cracks in the surrounding rocks spreading to the surroundings, and the broken stones cracked and scattered in all directions, with great momentum. Contrary to the movement caused by Chen Luo, it was Serena's light figure when she fell. After being transformed into the Source Blood Clan by Chen Luo, Serena did not expect Chen Luo to successfully awaken her own Blood Ghost technique. Yufeng, you must know that not every Source Blood Clan can possess the Blood Ghost technique 29. Only those with extremely high ability and potential will have a chance to successfully awakening their own unique ability after being transformed into a Source Blood Clan, and Selena obviously met such a condition. Not only Serena, in fact, during this period of time, no matter whether it was the first King Kong transformed by Chen Luo, or Blade, and Serena, They all awaken their own abilities and possess their own unique abilities. My own vampire technique. And all of them are powerful. It's like Serena Awakening's Yufeng, which can freely control the wind element in nature to launch an attack. If the strength is strong enough, even a tornado with hands is not a problem. Although due to her own strength, Serena still can't use this ability to the extreme. What she can do now is only affecting the wind elements within 10 meters around her. Not to mention creating a tornado with bare hands, it is difficult to release the wind blade successfully. But this is because, like Chen Luo, her spirit attribute is too low. If the spirit attribute can be improved, then the ability of Yufeng will also be it must be able to exert extremely terrifying power. But even so, now relying on the ability to control the wind, Serena's strength has also been greatly increased. She can accelerate or decelerate her body by affecting the surrounding wind elements. Just like now, even if she fell from a height of hundreds of meters, because of the buffer of the wind element, Serena fell to the ground lightly like a feather. Compared with the huge movement caused by Chen Luo before, it can be said to be a big difference. Farewell. The two landed on the isolated island. Looking at the surrounding environment, Serena seemed to think of something, turned her head to greet Chen Luo, and then walked forward. After walking forward for a while, when the two came to a very secret entrance, looking at the passage in front of them, the two frowned in unison. There is no other reason. The passage in front of them that could have led to the destination has been eroded by seawater for hundreds of years, and the entire entrance has been submerged by seawater, without a single gap at all. But even so, because there is only one entrance leading to William, the two have no choice but to choose to enter the water and swim towards the entrance. When the two of them passed through the entrance and formally entered the secret passage, because the terrain here was several meters higher than the entrance, even though there was already seawater creeping in here, it only covered the legs of the two of them. Chapter 132, Part 2. Leave them plenty of room to move. Seeing such a situation, Chen Luo and Chen Luo heaved a sigh of relief, looked at each other, and then moved forward together without delay. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two came to a passageway that was completely blocked by a thick stone wall, and slowly walked towards the stone wall in front of them. Looking at the familiar patterns painted on the surrounding walls, the memories of the past flooded in. In Serena's mind, recalling everything that happened when she was a child, she couldn't help but be filled with emotion. On the other side, Chen Luo came to the right side of the stone wall, took out the two parts of the key that he had already obtained, put them together, and then put the key into a circular groove submerged by seawater on the right side of the stone wall. Gently take a turn. The next moment, there was a rumbling sound from the stone wall in front of the two of them, and it slowly rose upwards. This stone wall is also the last checkpoint leading to William's location. After this checkpoint was opened, the two of them traveled unimpeded all the way, and after a few minutes of going on, they arrived at the destination of the trip smoothly. Arrive. The footsteps of the two stopped, and Serena raised her head. Looking at the huge black coffin parked not far away in front of her, she couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in her eyes. Is this the coffin that sealed the ancestor of the werewolf? It looks really solid. The coffin parked in front of the two of them at this moment has a height of about 3 meters and a width of less than 2 meters. In terms of scale, it is even larger than the 3 coffins in the elder's sleeping place. And this is nothing. The most important thing is that the thickness of the coffin in front of you is also very amazing, reaching the length of the file size, which is about the same as the width, except for the space left inside the coffin. According to Chen Luo's estimation, the surroundings of the coffin are at least wrapped by an iron plate with a thickness of about half a meter. It can be described as amazing in defense. With such a thickness, even if Chen Luo himself is placed in this coffin, he has no confidence that he can break through the coffin. In his opinion, only the Hulk or King Kong can successfully break the blockade of the coffin in front of him. Only monsters over 100 tons can do it. Being sealed in such a coffin, it's no wonder that William, the ancestor of werewolves, couldn't get out. Thinking that the other party has been trapped here for hundreds of years, Chen Luo's heart shudders. Such a life may really be regarded as life is worse than death. Anyway, if it was him, he would not be able to accept such a life of being sealed for hundreds of years. Just let me end your suffering. Looking at the coffin in front of him, Chen Luo thought silently. Signaling Serena to back away first, Chen Luo stepped forward, took out the key that had been put together before, and put it into the groove in the center of the coffin in front of him. Click! Accompanied by the sound of heavy gears running, the coffin mold in front of Chen Luo gradually began to change. The iron plates covering the coffin were uncovered layer by layer and shrunk towards the sides. After a while, when the coffin was fully opened, the scene inside the coffin was finally revealed in front of Chen Luo and the two of them. Is this the ancestor of the werewolf? Looking at the inside of the coffin, the tall werewolf with eyes closed and still asleep, Chen Luo spoke with interest. This werewolf was quite different from what Chen Luo had seen before. The ancestor of the werewolf in front of him has pure white hair all over his body, and he is taller than other werewolves. Roughly estimated, he is at least about 2.5 meters tall. Like a dagger, extremely sharp. In terms of size alone, compared to the current leader of the werewolf clan, Lucian, who has now transformed into a ghost wolf, is a bit taller and stronger. Even though he is still in a deep sleep state, Chen Luo can faintly feel it from the opponent. Feel a sense of tyrannical ferocity. Thinking back to the rumors about this ancestor of the werewolf, if Chen Luo guessed correctly, I'm afraid that the other party is stronger than Marcus, who died in his hands back then. When the two were sizing up the huge werewolf in front of them, suddenly, the other party seemed to feel something, and the originally closed eyes opened instantly, and the dark pupils were full of unstoppable mania and tyranny, looking at Chan in front of him. Luo, the muscles all over his body tensed instantly. Without even thinking about it, he swooped forward suddenly. Even if he had just woken up and his body was still in a weak state, the speed of this ancestor of the werewolf was a bit faster than that of Marcus back then. Roan Chen Luo. Chapter 132, Part 3. Facing the opponent's attack, Chen Luo's expression did not change at all, and he turned sideways lightly. The next moment, the opponent's huge body brushed the air beside Chen Luo and rushed straight to the rear. Boom! As if it didn't expect Chen Luo to be able to dodge his own attack, it had no time to react, so it slammed into the stone wall not far behind, accompanied by a loud noise, followed by a huge amount of deep hole emerge from the cloth wall. Roar! Even though it smashed the stone wall in front of it, it didn't seem to be affected at all. It pushed aside the gravel in front of it and stood up unsteadily. Shaking its dizzy head for a while, it slowly raised its head. A pair of animal pupils exuding fury and tyranny closely stared at Chen Luo in front of it. Its tall body slowly exuded an incomparably powerful aura, and its mouth kept saying roaring. All fours fell to the ground, making a gesture of attacking at any time. It moved its feet, and in the next moment, its figure disappeared in place in an instant, rushing towards Chen Luo. The mouth is wide open, exposing the extremely sharp fangs, shining with a cold light. The sharp claws at the ends of the limbs suddenly swelled and doubled in length again, just like a real dagger. Even if you are not close, Chen Luo can feel an amazing lethal force from it. The free consciousness is fully awake, and William of at the moment has undoubtedly brought out all his strength. Looking at Chen Luo, besides the lingering tyranny, there is also a hint of hunger faintly. Obviously, at this moment, William has already regarded Chen Luo as his food. But this is not surprising. Even though William is considered an undead creature now, it still has biological characteristics after all. It has not eaten for a long time, and its body is still in a weak state. Only by getting enough food to replenish 937 can it return to its peak state again. But even in the current weak state, the strength William displayed at this moment is no less than that of Marcus. If he fully recovers, Marcus will definitely not be his brother's opponent. It's no wonder that Marcus asked Victor for help and sealed him together. Looking forward towards Chen Luo also wanted to test the opponent's strength against the figure that was rushing towards him, so he didn't choose to dodge this time, and slowly stretched out his hands. Just as the opponent was approaching, Chen Luo watched the opponent's sharp claws swinging straight towards him. Chen Luo moved like lightning, stretched out his hands, and immediately held the opponent's wrist tightly in his hands. 03L. Both claws were firmly controlled by Chen Luo. No matter how hard William tried, he couldn't make an inch of progress. Seeing such a scene, William, who had already lost all reason, suddenly became more irritable. Get up and keep yelling at Chen Luo. The fierce light in his eyes flashed away, looking at Chen Luo, who was close at hand. William's ferocious mouth full of fangs suddenly opened. As if he could no longer hold back his hunger, he bit Chen Luo's head straight past. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo's face darkened, and without thinking, he immediately let go of his hands. His figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place in an instant. When Chen Luo reappeared, he looked at William not as peacefully as before. He squinted his eyes slightly, and he had no intention of wasting time in his heart, and he was full of murderous intent. Surging, already do not intend to hold hands. He took out the gloves from his arms and put them on in a leisurely manner. Afterwards, Chen Luo looked at the other party calmly and said slowly, "I wanted to play with you more, but now it seems that there is no need for this anymore. Don't worry, I'll send you down right away to meet your brother." As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Chen Luo moved his feet and disappeared without a trace. Under Chen Luo's full speed, his speed has now surpassed the speed of sound. Such a terrifying speed made it impossible for William to react in time. A slender silver light flashed by, and before his eyes, Chen Luo had already come to the position behind the opponent. As Chen Luo slowly got up, a moment of confusion flashed in William's eyes, and then, an unparalleled pain came from the neck, and then, a thin blood-colored line slowly began to emerge and spread rapidly. Waving his hands weakly towards the air in front of him, he opened his mouth wide. At this moment, William's eyes regained a gleam of clarity. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't even utter a single word. The huge head gradually separated from the body and fell to the ground powerlessly, making a muffled sound. Just a face-to-face meeting. In the face of the huge amount of strength gap between the two, the outcome is already decided. Chapter 133, Part 1. Not far away, Serena watched the scene in front of her quietly. Her face was calm, without the slightest fluctuation, as if all of this was definitely taken for granted. After all, she has seen Chen Luo's strength before, and not long ago. Chen Luo also personally killed Marcus, the ancestor of the vampire family, so William, who wanted to deal with the ancestor of the werewolf, did the same. And the facts were exactly as she expected. It was less than 2 minutes since William was released. The battle had already been decided, and as the opponent was terminated by Chen Luo, their goal of coming here was accomplished. With this matter coming to an end, the purpose of Chen Luo's trip has been fully achieved, so there is no need to stay here. So it is foreseeable that in a few days he would set off for New York. Although she really wanted to go back with Chen Luo, Serena still had a reason to stay. After the entire family joined Chen Luo's command, Chen Luo also ordered to expand the number of Deathwalkers, and it was most appropriate for this elite army to be managed by Serena, who was born as a Deathwalker. After Luo and Eva brought up the matter, Serena agreed without further hesitation. And it will take at least decades to train a Deathwalker from scratch, although this amount of time is nothing to a vampire, but Chen Luo can't wait that long. After all, there are only less than 10 years left before the era when superheroes are everywhere. Therefore, in order to make this army form combat effectiveness as soon as possible, he had to come up with another method. He has also seen the combat effectiveness of the Deathwalker elite unit before. It is no exaggeration to say that the elite level of this unit is definitely much stronger than other vampire units he has seen before. So when deciding to expand this unit, Chen Luo has already figured it out. For the expanded vampires, he will replace them with elite vampires from other places. Although the vampire elites in other places are not as strong as the Deathwalkers, they are born with qualities that are much higher than ordinary vampires. They have a certain foundation in terms of physical fitness and tactical literacy, so the difficulty of cultivating them is greatly reduced. And in order to further speed up the cultivation, Chen Luo also kept a considerable part of his own blood and handed it over to Eva for safekeeping. This part of the blood is used to transform the Deathwalkers into blood clans that are not afraid of the sun. After this transformation, their strength can be improved a lot, and the speed of cultivating them into Deathwalkers can also be achieved to a certain extent. Upgrade. And after transforming into the Source Blood Clan, in addition to improving the strength of these elites, they will also be able to eliminate vampires' weaknesses such as being afraid of the sun. Think about it, a Deathwalker army that no longer has any weaknesses. How terrible will it be? I am afraid that only their enemies will know the answer to this question. With these two factors superimposed, Chen Luo believes that the expansion of this elite force may be completed before the arrival of the superhero era. It is precisely because of such a heavy burden on her body that Chen Luo is about to return to New York, and she is very reluctant to part with it. Fortunately, Chen Luo promised her that she would come here often to see her when she had time, and she finally calmed down. Just when Serena's eyes were flickering, she didn't know what to think. On the other side, Chen Luo also started his last move. Skillfully took out the blood cup and put all the blood flowing from William's body into it. After it was fully filled, Chen Luo had a thought and immediately activated the ability of the blood cup to transform all the blood in it. Not long after, looking at the crystal-clear drop of blood-colored crystal left after the transformation in the cup, he couldn't wait to swallow it into his stomach in one gulp. Just as his action was completed, the next moment, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is now issued. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Bat Transformation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability. Now the Awakening ability. Congratulations to the host. The Awakening ability has been successfully obtained. Dark Favor. In less than a minute, as the system's notification sounded, the next moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt a little hot and itchy all over his body. Chapter 133, Part 2. A warm current emerged in his body and quickly flowed through his body, but this time was different from the previous few times. This warm current began to gradually become hotter, and finally it was like flowing magma, extremely hot, passing through his body. Following its passage in the place, Chen Luo's body surface was quickly corroded, leaving horrible scars with deep bone visible. Chun, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Luo suddenly have such an abnormal state, not far away, Serena's face changed drastically, and without thinking, she immediately ran towards Chen Luo. Wait a minute. Serena, don't come here. I'm fine. Just when she made a move, Chen Luo suddenly reached out and stopped her. He is very clear about his situation, and knows that this is due to the sudden change caused by the system's rewards. The warm current in his body is still transforming his body. It may be because this transformation is too fierce and overbearing, that's why this incident happened. Seen. But Chen Luo can also understand this. After all, this time he is not simply improving his physical fitness, but allowing his body to have a special transformation that he has never had before. This has already involved genetic changes, so the process is definitely much more painful than before. Fortunately, Chen Luo has super speed regeneration ability called a life-saving magic skill, and the recovery speed of his body is also extremely amazing. Whenever the torrent of magma in the body burns the flesh and blood on his body, the next moment, with the effect of the super speed regeneration ability, new flesh and blood are constantly regenerating, and the wound will soon heal as before. Seeing such a scene, Serena paused. Although her face was still very worried, she didn't rush forward to disturb her. Time passed by every minute and every second. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Finally, as the last ray of warmth in his body was exhausted, the longest transformation that Chen Luo had experienced finally came to an end. Bending down, Chen Luo supported the ground with his hands, panting violently. His whole body was covered in sweat. His chest heaved violently, his face was terribly pale, and he looked like he was overconsumed. He didn't care about anything at the moment, took out the blood cup, filled it with the seawater flowing not far away, and then with a thought, it was transformed into blood, and he drank it all in one gulp. After drinking several cups in succession, he rested for a while, and finally, Chen Luo recovered. Next to Chen Luo, Serena looked at him worriedly and said, "Chen, what happened just now? Did something happen suddenly?" Faced with Serena's question, Chen Luo shook his head slowly. After recovering his physical strength, he couldn't hold back the 2 rewards he had received at this moment, and immediately opened the panel to check. Host: Chen Luo race, source blood clan power, 220, 1 for a healthy adult male, speed, 90 spirit, 40 physical, 160 skills, fighting technique, high, knife technique, master, ability, drawing blood, super speed regeneration, blood control, body of steel, assimilation, source of blood, memory reading, bat transformation form 2, bat form, which can be differentiated into different numbers of small bats, and in this form, various physical qualities will be reduced to a certain extent. Darkness favored, you who are favored by darkness, you will not be able to be shrouded by light. Under the environment, the strength will be greatly increased, and the attributes of the body will be doubled. Evaluation. As the source of the new race, you have taken the first step firmly on the road to greatness. Seeing the information on the panel, Chen Luo was very moved. He really didn't expect that the system would bring him such a big surprise this time. Leaving aside the bat transformation, just the ability to favor the darkness is considered a magical skill. According to the above explanation, as long as you are in a dark environment, your various physical qualities can be directly improved. In the last turn, such an improvement is simply an exaggeration. It wasn't until this time that he finally realized it, and looked at the various attributes of his own panel, as expected, because this secret passage blocked all the sunlight from the outside. So in such an environment, his various attributes have already doubled, and Chen Luo's eyes are full of excitement as he feels the endless stream of terrifying power flowing in his body like a mighty Yangtze River. With his current strength attributes, there is no doubt that his current punching power has reached an astonishing 20 tons, and if his calculations are correct in terms of speed, it should have reached about twice the speed of sound. His physique has also reached a terrifying 3-digit value. Chapter 133, Part 3. With the blessing of such a value and the effect of his iron body ability, Chen Luo's physical strength has undoubtedly been strengthened again at this moment. If it was like a landmine grenade before, if his weapon can still cause damage to him, then he may be able to ignore it now. In addition to the above 3 attributes, even one of the weakest spiritual attributes has reached a value of 40 points. Such a number can already support him to fully exert the power of the blood control ability. If before this, the range of the blood manipulation ability was only a few meters, then now, thinking of this, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of blood flowed out from his body, rushing toward the distance. A moment later, when this ray of blood returned to his body again, Chen Luo felt even more satisfied with the results of the test he had just done. After his test just now, Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised to find that the range of blood control he can control now has reached an astonishing 50 meters. Such a range is enough for him to do many things. In addition to the great increase in the range of control, Chen Luo's influence on the blood in the human body has also become greater and greater due to the improvement of the spiritual attribute. With his current ability, if he fully activates this ability, he can even forcibly control all the blood in a person's body to be drawn out of his body, thus killing people invisible. Feeling that his originally weak ability has grown to this stage, Chen Luo is also very excited. After the blood control ability finally developed, Chen Luo finally made up for his lack of attack range. If before he could only attack with his own speed and strength, now he finally has the means of long-range attack, and his combat flexibility has also been greatly improved. After experiencing the changes brought about by the ability of Darkness's blessing, Chen Luo is also extremely satisfied. This ability alone has already made him feel worthwhile for this trip. I just don't know if the other ability will also be given to him. Did he bring some surprises? Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly felt eager to try. Turning his head and looking at Serena, a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth and comforted him. Don't worry, Serena, I'm fine. On the contrary, I feel that my current state is better than ever. After saying this, Chen Luo got up slowly, took off his shirt, revealing a perfect body like a knife carving, took a few steps forward, turned his back to Serena, whispered, "It's time for you to see it too, Serena. I just awakened my transformation." Transformation? Hearing this, Selena was stunned, and she didn't understand what Chen Luo meant. However, at the next moment, seeing the sudden change in Chen Luo's body at this moment, Serena's eyes gradually began to widen. With Chen Luo's thought, the bat transformation was launched instantly, and then, with a sudden movement of the body, the muscles all over his body instantly swelled, and his original height of about 1.9 meters instantly swelled. The space soared to nearly 3 meters, and the momentum became more and more compelling. In addition to the change in height, as the muscles on Chen Luo's back continued to squirm, 2 slender cracks gradually broke open, and then, a pair of black bodies, adding up to a huge batwing of about 7 or 8 meters appeared behind Chen Luo. Following the slight flapping of the batwing, the next moment, strong airflows surged in the secret passageway, causing Serena's cheeks to ache faintly, but she didn't notice it at all. Staring blankly at Chen Luo's transformation at the moment, his eyes were full of surprise. Turning around slowly, besides Chen Luo's growing stature and the pair of black batwings behind him, the most obvious thing left is the center of his forehead. The whole body is pitch black with bat-shaped marks, and the small marks flash with strange luster from time to time, which looks extremely mysterious. How does it look? Feeling the terrifying power in his body like a vast ocean, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel more satisfied, especially not turning into a hideous and terrifying appearance like that of Marcus, which made Chen Luo feel more satisfied. Excited about the road, his eyes shifted to Serena, who was standing below. Because of her soaring body size, Serena can only reach the position of his waist now. With Chen Luo's current vision from the looks of it, Selena looks extraordinarily petite at this moment. Chen, how did you become like this? Could this be your transformation? Looking at the huge amounts of changes of Chen Luo in front of her, Serena couldn't hold back her heart anymore. Curious, he hastily asked. Chapter 134, Part 1. After gaining bat ability, Chen Luo also finally has flight ability. And after some experiments, Chen Luo found that in the bat state, his physical fitness has increased to a certain extent. Therefore, the flight speed is also much higher than before, which can reach about twice the speed of sound. If coupled with the ability blessing of the favor of darkness, his flight speed can even reach the terrifying level of 3 times the speed of sound. However, the bat state only has the biggest bonus in terms of speed, and the bonus in terms of strength, spirit, and physique is much smaller, and it can only increase by about 30%. But even so, Chen Luo is also very happy to have such a bonus in the bat state. It's just a pity for him that the 2 abilities of transformation and favor of darkness can't be superimposed as he thought. That is to say, the bonus of the favor of darkness is only valid for his basic attributes, but in the state of bat transformation, he cannot enjoy this bonus. More generally speaking, taking his strength attribute as an example, if Chen Luo's strength attribute is 1 under normal conditions, then after bat transformation, his strength attribute will reach about 1.3. Then put himself in a dark environment and receive the bonus of the ability of the favor of darkness, then his strength attribute will eventually reach the value of 2.3. This also means that the ability of dark favor is only increased on the basis of 1 physical fitness, not 1.3 physical fitness after transformation, otherwise his strength attribute should be 2.6 instead of 2.3. After figuring this out, Chen Luo also paid more attention to the basic attributes in his heart. It seems that we need to pay more attention to some methods that can improve the basic attributes in the future, Chen Luo thought to himself. In addition to the first form of bat transformation, Chen Luo then tried the usage of the second form. This transformation is different from the first form. After transforming into a small bat, his physical fitness will be reduced to varying degrees. If he just transforms into a small bat, his physical fitness will remain the same, but if the number of differentiations increases, his physical fitness will also decrease accordingly. According to his tests, he found that the maximum number of bats it can differentiate into small bats is about 100, which means that the maximum decline in his physical fitness is also about 1%. Although decomposing into small bats may lead to a decline in one's physical fitness, such a 903 form also has an advantage, that is, the concealment is high enough, and it also has a fairly good cover for spying on intelligence. But this is not the most powerful part of this ability. By dividing his body into countless small bats, he can become a regenerative healing factor to some extent. After all, as long as a small bat escapes, Chen Luo can also recover to his original state in a very short time by virtue of his super speed regeneration ability. After discovering this, Chen Luo was also overjoyed. He also did not expect that the ability of bat transformation could be combined with the ability of super speed regeneration to achieve such a powerful effect. With this life-saving ability, Chen Luo's survival ability has undoubtedly been improved by huge amounts of one more step. If it is said that he only has the ability of super speed regeneration, then if he suffers some kind of fatal injury, such as his head being cut off, he cannot escape the fate of death. Although there is still the ability of the source of blood to ensure that he will not die completely, as long as there are people with this source of blood clan in this world, then it will return again one day. But how long it will take for him to return is uncertain. After testing the effects of these two abilities in general, Chen Luo is also very satisfied with the reward this time. After owning flight ability, Chen Luo and Serena no longer need helicopter transportation. Although they did not fly at the limit speed of Mach 2, they flew back again in only 4 or 5 hours. Inside the castle, then Chen Luo and Eva met again. At the moment it was already night, and while the three of them were having dinner, Chen Luo told Eva what he had learned from the trip. Eva was not surprised at all when she heard that Chen Luo solved the werewolf ancestor William, but after hearing Chen Luo's new transformation, Eva also had a look of surprise in her eyes. That transformation? So, Chun, are you the same as Marcus now? Speaking of this, Eva seemed to suddenly think of something, and a smile appeared in the corner of her eyes. If I remember correctly, except for the legendary vampire ancestor Dracula, only Marcus has mastered this transformation. In this way, Chen Luo, you are also the ancestor of the vampire, Akbi, family to some extent, right? Chapter 134, Part 2. Looking at your current status, this is quite in line with your status. Hearing Eva's words, Serena suddenly asked curiously, the ancestor of vampires? Dracula? If I remember correctly, shouldn't the ancestor of our vampire clan be Marcus? In this regard, before coming to Europe, Chen Luo, who had done a lot of supplementary work in the vampire library, also knew the answer and explained with a smile. It turns out that the origin of the vampire clan in New York and North Bear Country is different from the origin of the vampire clan in Europe. Therefore, the ancestor of the vampire clan in the two clans is not the same person. Of course, there is no need to say more about the latter. Now that Marcus has died in the hands of Chen Luo, there is no need to continue talking. As for the former, since Dracula has disappeared for thousands of years, the vampire family has also acquiesced to his death, so most of the rumors about this ancestor of vampires have been sealed in the vampire library, and few people know about it now. After understanding these, Quang Bina also nodded clearly. The three of them were having dinner, and Serena and Eva looked at Chen Luo, with complex expressions flashing across their eyes. Both of them understood that it would not be long before Chen Luo would get up and leave again. As for the next time they met, they did not know when they would wait. So after finishing this dinner, the two dragged Chen Luo into the room one after another. After 2 full days and 2 nights of continuous, long talks, Chen Luo finally walked out of the room, dragged his body a little limp, sat in the car with a pale face, and headed towards the airport. As soon as he boarded the plane, Chen Luo couldn't bear the drowsiness in his heart anymore, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When he came awakening, at this moment, his private plane had already landed in the city of New York. When he got off the plane, Brutal had been waiting for a long time outside the airport. Boss, you are finally back? Seeing Chen Luo walking towards him, Brutal greeted him with a happy face. Long time no see, Brutal. Chen Luo got into the car, and after a period of rest on the plane, his spirit has recovered to a full state at this moment. Recalling the encounter of the previous 2 days, Chen Luo felt a little scared, but also full of aftertaste. In a good mood, Chen Luo chatted with Pluto casually. Pluto, has anything interesting happened at the headquarters recently? Tell me about it. In this regard, Brutal also knew everything, and told Chen Luo what happened in the headquarters during this period, big and small. In fact, generally speaking, what happened recently is no different from what happened before he left. It is nothing more than dealing with the industries that were recaptured by them and given to them by the 12 clans. After all, this involves nearly 1 trillion yuan. Wealth in US dollars cannot help them be careless. But fortunately, now staying in the headquarters, Blade, who handles these matters, has also learned the previous lessons, combined with Chen Luo's previous experience in handling these matters, and after hiring a large number of relevant practitioners, handed over these matters to them. This also improves their efficiency a lot. Apart from these, there is another thing that interests Chen Luo the most. What did you say? That Blade guy got me a secretary? After hearing this from Brutal, Chen Luo was dumbfounded. Yes, boss. And I heard that this secretary is a great beauty. Knowing that Chen Luo is a playboy, Brutal raised his eyebrows at him with a smile, which is self-evident. During the time spent with Chen Luo, Bruto also knew that Chen Luo was not as scary as the rumors sounded. Can't help but become a lot closer. Sure enough, Chen Luo didn't take Brutal's ridicule seriously, and after being surprised, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Interesting. The secretary. Sounds pretty good. Brutal, let's go to the headquarters, just in time. And let me see if the secretary can satisfy me. Understood, boss. Brutal agreed, stepped on the accelerator, and accelerated towards Edgewood Building. Not long after, Chen Luo had already arrived at the headquarters of the building, accompanied by a roar of engines. Walking out of the car door, Chen Luo went all the way to the top floor unimpeded. Naturally, all the personnel in the building were very familiar with Chen Luo's face, so they let him go. Pushing open the door of the top floor office, Chen Luo didn't look at it and said anxiously, "Quick, Brad, let me see, where is the secretary you found for me? Is it pretty? Well, Craven, why are you?" Just finished speaking when Chen Luo turned his head and saw that it was not Blade but Craven who was in the office at the moment. A look of embarrassment flashed across his face. "Master Chen Luo, you are finally back." Chapter 134, Part 3. Cleven seemed to be unaware of this and greeted him enthusiastically. At the same time, he did not forget to explain why he was here. It turned out that after learning that Craven was Chen Luo's candidate to manage the family, Blade, who had long wanted to sit in the office, was overjoyed. After giving Claire a day to familiarize himself with the things here, he couldn't wait to hand over his position to the other party, and he set off again to fly in the direction of Baixianghua. Compared with the temporarily settled environment here in New York, after the fall of the Moschino's dynasty in the North Bear Country, many vampire families also started rebelling one after another. Although the scale is not very large, because most of the members of the Moschino's family were slaughtered by Chen Luo before, it is somewhat difficult to quickly subdue them with their current manpower. Under such circumstances, battles there also happened from time to time. So Blade, who was very interested in it, had no intention of staying in New York, and set off immediately to go to the North Bear Country to participate in the battle. After explaining to Chen Luo the reason why he was here, Craven suddenly seemed to think of something, suddenly realized, and quickly said to Chen Luo, "By the way, Mrs. Chen Luo, after I came here a few days ago, I suddenly found that there seems to be a secretary missing by Mrs. as a proposition. I recruited one from outside, and I don't know if you like it or not, my lord." Hearing this, Chen Luo froze for a moment, looked at Craven in astonishment, and said, "It turns out that you meant to recruit a secretary." I said, "How could that guy Blade?" Shaking his head, Chen Luo smiled, and at this moment he fully understood. Looking at the other party again, Chen Luo now appreciates Craven even more in his heart. He now understands why Victor handed over such a large family to Craven to manage, and now it seems that it is not unreasonable. In addition to being extremely talented in management, Craven also has his own unique views on how to please his superiors. I have to say that it is really hard to find such employees with strong abilities and high emotional intelligence. Patting the other party's shoulder lightly, Chen Luo did not hide the praise on his face, and said softly, "You did a good job, Craven. From now on, the family will be taken care of by you. If you do a good job, I can also consider converting you into a member of the Yuan blood clan." Hearing this, Cleven was immediately overjoyed, and said with excitement on his face, "Master Chen Luo, don't worry. I will leave all these trivial matters to me in the future, and I will definitely not let you down. Hope." Nodding in satisfaction, Chen Luo came to the desk and sat down. Lying on the large recliner, looked at the other party with great interest and said, "Then the secretary you're looking for?" Before he finished speaking, Craven immediately understood what he meant, nodded quickly and said, "I'll call her in." After saying this, Craven quickly walked towards the door of the office. Not long after, there was a sound of high-heeled shoes stepping on the floor, and then there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Just after Chen Luo finished speaking, the door opened, followed by a beautiful woman with a hot body and a top-notch appearance, wearing a black suit, highlighting her hot figure incisively, striding forward, swaying towards Chen Luo. "Boss, are you looking for me?" The beauty blinked her big eyes full of electricity, looked straight at Chen Luo and said. Looking at the other party secretly, Chen Luo also nodded secretly in his heart, looking at the other party's top-notch appearance and figure in all aspects, very satisfied. "May I have your name?" "Boss, my name is Raven." "Raven?" Chen Luo nodded and was about to speak, but then, a familiar voice came out of his mind again. "Ding! It is detected that the host has found mutant, and now it is turned on." Chapter 135, Part 1. "Ding! It is detected that the host has found mutant, and the selection is now open. Option 1. Kill the mutant in front of you, and remove all the forces behind it. Reward: any attribute in strength, speed, spirit, and constitution is doubled. Option 2. Stand still and wait and see what happens. Reward: 10 attribute points. It's rare, just a few days later, the system will beep again. This is something that Chen Luo has never encountered before. Hearing the voice from the system, Chen Luo was shocked and thought quickly. There is no doubt that in terms of the reward range, it is reasonable to definitely choose the first reward to be the most cost-effective. However, judging from the system's past behavior, it is directly proportional to its rewards, and there are often higher risks behind it. In case of encountering a strong player that Chen Luo can't fight against, not to mention getting rewards from the system, I'm afraid even self-preservation is a problem. Mutant. Raven, wait. Suddenly, Chen Luo seemed to think of something, and he glanced at Ruewen in front of him calmly, his heart was a little shaken. If he remembers correctly, the real name of the famous mystique among the mutants seems to be Raven. If it's really her, isn't the force behind him the same as the mutant brotherhood controlled by Magneto? Who is Magneto? Chen Luo could not be more clear. That is one of the very few fourth-level mutants in the mutant family, possessing the terrifying ability to manipulate the magnetic field, and is one of the most powerful people on the Earth today. In today's era, when the superhero era has not completely come, in Chen Luo's opinion, there are only a few people who can pose a threat to a strong man like the City Magnetic Master. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, who was training in Kamar Taj, Professor X, who has the strongest spiritual ability on Earth, and Phoenix, who is still a teacher beside Professor X. Besides these few people, Chen Luo also can't think of it. There are others who can pose a threat to Magneto. Even now he is the same. Although his own strength can already be regarded as very strong, he is still a bit unsatisfactory in front of a strong man of Magneto's level. After all, in the peak period of Magneto, he was able to change the existence of the Earth's magnetic field by himself. Even though he has entered old age and his ability may have declined to a certain extent, there is no doubt that he is still at the top of the Earth. In the hands of such a strong man, tens of thousands of tons of steel are nothing more than toys in his hands, which can be manipulated by him. In modern human society, those powerful weapons can also be controlled by Magneto with a wave of his hand, coupled with his hostile attitude towards human beings. So the current government also regards Magneto as an unprecedented enemy. Like Chen Luo, Magneto is now one of the kings standing at the top in the dark world. It's just that unlike Chen Luo, the new king, Magneto has sat on the throne for decades, and during these decades, no one has ever been able to shake his throne to fight against such a strong man. The risk is too high for Chen Luo. In addition to this reason, there is another reason. That is, Chen Luo still does not know the purpose of Raven's coming to find him, whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Although his reputation as a butcher is already out there, it is also not in line with his character to do something to other people for no reason. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chen Luo finally made a choice. Choose 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The rewards have been issued. Because the second choice did not require anything from Chen Luo, the rewards had already been distributed the moment the choice was made. Ignoring the prompt from the system, Chen Luo looked at Raven in front of him calmly, remained silent for a moment, and then asked slowly, "Miss Raven? Then may I ask, why did you come here to apply for my secretary?" Chen Luo didn't directly expose Rui Wen's identity, but tried to find out the other party's intentions by making side effects. Facing Chen Luo's question, Raven slightly hooked the corners of his mouth, showing a charming smile, and then said, "I think, facing such an opportunity, no one should refuse it. After all, you are one of the richest people in this country, even in the whole world. It should be my honor to be your personal secretary." If Chen Luo hadn't gone to Europe a few days ago, Raven would have directly expressed his intention to come when he saw Chen Luo for the first time. However, just as he was on his way to New York, Magneto suddenly contacted her. Chapter 135, Part 2. After learning about Chen Luo, Magneto became interested in Chen Luo for a while, so he ordered to search for some information about Chen Luo, and after learning more, Magneto suddenly thought of another idea. One that is there any possibility of further cooperation between them? Although Chen Luo is not a mutant like him, there is no doubt that Chen Luo's way of dealing with affairs coincides with Magneto's. For others, Chen Luo, who slaughtered close to 10,000 people, is undoubtedly a cold-blooded butcher, but for Magneto, such a decisive performance is undoubtedly very appetizing to him. This also made him appreciate Chen Luo even more. Definitely besides this point, the wealth in Chen Luo's hands is also an indispensable factor. After his investigation, Magneto was surprised to find that today's Chen Luo has a huge wealth close to 1 trillion yuan, and this is the result of Chen Luo's failure to integrate the forces of European vampires. If the European vampires join the Chen Luo family, there is no doubt that Chen Luo's wealth will definitely exceed the trillion mark. Such a terrifying number, even in today's world, is definitely one of the best. Although like the Mutant Brotherhood, the power of the vampire family is also a member of the Dark World, but different from them, the human world has an extraordinary tolerance for the power of the vampire side. As for the reason, it is also very simple. That is, in the eyes of high-level human beings, the power of the vampire family is not enough to cause any harm to them. After all, the weaknesses of vampires are well known. As long as you deal with them carefully and equip enough weapons and ammunition, the human side will definitely have an absolute chance of winning. In addition to this point, the long life that vampires can bring to people is also a huge amount of temptation for high-level human beings. Regarding this point, even Magneto, who has always been proud of his identity as a mutant, has to admit that compared to mutants, in terms of longevity, vampires do have an absolute advantage. And it is with the help of such a long life, in these hundreds of years, the vampires all over the world can gather such a huge wealth, and now with the unified pace of Chen Luo, these wealth are also gathered to his name. In stark contrast to Chen Luo's side, Mutant is now being beaten by everyone. After being suppressed by countries all over the world, mutants' living environment is becoming more and more difficult. Therefore, in terms of funds, it's getting tighter and tighter. In Magneto's mind, if they can reach a cooperation with Chen Luo on the funding issue, then their mutant situation will be much better. Although he was very moved by this idea, Magneto was not very sure about Chen Luo's attitude. So after thinking for a while, he finally decided to ask Raven to approach Chen Luo to find out Chen Luo's attitude towards the mutant family. After receiving this order, Raven immediately changed his mind. Not long after, with the arrival of Kraven, the Chen Luo group also announced the recruitment of a secretary. It was precisely after seeing this opportunity that Raven immediately made a decisive decision. After using some small tricks, he got the quota very smoothly. And today, it was the first time she met Chen Luo since she joined the company. Hearing the other party's answer, Chen Luo smiled and didn't say much, but a look of interest flashed in his eyes. The work here is very hard, Miss Raven. Are you sure you can hold on? I guess that's not a problem for me. Raven nodded and replied confidently. Well, I don't have any other questions. I'll leave it to you in the future, Miss Raven. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, then stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing Chen Luo's movements, Raven's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Boss, where are you going? I'm with you. As Chen Luo's personal secretary, as long as she is working, she has the right to accompany her. However, what she didn't know was that after finding Cleven, the big housekeeper, Chen Luo was no longer interested in dealing with the trivial matters of management. If I hadn't become interested in her personal secretary today, maybe I wouldn't have come here, but went home to meet Erica, who had been waiting for a long time. Now that they have met each other now, Chen Luo has no intention of staying here any longer, and definitely he will not bring Raven to his home at random. So after hearing what the other party said, Chen Luo immediately refused. Zero? Asking for flowers? No need, Ms. Raven. I think you still have a lot of work to do here. You can stay here first. I have to go home first. Miss Raven will not plan to go back with me, will you? Chapter 135, Part 3. Originally, Chen Luo thought that what he said was obvious enough, and Raven should have been able to hear what he meant clearly, but he didn't want the other party to wink at him after hearing what he said, which was very bold. The opening said, "If you ask so, boss, I don't seem to have any reason to refuse." He had somewhat forgotten that Raven was born in the same era as Magneto. Although her lifespan has been increased a lot due to the mutant gene, even if decades have passed, her lifespan is not obvious now. Old. But in terms of her life experience, she is much more experienced than Chen Luo, so she couldn't hear the polite refusal in Chen Luo's words. But how could this make her give up? After listening to Magneto's explanation, Raven also understood the importance of Chen Luo to their mutant clan, so she had already made up her mind to give something before she came here to apply for the job. Intend. After all, some time ago, her investigation of Chen Luo was not in vain. Before the time when Chen Luo and Tony disappeared, she knew very well about the whereabouts of Chen Luo and Tony, so she naturally understood Chen Luo's whereabouts. The essence of Playboy. With her conditions, Raven has absolute self-confidence, and Chen Luo absolutely cannot refuse her own, which is almost an explicit hint. However, just when she was full of confidence, Chen Luo's choice was completely beyond his expectations. Sorry, but someone is waiting for me at home. Let's talk about it later. Chen Luo waved his hand, and under Raven's astonished gaze, he quickly left the office and disappeared into the corridor. Walking on the road, recalling what Raven said just now, Chen Luo also became a little vigilant. If you don't know Raven's true identity, with his personality, he would not refuse the invitation of such a beautiful woman. However, it is different now. Before he knows the purpose of the other party approaching him, he should be more careful. Good. Afterwards, Chen Luo quickly left the building, got into the car again, informed Brutal, and then drove towards his home. Queens, as the poorest district in New York City, logically speaking, a rich man like Chen Luo has no intention of choosing to live here. Only a place like Hatton is Chen Luo's home. However, the reason why Chen Luo chose this place is very simple, mainly for safety reasons. Although it is a well-known poor area in New York, the crime rate here is also the highest in the whole city, but they are just ordinary people, and there will be no threat to his existence, as long as there is an elite team stationed near his home, is enough to ensure that they will not be disturbed by others. However, it would be different in Manhattan. In this world, if New York is known as the center of the universe, then Manhattan is where all kinds of major events take place. Although the law and order there is usually very good, once a battle breaks out, its scale and destructive power are not comparable to those small fights in Queens. In a crisis like the Hulk or alien invasion, an elite vampire squad alone can't stop the opponent. Therefore, after all considerations, this area, which is regarded as poor and chaotic by everyone, is actually the safest place in New York. Back in the villa in Queens, Erica, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed towards Chen Luo impatiently, and after another hard fight, the room returned to tranquility. After returning home, for the past few days, Chen Luo has been staying with Erica, enjoying the meticulous care of his personal butler, and for a while he felt a little bit reluctant to leave. However, he felt comfortable. He stayed in the headquarters building and worked for several days. After Raven didn't see Chen Luo coming here again, she finally came to her senses. I'm afraid what Chen Luo said before is true. He really wants to be a shopkeeper now. After knowing what Chen Luo was thinking, Raven, who had originally thought about waiting for Chen Luo to come back to work here, took advantage of the opportunity of work and approached slowly, finally couldn't bear it anymore. After all, the purpose of her coming here is to get to know Chen Luo more deeply, and now that the other party does not show up, she must adopt other means. Thinking of this, Raven's eyes flashed, and then he immediately started to move. Chapter 136, Part 1. As usual, Chen Luo stayed at home with Erica for the next 2 weeks without taking a single step. After handing over most of the family's affairs to Klein, Chen Luo has completely become a hands-off shopkeeper, and his life can be described as very comfortable. Definitely, for the mutant Raven, Chen Luo has never forgotten. In the past 2 weeks, he has been asking Craven to report to him about the situation of the other party. After work, I also felt a little surprised in my heart. If it really is what he thinks, and Raven is really the mystique he knows, then he believes that the other party must have other purposes for coming here. Therefore, even if the other party hadn't made any moves yet, Chen Luo didn't dare to be careless at all, and still told Craven to stare at the other party closely. Regarding this, although Cleven was a little curious in his heart, he wisely did not ask any further questions, and quickly agreed. However, what Chen Luo doesn't know is that the purpose of the other party's trip has nothing to do with other people. Most of her attention now is actually on the position where Chen Luo is looking for trouble. Above. After 2 weeks of continuous efforts, she finally managed to find out where Chen Luo lived. Raven knows that the place where she is now is the stronghold of vampires, so she needs to be cautious in every move she makes here. In order not to be discovered by her actions, Raven had no choice but to start the investigation after get-off work every day, which is why it took her so long to find the real location of Chen Luo. And when she learned that Chen Luo lived in Queens, Raven was stunned. She also did not expect that, as one of the world's richest men, Chen Luo would not choose Manhattan, where rich 997 people gather, but choose Queens, which is known as a poor area. Confused. Although she was a little puzzled, Raven didn't think much about it. After learning the location of Chen Luo, she immediately started the next step. First, he rented an apartment not far from the villa where Chen Luo lived, and moved in. In fact, if she wants to be closer to Chen Luo, she has no other choice, that is to buy another villa in the villa area next to Chen Luo to live in, so that the distance from Chen Luo will undoubtedly be much closer. However, the reason why she didn't choose such a method is that there is only one reason in the final analysis: no money. In fact, to be honest, during these decades of living in the world, she has actually accumulated a lot of wealth, at least tens of millions of dollars. She bought a villa in Queens. It shouldn't be a problem for her. But the premise is that the money must be in her hands. In these decades, every time she got the money, it didn't stay in her hands for long, and she was sent to Xavier's school where Professor X was located and Magneto's mutant brotherhood. As the two most famous forces in the mutant world, whenever mutants are born in the world, as long as they want to get shelter, the only forces they can choose are Xavier's school and mutant brotherhood. But there are no exceptions. If it is an existence with great potential among mutants, then as a hidden force in the mutant world, Hellfire Club will also invite them. And if you want to train newcomers, then sufficient sources of funds are also essential. As a member of the Mutant Brotherhood, at the same time, because she grew up with Professor X Charles, and because she is the first generation of X-Men, she also has a deep affection for Xavier's school. It is precisely because she knows that these two forces need to consume a lot of money to train newcomers, so all of Raven's savings have been invested in these two over the years, which has also led to the fact that she now has very little savings left. Although with her ability, it is not difficult to get a lot of money in a short period of time. But don't forget that her current identity is very sensitive in this country. Once her whereabouts are exposed, it will inevitably lead to the pursuit of relevant personnel. At that time, her plan to get close to Chen Luo will undoubtedly come to naught. So in the interest of prudence, in the end, she decided to proceed with caution. After renting the apartment, in the following week, she often went to check next to the villa where Chen Lu was after get-off work. After a week of observation, gradually, she had a rough plan in mind on how to get close to Chen Luo. This morning, Erica went out early in the morning, planning to go to the supermarket to buy today's ingredients. Ever since Chen Luo came back, as Chen Luo's appointed little housekeeper, Erica has taken care of Chen Luo in every possible way, whether it's life or food, and she doesn't want to leave home at all. It was also at this time that Chen Luo finally realized what the extravagant life of the ancient nobles looked like. Chapter 136, Part 2. Because Chen Luo likes Chinese food, Erica specially found a Chinese chef to teach her cooking skills a few days before coming here. After several days of study, although she still doesn't know how to cook those difficult dishes, she is quite proficient in some relatively simple dishes. In the process of learning to cook, Erica gradually fell in love with cooking. So in recent days, She has been going to the supermarket to buy 10 large quantities of ingredients every day. In order to make dishes with better taste, the freshness of the ingredients is also a very important factor. So after arriving at the supermarket, Erica often has to choose for nearly an hour to choose the ingredients she needs. As for Erica's whereabouts, after this week's investigation, Raven also has a deep understanding, so she chose to be here today, in order to create an opportunity to meet Erica. In front of the supermarket shelves, just as Erica was concentrating on selecting the ingredients she needed for cooking today, suddenly, there was an exclamation. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of objects falling, Erica saw a few tomatoes rolling to her feet in a short time. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Lady, are you all right? Then, a beautiful figure came to Erica, looked at her with apologetic face, and apologized in a low voice. It's okay. Just be more careful next time. It was not the first time that Erica encountered such a sudden rupture of the food packaging bag, so it was not surprising. She waved her hand casually, looked up at the other party and said. However, when she saw the face of the person in front of her, Erica was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted instantly suddenly. Are you? Raven? In front of Erica, Raven pretended to be a little surprised, looked at her with wide eyes and said, You know me? Definitely no. Seeing Raven's delicate and charming face, as well as the sexy figure that can be vaguely seen in the loose casual clothes, Erica frowned, and a hint of hostility subconsciously flashed in her eyes. As a small jealousy, Erica was jealous for a long time when she saw Chen Luo and Serena walking so close. Now that Serena and Eva are staying in Europe, it is hard for her to be alone with Chen Luo time. She definitely doesn't want to see other people competing with her. So when she learned that her elder brother had even found Chen Luo a private secretary, she was even more angry and threatened to sever the sibling relationship with Cleven. If Chen Luo hadn't been there to persuade her later, she wouldn't have forgiven him so easily other side. Although the flag has died down temporarily, Erica has deeply engraved Raven's appearance in her mind, so it is not surprising that she can recognize Raven at the first sight. Seeing Erica looking at him with somewhat hostile eyes, Raven raised his eyebrows slightly, and a sudden flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he understood instantly. While feeling a little funny in his heart, Raven also felt more confident about today's action. You're Chen's personal secretary, right? I remember your name, Raven. At this time, Erica's voice sounded. She looked straight at Raven and said word by word, I'm really sorry, Raven. Chen has already handed over the affairs of headquarters to Craven. If there is nothing to do, he will not go to headquarters. So if you have anything to do in the future, just ask Craven. Hope you understand. Raven can naturally feel Erica's rejection of him, but it doesn't bother her at all. Having struggled in society for decades, Raven's life experience is completely incomparable to Erica's. Even in terms of life expectancy, Erica has lived hundreds of years longer than Raven, but usually she is living in the castle. She has no contact with the outside world, so her mind is relatively simple. You can tell a thing or two about that from the unabashed hostility he gives Raven the first time he sets eyes on him. And for this kind of simple-minded little girl, Rueisha naturally has a way to deal with it. Ma'am, you are? After hearing Erica's words, Raven blinked suspiciously, looked at her for a while, then suddenly realized and said, You must be Boss's girlfriend, right? Ma'am, I think you must have misunderstood something. I don't have any other thoughts about Boss. After a pause, Raven raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. After all, I have a boyfriend. Ah. Hearing this, Erica screamed subconsciously. Her face flushed instantly. A trace of embarrassment visible to the naked eye flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head, not daring to look at her, and apologized softly. No, sorry. I thought. Erica never imagined that the other party would see through all her thoughts just now, and what made her even more embarrassed was that the other party had a boyfriend, which meant that her previous speculation about Raven was completely it's all nonsense. Chapter 136, Part 3. Realizing that she had misunderstood the other party, Erica felt a deep apology in her heart. Raven didn't seem to care too much about this. He waved his hand lightly, looked at her, and said with an understanding face, It's okay, lady. I can actually understand how you feel. And the reason why you did this is because you like the boss so much? To be honest, if there is a girl like you by the side of the boss should be very happy. Seeing Raven's sincere eyes, Erica's impression of her suddenly became better. After knowing the fact that the other party already had a boyfriend, Erica no longer had any defenses against her in her heart. A smile bloomed on her face again, and she stretched out her right hand. The first said, Let's get to know each other again. My name is Erica. Raven. Faced with the kindness offered by Erica, Raven definitely had no reason to refuse, and also stretched out his palm and held it tightly. It has to be said that after the contradiction of Chen Luo disappeared, the relationship between the two developed rapidly. After chatting for a while, the two had already added each other's contact information. In the end, Erica saw that it was late. She was still busy going home to cook for Chen Luo, so she had to bid farewell to Raven with a look of reluctance. Raven, I'll go now. You'll come here tomorrow, right? Let's meet here then. Erica waved her hand. A look of reluctance flashed across her face and said, okay, see you next time then. Raven also waved, and then watched the other party leave from the supermarket. When Erica's back finally disappeared, Raven smiled even more. Thinking of the results achieved today, she was extremely satisfied. It has to be said that for a simple-minded existence like Erica, Raven can be said to be handy in dealing with it. After just a brief chat for a while, the relationship between the two is strained. It's a lot closer. If this situation continues, it won't be long before he can successfully get the chance to get close to Chen Luo. And the subsequent development was exactly as Raven expected. In the following week, the two often met in the supermarket. Under Raven's deliberate friendship, the two gradually became good girlfriends who talked about everything. The department has developed by leaps and bounds. And as the relationship between the two progressed, finally, from Erica's mouth, Raven got the 4.7 words she had been waiting for a long time. Raven, I remember tomorrow seems to be the weekend, right? Do you have any plans? If not, would you like to come to my house as a guest? Hearing this, Raven's eyes flickered, and then he immediately calmed down, smiled calmly, and said softly, okay. It just so happens that I haven't been in a villa yet. Now I have a chance. That's right. I remember Raven. You live in an apartment now, right? How's the environment there? At this time, Erica seemed to have thought of something and said with some pity on her face, I remember that the villa we lived in also had a lot of spare rooms. It's a pity, if it wasn't for Raven. If you have a boyfriend, you can move in and live with me. Oh. Raven turned his head, winked at Erica, and said with a smile, Erica, are you assured that I will move in and live with you? Don't you worry that I will rob you of your boyfriend? Erica shook her head, hooked one of Raven's arms, with a sweet smile on her face. I believe, Raven, you wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing Erica's determined expression, Raven smiled, and his heart was slightly shaken. Then we'll see you tomorrow. The two waved their hands, bid farewell to each other, and left. Raven stood there, watching Erica's disappearing back. His expression suddenly became a little complicated, and he didn't know what he thought of. After a moment of silence, Raven sighed softly, and then turn around and leave. Soon after, inside the villa where Chen Luo is. What are you saying, Erica? You're inviting Raven over to your house? Hearing the news from Erica, Chen Luo suddenly looked at her in astonishment and asked in disbelief. Chapter 137, Part 1. Yeah, Chen, haven't I told you before? Erica turned her head, blinked her big eyes, with a look of joy visible to the naked eye, and said, Raven is my best friend now. She's really nice. You don't know. We went together the other day sharing her experience with Raven these days, sharing with Chen Luo, talking about these things. Erica's eyes shone brightly, and she was obviously very satisfied with Raven, a new best friend. B. Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Luo did not refuse Erica's arrangement and said with a smile, Since you've already said that, Erica, let's do what you said. How about it? Do you need my help with tomorrow's dinner? No need. You just wait here obediently. Leave it to me. Recently I learned a few new dishes. I'll let you see if my cooking skills have improved. Erica's face was full of happiness, and she threw herself into Chen Luo's arms, holding it tenderly for a moment. Then she couldn't wait to run into the kitchen and start preparing for tomorrow's dinner. Looking at the energetic appearance of the other party, Chen Luo first smiled, and then an inexplicable gleam flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what he thought of, and he couldn't help but understand. He hadn't figured it out before. If Raven was really mystique as he thought, then what was the purpose of her coming here? But looking at it now, combined with the opponent's series of actions, Chen Luo had a faint understanding in his heart. If he guessed correctly, the purpose of the other party's coming here is probably to get close to him. As for what the other party wants to do after approaching him, this is undoubtedly another mystery. Interesting, let me see. What is your purpose? Thinking of this, a smile slowly formed on the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already the second night. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Raven appeared in front of Chen Luo's villa on time, and the guards near the villa got the news 2 years ago. When they saw the other party coming, they didn't stop him and chose to let him go. Soon, when Raven came to the gate of the villa, the doorbell rang. Not long after, the gate opened. Erica poked her head out and saw Raven coming. With a smile on her face, she pulled her hand full of enthusiasm. Move your hand towards the door. Raven, you're finally here. Come on, I've already prepared dinner, and I'm just waiting for you to come over. Holding Raven's hand, the two came to the living room talking and laughing. At this moment, Chen Luo, who was sitting on the sofa, seemed to finally come to his senses. He slowly raised his head and looked beside Erica. Raven, who came here as a guest, wore a sexy low-X dress, which highlighted his hot figure to the fullest, and coupled with his delicate and charming face, it gave people an indescribable attraction. A look of amazement flashed across his eyes. Chen Luo slowly got up, came to the other party, and said with a light smile, "Raven, long time no see. It seems like a month has passed since the last time we met. How is it? Are you still used to the work at headquarters?" "Thank you, boss, for your concern. Everything is fine here." Raven looked at Chen Luo with a faint look, sighed slowly, and then said, "But boss, you haven't come to the headquarters all this time, and I don't have much work to do as a private secretary. If this continues, I don't know how long I can do this job. I'm afraid that after a while, when Mr. Craven notices that I don't have any jobs here, he might consider firing me." "How can that be?" Hearing this, beside Raven, Erica, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed her expression and said urgently, "Raven, don't worry, with Chen here, Craven will never fire you." After saying this, Erica immediately turned her head, looked at Chen Luo, and asked impatiently, "Chen, are you right? You won't let Raven lose his job, right? Raven is my good friend. Don't let her go." Seeing the anxious expression on Erica's face, beside her, Raven's heart trembled, and the complicated look in his eyes flashed away. In the decades of Raven's life, except for the experience of living with Charles when she was a child, she spent the rest of her time as a member of the Mutant Brotherhood, traveling around the world to gather information. Because of the mutant ability, Raven can be described as an out-and-out ace spy in Magneto's eyes. So every time she is sent out to perform tasks such as lurking, espionage, or assassination. In such a working environment, Raven meets all kinds of people, and is used to the complexity and darkness of people's hearts. As his experience increases, Raven also becomes more and more close to his own feelings. But this time is an exception. When deciding to use Erica as a breakthrough to get close to Chen Luo, Raven had already made a series of plans in his heart. Chapter 137, Part 2. However, as time went by, after getting to know Erica better, Raven's thoughts gradually came into being. Shaken. With her experience, how could she fail to see Erica's true nature, even though Erica's actual age is several times older than Raven? But because she has been under Craven's protection for hundreds of years, therefore, her character still maintains the original appearance, pure in mind, innocent, and cute. In layman's terms, it is undoubtedly a silly white sweet. For Erica's character, not only Chen Luo, but even a well-informed person like Raven can't help but love her, and can't bear to hurt her at all. Before, she planned to use her own advantages to attract Chen Luo to achieve her goal after approaching Chen Luo, but this idea gradually began to dissipate with the contact with Erica. Looking at Erica beside her, when she thought of trying to snatch a man from her, she couldn't get through this hurdle no matter what. Looks like there's no other way to do it. Raven sighed secretly, and after she made this decision, somehow, Raven suddenly felt better, and his expression became more natural. In Raven's heart, this is obviously a clear conscience, but in Chen Luo's eyes, her performance made him even more jealous of her. As expected of the famous Mystique, the psychological quality is really strong. Even I can't see a flaw. If I hadn't known your identity earlier, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by you. But now I want to see, what is your purpose for approaching me? Chen Luo's heart was dark, his face remained calm, and he smiled and said, "That's right. Since Ms. Raven is Erica's good friend, I will tell him about Craven's side. Don't worry, Ms. Erica. Your job will not be lost no matter what." After a pause, Chen Luo seemed to think of something again, and said again, "By the way, Ms. Raven anyway, I'm not usually in the headquarters, so the position of private secretary is not suitable for you? If you want to change your position, just tell me, and I will help you find a way." Hearing this, Erica on the side also nodded and said, "Raven, if you don't like this job, you can?" Before he finished speaking, Raven interrupted with a smile. "I don't think this is necessary. I am very satisfied with my current job." Speaking of this, Ruewen looked at Chen Luo and the two blinked and said, "After all, such an easy and high-paying job is hard to find now." Raven's words are indeed telling the truth. After all, he can get a high salary of tens of thousands of dollars a month without having to work. Such a job is something other people dream of, even Raven. Compared with her previous spy career, her current life is like heaven. After hearing Raven's words, Chen Luo couldn't help laughing, but at the same time became more and more vigilant. After the trial just now, Chen Luo became more and more sure that the other party's target was himself, and in order to get close to him, the other party used Erica as a breakthrough point. This behavior undoubtedly touched Chen Luo's back scale, so, when he knew that the other party was coming here, he had already made a secret decision in his heart. Now Chen Luo does not intend to continue the stalemate with the other party, no matter what purpose the other party has for approaching him. As long as there is a possibility of hurting Erica, he must stop it as much as possible. So after the dinner was over, Chen Luo planned to have a showdown with the other party. It would be fine if the other party had no malice, but if not, then don't blame me for being rude. A faint murderous intent flashed in Chen Luo's heart, but his face remained calm. He smiled and beckoned the other party to sit down and then planned to eat. "Oh, that's right." At this moment, Raven seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly took out a gift box from the satchel beside him, handed it to the two of them, and said with a smile, "This is a gift I brought here today. I hope you like it." This is already a tradition in this country, so Chen Luo was not surprised by it. Erica took the gift box with anticipation on her face, and she couldn't wait to open it on the spot. However, at this moment, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Erica, let me do it. Don't you still have some dishes to serve? Now is the time too. Don't make Raven wait too long." Reminded by Chen Luo, Erica also suddenly remembered, nodded quickly, then handed the gift box to Chen Luo, turned and ran towards the kitchen. While Erica went to the kitchen, Chen Luo slowly opened the gift box, and while opening it, Chen Luo became more and more vigilant. After knowing Raven's true identity, Chen Luo was a little wary of the gift she gave, so he didn't let Erica do it himself, because he was worried about the danger in this gift, do damage to Erica. Chapter 137, Part 3. Following his movements, Chen Luo's heart froze when the things wrapped in the gift box gradually revealed their true appearance. Taking the things in the gift box into her hands, at the same time, Erica finally walked out of the kitchen and sat down at the dining table again. After seeing the gift in Chen Luo's hands, she couldn't help showing a pleasant smile on her face. "Wow, what a beautiful cake. Raven, did you make this yourself?" "That definitely." Raven nodded slowly and said with a smile on his face, "This cake is my best. The taste will definitely satisfy you. To be honest, before I came here, I really hesitated for a while about what to send, but when I thought that you all have everything, so I can only send some food. I hope you don't feel disgusted." "How could it be?" Erica waved her hands again and said, "I love this gift, and the cake looks delicious too. Raven, can I try it now?" "Definitely yes. This is for you." Raven nodded and replied with a smile, "Then I won't be polite." Hearing these 323 words, Erica's eyes lit up, looking at the cake in her hand. She was about to pick up a piece and try it immediately. However, at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly reached out and took the cake from Erica's hand. Zhang Ai took a bite. "Let me taste what it tastes like first." Before she could react, Chen Luo swallowed the cake in one gulp, closed his eyes and felt it for a while. His heart relaxed, and a hint of admiration slowly appeared on his face. "This tastes really good. Raven, your craft is amazing." "Really?" Erica's big eyes flickered, and she didn't care about Chen Luo snatching her cake before, then picked up another piece and opened her mouth to bite down. "Wow, delicious." Feeling the taste in her mouth, Erica's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Her face was full of satisfaction. "As long as you like it." After trying a piece at the very beginning and making sure that there was nothing wrong with the cake, Chen Luo didn't stop Erica's action, and she still ate the cake cleanly. In the previous hundreds of years, because Erica was a vampire, her food can only be blood. The food that humans eat is not good for her. It is said that it seems to be highly poisonous, and it is completely inaccessible. Even if you force yourself to eat it, you will eventually be unable to bear it and vomit out. And this situation was not completely improved until she was transformed into the Source Blood clan by Chen Luo. After finally recovering to a normal sense of taste, Erica especially likes to taste all kinds of delicacies, and this is also the top 10 reasons why she gradually fell in love with cooking. As time passed, gradually, today's dinner finally came to an end. "Let's talk first. I'll go clean the dishes." Smiling and rejecting Raven's plan to help, Erica took the plate on the table and walked quickly to the kitchen, humming a brisk song, and began to get busy. At this moment, only Chen Luo and Raven were left in the living room. They sat at the two ends of the sofa respectively, without saying a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little silent. After a while, suddenly, the two turned their heads together, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Raven, I have something to ask you." "Boss, I have something to tell you." As soon as these two sentences came out, the two were silent again for a moment, and then Chen Luo spoke first and asked, "Then you go ahead. Do you have anything to tell me?" Hearing this, there was a flash of struggle in Raven's eyes, and his eyes turned to the kitchen unconsciously, and finally made a decision. Looking at Chen Luo, Raven's face was full of solemnity, and he said slowly, "Boss, there's actually something I haven't told you about my true identity. I'm actually a mutant." Chapter 138, Part 1. After a moment of silence, finally, Chen Luo spoke slowly. "You say you're a mutant? Any proof?" Speaking of this, Chen Luo looked straight at the other party and said word by word, "Also, if you are really a mutant, I can ask, what is your purpose for approaching me?" Facing Chen Luo's question, Raven also answered seriously, "To be honest, the reason I came here is to bring you Magneto's greetings." After a pause, she continued, "Eric wants to know, does Mr. Chen Luo have any interest in cooperating with Mutant Brotherhood? More precisely, it is Eric who wants to form an alliance with Mr. Chen Luo. If the mutant family can unite with the vampire family under Mr. Chen Luo's command, it will be a beneficial choice for both parties." After saying this, Raven blinked at Chen Luo and smiled meaningfully. "Are you right, Mr. Chen Luo?" After changing the plan, Raven also gave up his original plan and chose to truthfully tell Chen Luo about his intentions. After seeing Chen Luo's frightening power at the beginning, Raven was not sure whether he could escape from the opponent after he discovered his identity. But this is also based on the premise that Chen Luo has a negative view of mutant before he will do it. It is precisely because of this fear that even though Raven has decided to tell the truth, he lifted Magneto out at the very beginning as his own backing, in order to make Chen Luo feel scruples and not feel free to emigrate to yourself. First of all, he showed his whole cards directly, and he came here with good intentions. So after saying these words, Raven was quite sure that even if Chen Luo disagreed with the alliance, he would not treat her do something. And the truth is exactly as she thought. After finally knowing the origin of the other party, Chen Luo finally understood in his heart. Although he is a bit afraid of Magneto, if Raven really has bad intentions, then he will definitely not be polite. Although Mystique's ability is indeed very strong to some extent, but in the eyes of a powerhouse like Chen Luo, it's still not worth mentioning. Perhaps he is not as good at infiltrating and collecting intelligence as the other party, but when it comes to fighting, Chen Luo has absolute confidence that the other party will never be able to do one move in his hands. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he thought. After learning that the other party came to him for the purpose of uniting with him, Chen Luo's heart began to come alive. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo slowly put on an inexplicable smile on his face and said meaningfully, "It seems that Ms. Raven already knew my identity. I think in the entire dark world, there should be no one who doesn't know the butcher's big customer." Raven nodded, admitting without any hesitation. Just before Chen Luo came back, a series of things about what he did in Europe had spread throughout the dark world. When everyone learned that the vampire forces in Europe had also joined Chen Luo's command, even though they had already expected it in their hearts, they still couldn't help being shocked. In just a few short months, all the European vampire forces that have been passed down for hundreds of years have already fallen into Chen Luo's hands. Like the North Bear Kingdom a few months ago, they have become a member of Chen Luo's command. After successively integrating the two vampire kingdoms of Northern Bear and Europe, there are still a considerable number of vampires in the Kingdom of Amelia who have not joined Chen Luo's command. But this is only a matter of time. After there are enough talents here, we will immediately start to carry out the final unification. At that time, after all the vampire forces in America have been integrated by Chen Luo, then in the whole world, Chen Luo will be the well-deserved autonomy of all vampires. The wealth, power, and contacts accumulated by the entire vampire clan for hundreds of years will all be attributed to Chen Luo, and his accumulation will also reach an unprecedented terrifying number. At that time, with the power in his hands, not to mention in the dark world, even in the whole world, he will have huge amounts of influence. Wouldn't an ally of this strength be the best choice for the mutant family whose living environment is becoming more and more difficult today? Officially, because of seeing this, Raven also tried her best to facilitate this cooperation with Chen Luo, so she even accepted to pay for herself, as long as she could get a nod from Chen Luo. However, she wanted to take the initiative to seduce Chen Luo, but after meeting Erica, she became a little hesitation. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay the price, it was just that she didn't want to hurt the heart of her good friend. As for Raven's entangled thoughts at the moment, Chen Luo was completely unaware. Chapter 138, Part 2. After learning of the other party's intention, Chen Luo no longer had the killing intent before, narrowed his eyes slightly, leaned back, and asked with a smile, "Since you already know my identity, what about you, Ms. Raven? Shouldn't you also introduce yourself well? I heard that mutants' abilities are innumerable, but I don't know, Miss Raven. What kind of abilities do you have?" Hearing this, Raven was silent for a while, and then, under Chen Luo's slightly surprised gaze, she finally made a move. Originally charming, Raven with an extremely hot figure began to change instantly, with a dark blue ripple emerging from her body, and then, her body, clothing, and even appearance, all changed rapidly. When the changes finally stopped, Chen Luo looked at the figure exactly like himself that appeared in front of him at this moment, and couldn't help but wonder, interesting ability. Can it change into someone else's appearance? Mystique, that's what other people call me. Opposite Chen Luo, Raven's body quickly recovered and replied with a smile. It's really a very convenient ability. Being able to change your appearance freely, this ability is indeed very suitable for performing latent tasks. I think that's why Magneto let you approach me with confidence. Speaking of this, Chen Luo's tone paused for a moment. The smile on his face remained undiminished, and then he said, "But since you want to unite with me, I wonder if Ms. Raven can show her true colors? After all, I don't know if Ms. Raven's current appearance is your disguise. I think you should also show some sincerity of your own, right?" Hearing this, the smile on Raven's face stagnated, and the corners of his mouth were hooked a little stiffly, and he said, "Mr. Chen Luo, don't worry, this is my original appearance. I will not deceive you about this." "Really?" Chen Luo smiled inexplicably and spoke slowly, "But as far as I know, Mystique is in the dark world, but people call him a blue devil. Such a title, I think it should represent something, right? Raven. After a moment of silence, Raven's body changed again under Chen Luo's gaze. This time, she finally didn't have anything to hide, and she showed her dark blue skin in front of Chen Luo without using her ability. Reddish-brown short hair, yellow eyes, black vertical pupils appearing, looks dangerous and beautiful. The dark blue skin is engraved with some complicated lines, because it adds a bit of mystery. After completely taking off his disguise, Raven at this moment looks like a legendary demon, giving people a great visual impact. After completely revealing his body in front of Chen Luo couldn't help being amazed when he saw the other person's appearance at the moment. What a strange form. Is this the mutant? This is the first time I've seen it. Seeing Chen Luo's expression of admiration, Raven's uneasy heart suddenly calmed down. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Aren't you afraid of what I look like?" I said, "You don't have any misunderstandings about us vampires, do you?" Shaking his head, under the surprised gaze of the other party, the two fangs at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth suddenly bulged, and the ends of his hands, sharp claws stretched out in an instant, appearing in front of her. And this was not over yet. Immediately behind Chen Luo, a pair of bone spears grew rapidly from the shoulder blades, exposed to the air. Looking at the pair of bone spears waving around, as the bone spears passed by, clear tearing air sounds rang out. If you look carefully, there is even a faint metallic luster on them. Even if you have never been there, Raven can still clearly hear them. Feel the lethality of this pair of bone spears. Seeing this scene, Raven narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but say, I am my true form." Chen Luo turned his head, looked at the other party with a half-smile, and said slowly, "So don't think that we vampires all look like ordinary people, but our insides are completely different." At this point, Chen Luo didn't know what to think of, and said in a faint voice, "It's like you mutant. We will never be accepted by human society." Hearing this, Raven's heart moved. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Chen Luo, what do you mean?" "You should understand what I mean." Facing the expectant eyes of the other party, Chen Luo nodded slowly, but then changed the subject and said, "But before that, I want to know, what does Lord Magneto want from me? And what can you give me?" Regarding this point, I hope to have the opportunity to discuss it with Lord Magneto in person. After learning from Raven the real purpose of her coming to find him, Chen Luo also had some thoughts about this cooperation. Chen Luo is naturally very clear about the terrifying potential of the mutant race. Chapter 138, Part 3. Although most of the mutants are in the first or second level category, they have huge physical defects, and their abilities are relatively weak, and they may only be a little stronger than ordinary people, but because of their weird appearance, they are rejected by human society. Compared with the mutants of the first and second levels, starting from the mutants of the third level, which is the Gamma level, this situation is very different. Mutants of this level not only have the same appearance as ordinary people, but also have extremely strong abilities. Facing ordinary humans, it is not difficult for them to be an enemy. Compared with the vampire clan, this kind of strength undoubtedly surpassed the vast majority of people. According to Chen Luo's estimation, among the forces he has mastered, only a few such as Blade, Lucian, and Serena can match it. Definitely this is also related to the fact that they are still not familiar with their vampirism abilities. If vampirism develops in the future, their strength will be further improved. But this is only at the Gamma level. If there is another level, that is, a fourth level mutant like Magneto and Professor X, it can even fight against a country with its own strength. Such strength has undoubtedly stood in the world top. Even Chen Luo, who is now so powerful, has no certainty of winning in the face of such an existence. What's even more outrageous is that, on top of this, there is another higher level of mutant, just like the piano with Phoenix Force, or the one with Chaos Force the Scarlet Witch, not to mention fighting against a country. Even the existence of the entire universe that can fight against it is very few. In front of such a strong man, Chen Luo and his vampire clan seem so insignificant. As long as the other party is willing, I'm afraid they don't even have a chance to react. If not, it will silently turn into dust and dissipate in the air. Such a family with unlimited potential, it is impossible to say that Chen Luo has no ideas in his heart, and even in his heart, there is still an extremely crazy idea that wants to be a mutant. On the experiment. If his experiments are successful, vampires and mutants will truly become one, and never be separated from each other again. At that time, he may even have the opportunity to bring the race of mutants under his control. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt slightly excited. Therefore, Chen Luo also has great expectations for the next meeting with Magneto. After hearing Chen Luo's proposal, Raven had no reason to refuse. He immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Definitely no problem. Regarding this point, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. I believe Eric also wants to meet Mr. Chen Luo sooner." After getting the answer he wanted, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, de nouveau. Then, he seemed to think of something suddenly, and his face became a little weird. Looking at Raven, Highface asked seriously, "By the way, the last time we met, are you serious?" Raven was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, and returned to human form again, with a smile on his delicate face, blinked, and said softly, "At that time, I seemed to have no reason to refuse." Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he was about to extend an invitation immediately. However, at the next moment, Ku ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. "But now that I'm Erica's good friend, I won't do this kind of thing." Speaking of this, Raven looked at Chen Luo with apologetic expression, and said with a light smile, "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I will disappoint you, Mr. Chen Luo." Chen Luo's face froze suddenly, and he was speechless. There was only one thought in his mind at the moment. This wave is a big loss. Thinking of what he missed before, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling annoyed at Yuan. However, this is of no avail. If you miss it, you will miss it. Chen Luo could only endure the pain in his heart, pretending to wave his hands with a face of nothing, and said against his will, "It's okay. Since you and Erica is a good friend, and that's not right." Just after finishing this sentence, Chen Luo changed the subject, "But since you two have such a good relationship, then come here more often, and exchange feelings more." Hearing this, Raven narrowed her eyes slightly. She was well aware of Chen Luo's petty thoughts, but she had no intention of exposing it, so she nodded and agreed with a smile. Afterwards, after Erica came out of the kitchen, the three chatted for a while before Raven finally said goodbye and left. 2 days later, when Raven came to the door again and saw Chen Luo, she also told Chen Luo the news from Magneto. A week later, Magneto will come to New York to formally meet with Chen Luo. Chapter 139, Part 1. After coming out of Chen Luo's home, Raven did not hesitate at all, immediately contacted Magneto, and then truthfully conveyed Chen Luo's meaning to him. After receiving the news from Raven, Magneto was also overjoyed, and immediately agreed without thinking about it. After unifying the vampire forces in Europe, today's Chen Luo has undoubtedly been promoted to one of the new kings of the Dark World, and has the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with Magneto. Coupled with the huge resources in Chen Luo's hands, the needs of the mutant clan, especially the mutant brotherhood, who are in a difficult situation, are even more urgent. Therefore, for the next meeting, Magneto looking forward to it too. In addition to wanting to join forces, there is another major matter, which he also wants to discuss with Chen Luo. This incident was also the reason why Raven came to find Chen Luo for the first time. After realizing Chen Luo's powerful combat power, the first thing Magneto thought of at that time was to invite him to come and fight Hellfire with him. Club also is one of the top forces in the Dark World, although the number of Hellfire Club is not like Magneto's Mutant Brotherhood, or Professor X's Xavier's School, which has a large number of mutants gathered under its command, but in other words, the mutants who can join the Hellfire Club, their each of abilities should not be underestimated. Even if the total number of people in the Hellfire Club is less than a few hundred, most of them are third-level mutants, each of which has extremely powerful combat power. If all of them are dispatched, they can easily capture a small country. And this is the result that Hellfire Club's real top combat power can achieve such a result without making a move. If the two kings in this club are dispatched, even in the face of a top power like America, they will not be able to fight at all. Don't be afraid. The reason why they can give them such confidence is also very simple. That is, in the Hellfire Club, there are two kings, the Black Emperor and the White Queen. As one of the few kings in the Dark World, the power possessed by the two is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even if any one of them is dispatched, they all have the terrifying ability to subvert a country. The Black Emperor, Sebastian Shao, has the ability to absorb all forms of energy, transform it into its own energy 073, and release the absorbed energy outward. In layman's terms, no matter what kind of attack it is, as long as it falls on him, it will be absorbed and transformed by him, which means that no matter if it is a bullet, missile, or even a nuclear bomb, as long as it comes into contact with his body, will lose its lethality after he absorbs all of its energy. And through the absorbed energy, he can use it to enhance his physical strength, speed, and even lifespan. It is precisely because of this that even though the opponent is nearly 2 rounds older than Magneto, he still does not look old state. In addition to being able to enhance physical fitness, Shao can even release the stored energy at one time, causing huge amounts of damage. If the energy is sufficient, it can even reach the destructive power of a nuclear bomb. White Queen, Emma Frost, has telepathy and the ability to turn her whole body into diamonds. Unlike Shao, who is a level 4 mutant, although Emma is only in the ranks of a level 3 mutant, her telepathy ability is too incomprehensible. Although there is still a gap compared to Professor X's telepathy ability, fortunately her Diamond Hua can be immune to the influence of telepathy, so Emma can be ranked among the kings as a 3rd-level mutant. Even if Shao had not been protected by a special helmet, he would not have been spared under Emma's telepathy. It is precisely because telepathy's ability is too incomprehensible. If there is no special protection, as long as Emma is given enough time, she even has the ability to trigger a world war by herself. The threat is absolutely immeasurable. Among the major forces, as long as there is one king-level powerhouse, it is enough to be terrifying. But there are two kings in the Hellfire Club, which also leads to the detached position of the Hellfire Club in the Dark World. Today is not the era when superheroes are everywhere, so with the current power of Hellfire Club, unless Sorcerer Supreme personally takes action, otherwise in today's world, it is well-deserved the strongest. But even if the Hellfire Club has such a powerful force, Magneto has never extinguished the idea of wanting to deal with it. The hatred of those years has never been forgotten by him. Even after decades, he has absolutely no reason to let go of Shao, the murderer who killed his mother with his own hands. Therefore, during these decades, there has been no shortage of conflicts between Magneto and the Hellfire Club. Chapter 139, Part 2. In the past, because of the gap in strength, he has always had nothing to do with the opponent. In the process of fighting against Hellfire Club, he was even at a disadvantage most of the time. But if Chen Luo is willing to join, then the result will be very different. After all, Chen Luo's strength is obvious to all. Although he can only be regarded as a rising star on the throne of the king, when it comes to strength, he must not be underestimated. As long as Chen Luo is willing to fight against Hellfire Club with him, then his chances of successful revenge will undoubtedly be greatly increased. Thinking of this, I can't help but look forward to the next meeting. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a week has passed. Early this morning, Chen Luo rarely stayed at home any longer. After bidding farewell to Erica, Chen Luo returned to the Edgewood mansion again after a lapse of 1 month. For this meeting with Magneto, Chen Luo also attached great importance to it. Therefore, the place where the two met this time was also set in the underground base with the most stringent defenses in the building. This base is located tens of meters below the building, and its defense is extremely amazing. It can even withstand the bombardment of dozens, or even hundreds of missiles. Moreover, there is also a self-contained power system, and there are many materials stored. If you encounter any crisis that is difficult to face, here is a natural refuge. It is precisely because of its particularity that only a few people in Chen Luo's forces know the secrets here. Obviously, Chen Luo also attaches great importance to this meeting. After all, this meeting with Magneto is related to his next plan, so he cannot be careless. At this moment, behind Chen Luo, Kraven and Lucian, who had just arrived here, stood in place, guarding Chen Luo in the center, looking towards the gate not far away without blinking, their faces full of solemnity. Relax. We're just here to discuss cooperation this time, not to fight. There's no need to be so nervous. Yes. Although the two answered in this way, their expressions did not mean to relax at all. But it's not their fault. After all, they are about to face. But the top powerhouses in this world, like Chen Luo, are also the kings in the Dark World, who can fight against the power of a country with their own strength. Magneto. Such veteran kings, even if they usually live in Europe, they are still familiar with Magneto's name, so they naturally know its horror. From the two people's point of view, this is a character who can be on an equal footing with Mr. Chen Luo, and they have seen with their own eyes the strength that Chen Luo has shown before, and that is an existence that can easily take their lives. Some tension is inevitable. Soon, as time passed, finally, at the gate in front of the three of them, a figure slowly came from a distance. Under the leadership of the leader Raven, behind him, a pale-haired, old-looking old man with a straight body walked slowly, with a calm demeanor, like a king looking down on all directions, exuding an indescribable arrogance all over his body. Behind the old man was a man with a height of about 2 meters and a strong and burly figure. This man has short hair, a thick beard on his rough face, sharp eyes, staring straight at Chen Luo in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing that he is almost the same as a vampire. The fangs, the ferocious beast-like breath radiated to the surroundings almost undisguisedly. The three came to Chen Luo. Raven looked at Chen Luo, smiled and introduced, "Boss, let me introduce you. This is the leader of our mutant brotherhood, Magneto 11, and this one, he's called Sabretooth, or you can call me Victor." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the tall and burly man behind him. Victor looked at Chen Luo without blinking, with no concealment on his face, fighting, slowly opened the mouth and said, "I've heard the name of the butcher a long time ago. Now it looks like it's a little different from what I imagined. I heard that you were very strong. How about it? We just happen to be free now. Do you want to compete?" Looking at the other party with a calm face, Chen Luo then turned his gaze to Magneto aside, and an indifferent voice sounded. "Your Excellency Magneto, it seems that your servant is not very obedient. How about it? Do you need me to teach you a lesson?" As soon as these words came out, Victor's expression on the side sank instantly, and sharp claws gushed out from his fingertips unconsciously. Just when he was about to make a move, Eric's voice finally sounded. "Stop it, Victor." A deep and majestic voice echoed in the hall, and after hearing Eric's voice, Victor was silent for a moment, and finally stopped slowly. Chapter 139, Part 3. After stopping Victor, Eric looked at Chen Luo in front of him for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, stretched out his right hand, and said again, "Your Excellency Chen Luo, we finally meet?" Your Excellency Chen Luo must have known the purpose of my visit this time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Eric didn't have the slightest intention to beat around the bush, and straight to the point explained his intentions for coming. I don't know what Your Excellency Chen Luo thinks about cooperating with us? Seeing the other party being so straightforward, Chen Luo was not surprised at all. He nodded slightly, and then said, "Actually, in principle, I don't reject the alliance between our two races, but I think Raven has already told you before. What I want to know is, what do you want from us this alliance? Yes, what kind of help can you give us?" For the answers to these two questions, Eric obviously already had a draft, and he said unhurriedly, "It's very simple. What we need is to use your resources to find awakening mutants all over the world. After finding these mutants, I hope you can set aside some land for my fellow mutants, offer shelter. And in return, Your Excellency will not only get the friendship of our mutant clan, but I also have a special piece of news here. I believe Your Excellency will be interested." Speaking of this, Eric's tone paused, and then he said with a confident smile, "I don't know about the location of Dracula. Is Your Excellency interested?" As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! The host has detected information about Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, and the selection is now open. Choose one. Agree to join forces with Magneto to find the location of Dracula's hermitage. Reward: spiritual practice. Option 2. Reject Magneto's proposal and give up searching for Dracula. Reward: 10 attribute points. Seeing the prompt popped up by the system, Chen Luo was shocked and made a choice immediately without even thinking about it. Choose the first one. When he saw the rewards given by the system this time, Chen Luo immediately understood that his weakness of spiritual attributes finally had the possibility of making up for it. As long as you can get the reward this time, even if you don't need the system's attribute point rewards, your spirit can be increased. And with the improvement of mental attributes, whether it is in the ability to control blood, or resisting the invasion of mutants with telepathy ability like Professor X or White Queen in the future, it will have huge amounts of effect. In the past, it was because there was no other way, so Chen Luo had to endure the weakness of his weak mental attributes. Now that he has a way to solve it, he definitely cannot let it go. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, on the surface Chen Luo's expression was still calm, and he calmly said, "Your Excellency Magneto, although I do admit that I am somewhat interested in Dracula's traces, but based on this alone, this cooperation is a bit unfair to us. No, after all, compared to what we have to pay, the price you pay seems to be just a piece of news. As for the friendship of the mutant clan, this kind of thing is just a matter of words. Who can really believe that?" Hearing this, Magneto's smile faltered. He frowned slightly, and then said, "Then I don't know what Your Excellency Chen Luo thinks? You can tell me." "It's very simple." Chen Luo was not polite, and immediately said, "Cooperation is fine, but I have one condition, that is, after finding other mutants, I hope to be able to select some of them to join my command. This proposal, can Your Excellency accept it?" Hearing this, Eric's eyes froze for a moment, and he took a deep look at Chen Luo, knowing his plan in his heart. "I have no problem with your proposal. As long as they are willing, I will not block their choice." Seeing the other party's reply, Chen Luo smiled even more and was about to speak, but what Magneto said immediately made the atmosphere tense again. Chapter 140, Part 1. However, regarding the distribution ratio, I think we should have a good discussion. Oh, I don't know what your Lord Magneto thinks. Hearing this, Chen Luo slightly raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. After staring at Chen Luo for a while, Eric said calmly, "As for how to allocate, it is naturally best to focus on strength. I think it's good. Now that we have 3 people on each side, let's compete in 3 games. Whoever wins 2 games will get 60% of the distribution. This proposal, what do you think?" The reason why Eric made such a proposal naturally has his own considerations. First of all, since he has promised Chen Luo to share some of the mutants he found with the other party, if the number of mutants joining Chen Luo's command is small, it will not have a great impact on Chen Luo's power. The scene he wants to see. In his opinion, an ally like Chen Luo is simply rare for the mutant family. As a different kind, they are also feared by humans because of their power beyond ordinary people. It is only because of vampires that can bring people immortality. It is their special ability that allows them to survive in the human world with the acquiescence of the high-level human beings. But just like the mutants, humans have never stopped coveting their abilities. Even though the vampires maintain peace with humans on the surface, in private, humans don't know how many vampires they have secretly captured for their research. Thinking about it, as long as the secrets of vampires' longevity can be thoroughly studied, then the vampire clan will not be far away from being completely liquidated. But this is also impossible. People who are not of my race must have a different heart. This sentence can't be better applied to people. For aliens like vampires and mutants, except for a very small number of people, most people hold an attitude of rejection, maybe out of jealousy or out of fear. In short, it is almost impossible for them to live in the same environment peacefully. Regarding this point, as early as these decades, Eric has already seen it very thoroughly. It is precisely because of this that Eric embarked on the opposite path from his friend, who always believed that humans can coexist peacefully with mutants. In his opinion, since human beings are not willing to accept them, why doesn't he create a country that belongs to the mutants themselves? All the mutants gather together and live in the country he established, without having to endure the strange gazes of human beings. You don't have to feel inferior because of your unusual appearance, but you are deeply proud of your status as a mutant. Even when the number of mutants increases to a certain level, after having enough strength, he can even lead them to counterattack the human world. As long as the strength is enough, it is not impossible for the world to be ruled by them in the end. Thinking of such a life, Eric is motivated. However, after decades of fighting alone, Eric finally found helplessly that if he wants to realize his dream, then the necessary resources are also indispensable. Regardless of the site required to accommodate the mutant, as well as supplies, clothing, food, housing, transportation, education, medical care, etc., all require a huge amount of expenses, and money alone is not enough, and materials need to be purchased from the human world. It also needs to have a fairly good relationship with human society. But unfortunately, as a recognized wanted criminal in the world, he and his subordinates have already been on the blacklists of all countries in the world, and it is very difficult to get the materials they want from them. But it would be different with Chen Luo's help. With the influence of vampires in the human world, it is not a problem for them to purchase supplies. Even Eric's most troublesome financial problem can be perfectly solved by Chen Luo. After merging the European vampire forces, Chen Luo now has more than trillions of wealth in his hands. With such a huge number, it is no pressure for Chen Luo to provide for the survival of the mutant clan. Huge resources, and an identity that is also different from ordinary people. In Eric's view, the vampire family is simply the natural allies of their mutant family, so he naturally wants to win them over with all his strength. Since Chen Luo is interested in their mutant clan and wants to join his subordinates with part of the income, Eric is naturally so happy. As long as the number of mutants under Chen Luo's subordinates accounts for a certain proportion, the impact on Chen Luo will become greater and greater. Even he still had a different plan in his heart. That is, he wants to try to see if he can take this opportunity to occupy the magpie's nest, and after infiltrating the forces under Chen Luo's command, he can subdue them. Naturally, it is more reassuring to control everything by yourself. Chapter 140, Part 2. But to achieve this goal, Chen Luo, the newly promoted king, is a factor that has to be considered. Regarding Chen Luo's horrific record some time ago, he was naturally a little vigilant in his heart, and he was also very afraid of Chen Luo. Eric knew that once he broke up with Chen Luo, then with the character of the other party, there would be a lot of trouble. A murderous vengeance on the mutant is likely, and such consequences are naturally not what he is willing to bear. Under such circumstances, it is naturally the best choice to use the contest as an excuse to test it out. If Chen Luo's strength is really as powerful as the intelligence said, then it might be an option to cooperate with the other party, but if it is within his response range, then he will not be polite either. If this fight fails, then with the increase in the number of mutants under Chen Luo's command, the trust in both parties will also be deepened to a certain extent. It can be said that whether he wins or loses, it is not a bad thing for him. Chen Luo didn't think much about the thoughts in Eric's mind, but just thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. That's a fair proposition. Well, I agree. After agreeing, Chen Luo then turned his head and looked around. As if thinking of something, he said, "Your Excellency Magneto, this is my secret base. If there is a battle, this base may be at risk of being exposed." "I don't think so. How about we go outside to compete? I just know a place, and it should be more suitable as our match place." For Chen Luo's proposal, Eric naturally had no reason to refuse, so he simply nodded and agreed. Then a group of 6 people left the base and took a car all the way to the vicinity of the abandoned factory where Chen Luo made his first shot and got the name of Butcher. Because of the fire ordered by Cassin a few months ago, the small number of residents who originally lived here have already evacuated, and now the area around tens of miles is deserted, which is just right for them to fight. This is indeed a good place to compete. Looking around, Eric looked at Chen Luo and asked with some doubts, "But are you sure you want to choose here? You should understand that with my ability, this is my home field." Naturally, his words were not aimless. After all, it was near a few people, but it was an abandoned factory made of steel. With Magneto's ability, manipulating steel is his forte. Under such an environment, it can be said that he very beneficial. Facing his doubts, Chen Luo didn't speak and looked up at the sky. At this moment, it was already noon, but the sky was completely covered by dark clouds, and wisps of drizzle fell from the sky, wrapping the whole city in the drizzle. Today looks like a nice day. After sighing with emotion, Chen Luo turned his head to look at the other party. with a smile on his face, and said slowly, "Your Majesty, Magneto doesn't need to worry about this. Since everyone doesn't have any opinions on this, let's start quickly. Up. What do you think, Lord Magneto?" "I definitely have no problem." Eric nodded slowly and agreed. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Raven and gestured with his eyes. Raven immediately understood what he meant, nodded, and then walked in the direction of Chen Luo. With her movements, at this moment, her body was changing rapidly, and she quickly returned to its original form under the surprised gazes of the two behind Chen Luo, Craven. Standing a few meters away from the three of Chen Luo, he looked at Chen Luo. When Raven was about to speak, Chen Luo interrupted him with a wave. "There is no need to compare this time. We admit defeat." Then Chen Luo turned around and pointed to Craven behind him, explaining, "He is not good at fighting. I think even if he is allowed to play, the result will be obvious, so we simply don't waste time." A week ago, Chen Luo used his own blood to transform Craven into a blood clan, but to Chen Luo's disappointment, in addition to overcoming the weakness of vampires, Craven's physical fitness has only improved by a few points. As a result, the overall combat power has doubled at most. Although it sounds pretty good, but compared to his previous combat power, which was at most stronger than ordinary vampires, after being promoted, Craven's strength is not even as good as ordinary Deathwalkers, and he is not as good as him in terms of physical fitness. On the same level, but his fighting skills are completely crushed by Raven. It is simply a one-sided situation. 0. Asking for flowers. It was precisely because he understood this point that Chen Luo simply refused to let him play, and directly chose to admit defeat. Eric was a little surprised by Chen Luo's choice, but he didn't say much. After signaling Raven to come back, he turned his head to look at Victor, who had been waiting for a long time, nodded and said, "Then it's your turn." Chapter 140, Part 3. Victor let them see what Sabretooth can do. "That's definitely." Hearing this, Victor grinned the corner of his mouth, revealing the sharp fangs like a tiger, and walked slowly forward. Coming to the center of the two sides, looking at Chen Luo firmly, Victor stretched out his right hand, hooked his fingers at Chen Luo, and said with a sinister smile, "How about it, Mr. Butcher? Want to come and play? Let me see, too. What kind of strength do you, the newly promoted king, have?" As soon as the words fell, the next moment, beside Chen Luo, before Chen Luo could speak, Lucian quickly stepped forward and walked towards him. "If you want to challenge Master Chen Luo, then pass my level first." Looking at the other party up and down, a smile appeared on Lucian's face, the corners of his mouth gradually opened, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "You said? Your name is Victor, right? What a good name." While saying this, Lucian slowly began to exude a ferocious aura, and let out a deep growl from his mouth, like a ferocious wolf. 0. I really can't wait. I have to compete with you." Feeling the aura coming from Lucian, the smile on Victor's face stagnated, and a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. He no longer dared to underestimate him. His fingertips, sharp claws quickly opened up, he took a few steps back, and his body bent slightly, ready to attack at any time. Eyes fixed on each other, Victor lowered his roar, "You are a good opponent. Before you fight, tell me your name." "Lucian." Afterwards, the two sides looked at each other for a moment, and then, accompanied by two deep roars, the two attacked each other at the same time. 03L. As if two beasts were fighting fiercely, the two roared forward, brandishing their sharp claws, stabbing at each other's body heavily. The sharp claws were glowing coldly. Just by looking at them with the naked eye, one could tell how terrifying lethality they contained. If it were ordinary people, with the strength of two people, it would probably kill them with just one blow. Can easily tear people to pieces. Faced with such an attack, the two of them had no intention of dodging at all, and rushed straight towards each other regardless. Flutter. Two flesh-piercing sounds sounded, and the sharp claws of both sides, like small daggers, pierced into each other's chest. The next moment, a large amount of blood gushed out from the two chests, quickly covering the entire area. The whole body of the two. Stimulated by the pain, the two became more and more crazy. Just like two real beasts, they fought fiercely at close range. Pulling out his sharp claws quickly, Lucian's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, and a violent roar came out of his mouth. He waved his sharp claws and grabbed the opponent's neck mercilessly. If this blow is real, unless Victor has a body of steel like Chen Luo's, he will definitely not be able to escape the fate of his throat being torn open. Faced with such a blow, Victor's eyes were red, and he let out a dull growl from his throat, like a tiger roaring. The ferocious aura was vividly displayed on his body. His imposing manner was not weaker than that of Lucian at the moment. I saw that he quickly lowered his figure, narrowly dodging Lucian's attack, and then swooped, and suddenly took Lucian off the ground, and after flying more than 10 meters, the two of them hit hard. Fall to the ground. Accompanied by a huge amount of impact sound, the moment Lucian made contact with the ground behind him, Lucian's brain instantly became dizzy, lying on the ground, he lost his reflexes for a while. Strength to resist. After a successful attack, Victor kept moving. His sharp claws slid across Lucian's body, and in less than 2 seconds, there were dozens of bone-deep scars on Lucian's body. Scars, a steady stream of blood flowing out from the wounds, looks extremely miserable. Seeing such a scene, Cleven's face suddenly changed, his brows were tightly frowned, and his heart became a little nervous in an instant. On the other side, seeing that Victor had already gained the upper hand at this moment, a faint smile also appeared in his eyes when he looked at Chen Luo. Obviously, he didn't feel much about this result. What a surprise. However, just when he thought that Victor was sure of winning, the next moment, a sudden change happened on the field. Chapter 141, Part 1. Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar of huge amounts of blood, Lucian, who was originally under Victor's body and dripping with blood, began to change instantly. The muscles all over his body began to swell instantly, and his skin gradually turned black. At the same time, silver-white hairs gushed out from his body surface, covering his whole body very quickly. The mouth stretched out continuously, and the sharp fangs exploded in an instant, exposed to the air, and the head instantly became like a beast, covered with silver-white hair, and the dark eyes shone with a cold and murderous luster, staring at it intently. The figure of Victor above. S***T. What the hell is this? Seeing Lucian below him suddenly transform into a werewolf form, Victor, who had never seen a werewolf before, changed his face, and his eyes flashed with shock. Not only him, but also Eric and Raven, who watched the whole battle on the other side, also subconsciously opened their eyes wide, looking forward with some disbelief on their faces. Although the two have been to Europe before, the number of werewolves has been decreasing under the pursuit of vampires for hundreds of years, and they hide in hidden corners all day long. If you find their traces, let alone them. Therefore, for the werewolf species, it was the first time the two had seen each other in decades. Seeing Lucian's sudden transformation, Magneto, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but jump in his heart. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition. They didn't make them wait for long. The next moment, after Lucian's transformation was completed, at some point, the deep scars on his body that could be seen on his body disappeared without a trace, and he could no longer see his original miserable appearance. If 227 was changed to before, with Lucian's self-healing ability, although this degree of injury is not a big deal for him, it will take at least 5 minutes to fully recover, and during this period of time, due to the impact of his injuries, his strength will also be affected to a considerable extent. However, after Chen Luo's blood transformation, Lucian has officially transformed into the original Blood Clan. While awakening his own Blood Ghost technique, his self-healing ability has also been greatly improved. Just like now, the injury caused by Victor on him can now be restored to its original state in just a few seconds. This kind of self-healing ability is not weak, even compared to mutants like Sabretooth and Wolverine who have super speed regeneration. If the physical fitness of the two is not much different in human form, and both of them have strong resilience, this also leads to the fact that there is not much difference in strength between the two. But if Lucian transforms into a werewolf, his physical fitness will also be greatly improved. Whether it is strength or speed, he is now far superior to Victor, and the two are also comparable in strength. Got huge amounts of gap. Under such circumstances, facing Lucian in werewolf form, even Victor is an experienced and powerful fighter, but the possibility of winning is greatly reduced. For such a situation, there is no need for other people's reminders. Through his own powerful beast perception, Victor also reacted instantly in his heart. The moment Lucian completed his transformation, his beast perception was crazily warning him, and the moment Lucian was about to make a move, Victor immediately jumped up from Lucian and headed backwards without thinking about it. And the moment he left Lucian, the next moment, accompanied by a clearly audible whistling sound, several cold lights flashed past, pierced the air in front of him, and instantly appeared at Victor's original position. If Victor hadn't dodged in time, even this claw would have been enough to end up disemboweling him. After missing a hit, Lucian's eyes flashed a trace of tyranny, and without thinking, he immediately got up, fixed his eyes on Victor who was not far in front of him, and continued to growl. Roar! With a roar, Lucian's feet moved, his body instantly disappeared in place, and he rushed straight ahead. In the werewolf form, his speed was completely incomparable at this moment. His body drew an afterimage in the air, and then quickly appeared in front of Victor. Waving his palm, his fingertips flashed with a cold light, aiming at the neck of the target in front of him. Lucian launched an attack without any hesitation. If it can be hit successfully, Victor's corpse can be separated in an instant. Faced with such a blow, Victor's natural beast perception played a role again, subconsciously turned sideways, and actually wiped Lucian's right hand, within a hair's breadth of avoiding his deadly 3 claws. After dodging this blow, before Victor could be thankful, the tyranny in Lucian's eyes intensified again in front of him, and he waved his claws together, continuously attacking forward. Even though Lucian's speed is several times that of Victor's now, the ability of beast perception is too incomprehensible. Facing Lucian's storm-like attack, although Victor looked extremely thrilling, his body was also because of the speed was too slow to dodge, and there were many scars, but these scars only scratched his skin and did not affect him in the slightest. Chapter 141, Part 2. Under his super speed regeneration ability, in less than a second, these scars began to heal instantly, returning to their original state. Super strong regenerative ability, powerful beast perception, and the physical fitness that reached the limit of the human body, as well as the combat skills that have been tempered for hundreds of years, all these factors add up to create today's Sabretooth. It is no exaggeration to say that with Sabretooth's strength, he is definitely at the top level among the third-level mutants. As long as he doesn't encounter those unsolvable abilities like telepathy, then he has nothing to be afraid of. Even if the current Lucian forced him into a mess, he could only dodge around. Victor became more and more angry, and at the same time secretly waiting for the opportunity. He believes that the opponent's attack will definitely become slow due to lack of physical strength. As long as the opponent's speed slows down, then at that time, it is time for him to counterattack. Thinking of this, Victor's eyes became more and more cold, like a hungry tiger waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity to make a move at any time. For the other party's actions, Lucian naturally also saw it in his eyes. With his wisdom, he could naturally understand what the other party was waiting for, and with the other party's incredible reaction, if he wanted to delay until his physical strength was exhausted, it is really not impossible to be unable to cause harm to it anymore. After the battle just now, he also understood the ability possessed by the other party, the recovery ability comparable to his, and the reaction ability that seemed to be predictable. There is no doubt that the other party has the qualifications to fight him for a long time. If things go on like this, he might really be overthrown by the opponent. Such a result definitely made him unacceptable, so after realizing that he still couldn't cause fatal damage to him with his current speed, Lucian had already made a decision in his heart. With a thought, the surrounding technique is activated instantly. Crazy. The moment the blood ghost technique was running, the next moment, the blood in Lucian's body seemed to start to boil, and through the surface of his body, streams of dense smoke rose from the surface of his body. The blood surged rapidly in the blood vessels in the body, and the muscles of the body began to swell further. The dark eyes were instantly filled with scarlet, accompanied by a roaring sound that shook the sky. Lucian's physical fitness instantly skyrocketed. Under the effect of madness, his strength and speed have doubled again. With his current physical fitness, even if he is not much worse than Chen Luo, his speed has reached a terrifying level close to the speed of sound. Even Vic, no matter how strong the beast perception ability is, there is no way to dodge this extremely fast attack even if there is a huge gap in speed. As it is now, whoosh! With a swing of the claw, the air in front of him seemed to be torn apart, and there were bursts of whistling. It was too late to react, even though his own beast perception had sent a danger signal, and he tried his best to avoid it, but with his speed, he couldn't dodge this lightning-fast blow at all. Only less than a second. The sharp claws suddenly pierced Victor's chest. Flutter. As a blood arrow gushed out, Victor let out a stern roar, and then, under the shocked gazes of Magneto and the two of them, Lucian lifted him up in the air with one hand, ignored the other's wailing, and let out a furious roar, the other hand slowly raised, holding the opponent's neck, and using force with both hands. Victor was about to be torn in half. However, just before he started, the next moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded. "Stop it, Lucian." Hearing this voice, Lucian's movements froze immediately, his voice slowed down, and he regained his composure. Slowly exiting from the berserk state, throwing Victor on the ground casually, Lucian's body slowly shrank and returned to the human form again. Under the variant ability of super speed regeneration, after less than a minute, Victor returned to his original state again. Standing up with difficulty, staring fixedly at the front, Victor let out a dull roar, and immediately planned to attack again. But just when he was about to make a move, Magneto suddenly said, "Okay, stop it, Victor." Stepping slowly to his side, Eric waved his hand and signaled, "You are not his opponent. This round, we lost." Moving his eyes to the direction of Chen Luo, a smile appeared on Eric's face. "It seems that whoever wins and loses in this fight depends on us." Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled, stepped in front of the opponent, and said softly, "Then let's start. The last round." "Just right. I also want to see what kind of power Lord Magneto has." To be honest, Chen Luo has been looking forward to the strength of Magneto, the fourth-level mutant. After all, he is a strong man standing at the top in the world today. For such an existence, Chen Luo also wants to see, what is the relationship between himself and the other party? What kind of gap? He waved his hand to signal Lucian and Victor to step aside, and then Chen Luo and Magneto stood opposite each other, silent. Chapter 141, Part 3. After a while, almost coincidentally, the two started to move together. When I moved my feet, accompanied by a dull roar, the ground instantly split open, and countless gravel shot out, flying in all directions, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, and then, Chen Luo's figure disappeared instantly. Just at the very beginning, he had already used all his strength, and his speed surpassed the speed of sound in an instant. Everyone around him only felt a blur before their eyes, and they could no longer see Chen Luo. The distance of more than 10 meters is only an instant. Chen Luo has already crossed over, and instantly appeared beside Magneto. His right hand turned into a palm knife, splitting the air in front of him, and slashed heavily towards the opponent's neck. During these several months of fighting, Chen Luo has also unintentionally developed the habit of attacking the neck of the target. In the past, most of the people he encountered were often unable to block even a single move, and they fell on him. In hand. While this method greatly improved Chen Luo's killing efficiency, on the contrary, few people could survive in his hands. Even though Magneto ability is very powerful, his physical fitness is no different from that of ordinary people. Facing such a blow, as long as he is successfully defeated if Chen Luo touches it, then there will be no accidents, and the other party will definitely end up decapitated. But with his strength, how could he be injured by Chen Luo so easily? Before Chen Luo started to move, Magneto was already prepared. At the moment when Chen Luo was about to touch him, as Magneto raised his hand slightly, the next moment, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Luo instantly appeared beside Magneto, his body froze in place, motionless. This is. As if feeling something, Chen Luo turned his eyes and looked at his right hand, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. In his eyes, he can clearly see that his right hand, and even his whole body, are covered by a layer of black particles that are hard to see with the naked eye. 2.2, wrapping him tightly. Wrapped together. Iron element. In an instant, Chen Luo thought of something, his eyes flashed, and he spoke slowly. That's right. Seeing Chen Luo reacting so quickly, Magneto was also a little surprised, nodded slightly, and admitted, Your Excellency Chen Luo, your speed is indeed very fast, but in the current situation, what else can you do? If not, then this contest, I think. Before he finished speaking, Chen Luo suddenly made another move. The muscles all over his body tensed instantly, and dozens of tons of strength burst out suddenly. With just a little force, he forcibly broke free from the shackles of the iron element covering his body surface, and appeared on the other side again. Forward. Stretching his wrist, Chen Luo lowered his head, looked at the other party, grinned slightly, and said, Sorry, what were you trying to say just now? Magneto. Looking at Chen Luo, who walked out of the package of iron elements unscathed, Magneto's pupils constricted for a moment, and then quickly recovered his calm. He calmly took back the iron element behind Chen Luo, and as countless iron elements slowly condensed, finally, dozens of steel balls the size of a fist file appeared beside him, circling fly up. It's really surprising. Your Excellency Chen Luo, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. It seems that I should be more serious. Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled and said slowly, Then let's continue? A new round. As you wish. They looked at each other and smiled, and then, the two started to move together again. Chapter 142, Part 1. Boom. In just a split second, Chen Luo disappeared in front of everyone again, and at a speed that is hard to see with the naked eye, he rushed towards Magneto in front of him and punched him. Muscles all over his body tensed, and more than 200 points of terrifying power erupted loudly. Coupled with the effect of the Man of Steel's ability, his fist was like a small missile at this moment, full of terrifying impact. Even before the strong fist wind approached, Magneto could clearly feel it. Under the action of the strong air current, his face was also aching. There was a warning sign in his heart, and he took action immediately without even thinking about it. The small steel balls surrounding him instantly combined to form a pitch-black protective shield, wrapping him tightly. Under his magnetic traction, every grain of iron element is closely combined together like never before, forming a brand new structure. Under the effect of this brand new structure, the defensive power of this protective cover also instantly surpassed that of steel, becoming indestructible. Boom! A huge amount of roar sounded, and as Chen Luo's heavy fist landed, a clearly visible fist print was deeply engraved on the surface of the shield covering Magneto. Under these tens of tons of terrifying fist power, Chen Luo was unable to break through the defense made by Magneto. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo frowned instantly and began to think quickly about countermeasures in his heart. However, just as he was thinking about countermeasures, Magneto had already made a move. Boom! The huge amounts of abandoned factory not far away suddenly made a tooth-piercing loud noise, and then, under everyone's gaze, the factory was quickly crushed and squeezed away, and hundreds of tons of steel suddenly shattered, floating in midair. The protective shield in front of him had no intention of withdrawing at all. Following Magneto's thought, countless steel materials flew towards Chen Luo like a violent storm. The speed was extremely fast, with the faint sound of huge amounts of piercing through the air. But even so, at this speed, it was still far from enough to reach Chen Luo. He moved his feet, and as his body disappeared again, he calmly dodged the opponent's attack. However, Magneto obviously expected this scene long ago. When he saw the speed Chen Luo showed before, he already understood that this method alone still cannot successfully restrain the opponent. With a thought, with the activation of ability around him, the steel that was originally several meters high began to disintegrate, and finally formed black particles that were invisible to the naked eye, surrounding him. Compared with the iron elements that surrounded Chen Luo before, the iron elements today have increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. Although these iron elements are very inconspicuous now, if they are converted into steel again, there will be countless the weight of 100 tons. Although such a weight is nothing to Magneto, if it is added to control this inexhaustible quantity, the difficulty will increase exponentially. The reason why he chooses to do this is that Magneto has no choice but to do so. If according to the previous practice, it is undoubtedly impossible to control the steel to limit the attack on Chen Luo. While having a huge size, correspondingly, its attack speed cannot keep up with Chen Luo's terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, and if he wants to successfully keep up with Chen Luo, his attack speed must become faster. Therefore, in order to increase his attack speed, it is only possible to convert all these steels into iron elements. The iron element in the particle state, its speed will not be inferior to Chen Luo even in the slightest. It's just that the difficulty of controlling this endless iron element is much stronger than simply manipulating steel, so the consumption of him is undoubtedly greater. In terms of his mental strength, it is necessary to support him in such a battle. I'm afraid it's hard to hold on even for half an hour. So if you want to defeat Chen Luo, it is only possible to fight quickly. With this in mind, Magneto immediately took action. The protective cover in front of him gradually dissipated, split into dozens of pieces and surrounded him to prevent Chen Luo's sudden attack, and then the remaining iron elements quickly spread to the surrounding, began to search for Chen Luo's movements. At this moment, the speed of these iron elements is not much worse than that of Chen Luo, so in less than 10 seconds, Magneto was successfully spotted tens of meters away. Got you. Sensing Chen Luo's movement, Magneto smiled slightly, and then with a thought, he stretched out his right hand and shook it lightly. Following his movements, endless iron elements rushed towards Chen Luo, trying to wrap it tightly. After experiencing the strength of the iron and steel materials produced by Magneto, Chen Luo naturally understood that if he was completely bound by these iron elements, with Magneto's ability, he might be like William, who was sealed for hundreds of years before. Can't get rid of it at all. And if the other party succeeds, whether they will abide by the agreement in the future and still want to reach a cooperation with themselves, that is an unknown. Chapter 142, Part 2. After all, he knows that Magneto is an out-and-out hero who will do whatever he can to achieve his goals. If he sees an opportunity to successfully control the forces under his command, he will never let go of such an opportunity. It seems to be moving for real. Wanting to understand this, Chen Luo immediately made up his mind. Accompanied by a low growl sound, drastic changes are taking place in Chen Luo at this moment. The original muscular body was lifted up again in an instant, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters, and the clothes on the upper body were instantly torn apart by it, revealing the strong muscles that were carved like knives and axes. The shoulder blades on the back burst apart instantly, and 2 huge black wings with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters suddenly appeared behind him, as if covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Everyone Song felt that the light in front of them dimmed a bit instantly. Wings waved violently, and in a blink of an eye, Chen Luo broke free from the shackles of the iron element around him in an instant and soared into the sky. The strong airflow violently spread around, and even the surrounding iron element was instantly affected by the strong airflow and was blown away by the strong wind. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the figure circling in the sky. The eyes are shaking. Even Kraven and Lucian, because of their early departure, had no way of knowing that Chen Luo had acquired new powers. It was the first time for them to see Chen Luo's bat transformation arrive. They looked at each other. After being surprised, their eyes flashed a gleam of joy. After swearing allegiance to Chen Luo, they already understood that their destiny was already closely linked with Chen Luo. So the stronger Chen Luo was, it will naturally be more beneficial to them. On the other side, Raven, who had seen Chen Luo's transformation before, was also full of surprise, because what Chen Luo showed her before was just the initial form like 2 bone spears, but she never thought that its final form would be like this. There is no doubt that after mastering flight ability, the situation on the field began to change instantly. Although Magneto can also rely on his own ability flight, he can only rely on manipulating steel to achieve this level. Whether it is flexibility or flight speed, they are far inferior to Chen Luo from at the moment. For this point, Magneto is also very clear in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the figure hovering in the sky at this moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. At this moment, he suddenly thought, if the opponent keeps circling in the sky, then Chen Luo, who occupies the air supremacy, will undoubtedly become more difficult to approach. If this continues, within half an hour, he will no longer be able to control these iron elements. By then, his defeat will be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Magneto's gaze fixed, and he couldn't help but feel a little troubled in his heart. Looking up at the figure of Chen Luo in the sky, Magneto thought, and the iron elements around him quickly began to gather, and then rushed toward the sky. Hundreds of meters above the sky, all of Magneto's actions came into Chen Luo's eyes. He smiled slightly at this, flapped his wings calmly, raised his body suddenly, and flew towards the sky. Flying straight for about 2,000 meters, when he noticed that the iron element below him could no longer get close, Chen Luo already understood in his heart that this distance may have reached the limit of Magneto's control range. In other words, it is also, that is to say, Magneto's attack can no longer pose any threat to him at this moment. It has to be said that the convenience brought by flight ability is far beyond Chen Luo's expectations. Not to mention enhancing his own flexibility, he can also use flight ability to carry out delaying tactics in the face of a tough opponent like Magneto. When the opponent's physical strength is exhausted, and he is unable to attack anymore, he can easily reap the victory. However, in Chen Luo's view, such a delaying tactic, unless there is no other way, he is more inclined to crush the victory head-on, and this approach is more in line with his character. And in the current situation, it is obvious that there is no last resort. Therefore, after probing this point clearly, Chen Luo did not stop his movements. On the contrary, at this moment, his body was slowly facing down, aiming at the direction where Magneto was, and as the wings behind him vibrated, suddenly launched an attack on it. Whoosh! Under the blessing of the bat transformation, his speed has reached the terrifying level of 3 times the speed of sound at this moment, and then the impact brought by the high-altitude dive has made his speed faster again. Under extreme speed, Chen Luo couldn't believe that the opponent was able to make a timely defense, accompanied by his movements, when he swooped hundreds of meters above Magneto's head, through the iron elements all over the sky. Magneto also instantly perceived Chen Luo's movements. Although he was a little surprised that he didn't choose delaying tactics to consume, it was just in line with his intentions. Chapter 142, Part 3. Without thinking about it, he waved his hands vigorously, and in the next moment, countless iron elements gathered in the sky, and finally formed a thick layer, made of steel, firmly blocking the sky above his head. But because the time is too short, the steel plate above his head at this moment is only about 10 meters in file size, and its thickness is only less than half a meter. If he is given enough time, with his ability, he will definitely it can create a defense like a copper wall and an iron wall. But even so, Magneto believed that the current material of this steel plate was enough to resist Chen Luo's attack. In his opinion, this steel plate has undergone its own special reinforcement, and its hardness is even an order of magnitude stronger than steel. If a human body hits the steel plate at a speed several times the speed of sound on the other hand, unless his body is made of steel, he will definitely be smashed into a puddle of flesh. However, just as he was confidently waiting for Chen Luo's attack, he would never have imagined that Chen Luo's physical strength was actually almost the same as that of steel. So, after seeing the steel plate rapidly condensed in front of him, Chen Luo didn't intend to stop at all, and ran straight up. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, under the unbelievable gaze of everyone 733 below, the steel plate exploded in an instant, and a big hole was opened in it. Then, Chen Luo's figure quickly passed through it, heading down. Magneto swoops away. Seeing this, Magneto's pupils shrank, his heart trembled, and he was about to make a move, but it was already too late. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Luo came to Magneto's side as if teleporting, with his sharp fingertips resting on the top of Magneto's head, and the wings behind him were slowly retracted into the body, nearly 1 step higher than the opponent. The half-sized figure gradually returned to normal, revealing Chen Luo's true colors. Looking at Magneto in front of him, Chen Luo raised a smile on his face and said slowly, "Your Excellency Magneto, it seems that I have won this battle." Feeling the coldness coming from his forehead, Magneto stood still for a moment, and then a bitter smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. "That's right. Today's contest was indeed lost by me. His Excellency Chen Luo's strength is indeed amazing." Looking straight at Chen Luo, Magneto said with a serious face, "Then according to the agreement, His Excellency Chen Luo will have 60% of the distribution right for our next cooperation. I wonder if His Excellency Chen Luo is satisfied with this result?" Although his face looked calm, his life was still in Chen Luo's hands, and Magneto couldn't help but feel a little turbulent in his heart. What is the deal with his proposal of cooperation? Whether he can impress the other party, at this moment, he is also a little uncertain. Just when thoughts were flying in his mind, at the next moment, Chen Luo slowly retracted the fingertips on Magneto's forehead, then stretched out his right hand, and said with a chuckle, "Then wish us a happy cooperation." Looking at Chen Luo's outstretched right hand, Magneto was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly realized. A smile appeared on his face at the same time. He slowly stretched out his hand to hold it, and nodded heavily. Head. Happy cooperation. Also, just call me Eric from now on. After the battle was over, the originally dignified atmosphere in the arena dissipated, and everyone relaxed, with smiles on their faces. Except for Victor, who was still brooding over his previous failure, and looked at Lucian with a bit of displeasure. The rest of the people had restored their previous harmony. After a few simple greetings, Chen Luo suddenly seemed to think of something, turned to Eric and asked, "So, Eric, can you tell me now about Dracula?" In this regard, Eric definitely has no reason to refuse. After all, this is part of the previous cooperation content, because he has nothing to hide. Chen Luo and the others watched curiously. Down, open your mouth slowly. Chapter 143, Part 1. I also learned about Dracula by chance more than 10 years ago. Then Eric slowly told everyone what happened. More than 10 years ago, after a long time of fighting with human beings, Eric also had a rare feeling of burnout. Just at this time, by chance, he met the person in his life, which made him a second time. The heart-wrenching woman. So, in the next few years, he lived a secluded life with his second wife. However, the good times didn't last long. After living in such a peaceful way for several years, Eric's whereabouts were finally discovered by the high-level human beings, who immediately ordered his arrest. At this moment, Eric's wife was just pregnant, so in order to protect his wife, Eric rose up and fought against the human army again. However, because the place where Eric lives in seclusion is only a remote village, surrounded by dense forests, the iron element is pitifully scarce, which also restricts his ability to a great extent. Therefore, in such an environment, facing the impact of the human army, in order to protect his pregnant wife, he had to lead the human army away alone. There is no trace of his wife. After being separated from his wife, the anger in Eric's heart was ignited again, and his hatred for humans was upgraded again. In his anger, he reincarnated into the Magneto who terrified countless people, and launched a bloody massacre against the human army. And when he was chasing and killing these human armies, those human beings unknowingly broke into a place that was covered by tall trees and surrounded by tall mountains in the process of fleeing, making the center covered in darkness all the year round. Lord of a low mountain. In this stretch of mountains, because it is covered by dense vegetation all the year round, where poisonous snakes and beasts run rampant, it is also inaccessible all the year round, and few people dare to break into the forest like this low mountain that does not see sunlight all the year round. Deep. And with the intrusion of these human beings, this mountain forest that has been shrouded in darkness all year round has also successfully attracted the attention of the legendary ancestor of the vampire family, Earl Dracula, who has lived in seclusion here for hundreds of years. In order not to let outsiders disturb his life, the legendary ancestor of the vampire finally showed his power again, turning into thousands of bats and flying around the human army. In just less than a minute, this human army, which numbered over 100, was sucked out of all the blood in their bodies and died on the spot. After disposing of all these human beings, just when Dracula was about to withdraw and return, he happened to meet Eric, who came to chase and kill the human army. Seeing the opponent for the first time, Dracula immediately attacked Eric without thinking about it. Facing the sudden attack of the opponent, Eric also had to start to fight back. Because of the lesson learned from the lack of steel before, Eric also brought dozens of tons of steel behind him in the process of chasing him, this time for emergency needs. But now it just happened to come in handy. After some fights, when the two found that neither of them could do anything to win the other, they unanimously chose to give up. After stopping, through the human corpses scattered on the ground, Eric knew that the other party must not be in the same camp as humans. Seeing the strange abilities displayed by the other party, he thought that the other party was also a member of mutant just like him. So he spoke first, expressing his kindness to the other party. After hearing his explanation, Dracula, who also understands Eric's difficulty, does not want to be an enemy of such a strong man. So after getting Eric's promise that he will not disturb his life, he has no plans to continue to fight. After the two introduced each other, it was at this moment that Eric finally learned the identity of Dracula. And this was the first time he came into contact with the legendary vampire, so he was naturally very curious. So at the invitation of Dracula, Eric stepped into Dracula as the first guest in these hundreds of years. In the old castle. During this trip to the castle, Eric also saw all kinds of strange races living here, including skeletons, mummies, famous Frankenstein, and even strange life in the shape of jelly. Vision. After living here for a few days, he and Dracula also established a certain friendship, and in return for the other party's hospitality, Eric also deliberately used his ability to renovate and strengthen the castle, making it get a new look in just days. Dracula was also in a good mood seeing his magnificent castle. He not only gave Eric a lot of precious jewels that he had collected, but also told him with great interest that he is welcome to visit his castle anytime in the future. For being able to make friends with a strong man like Dracula, Eric naturally has no reason to refuse, so every year after that, he will take a few days to visit the castle. After more than 10 years, the relationship between the relationship is getting closer and closer. Chapter 143, Part 2. And in the past 10 years, Eric has always abided by his original promise, never revealing the location of Dracula to others. But the situation is different now from Eric's point of view. Chen Luo and the others can be regarded as Dracula's descendants. Telling this news to Chen Luo, who is also a vampire, is not a breach of his promise. But just in case, after telling the news to Chen Luo and others, Eric also specially told Chen Luo, unless Dracula allowed, otherwise it's best not to disclose the other party's information to others at will. Chen Luo naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately nodded in agreement. But I really didn't expect that the legendary ancestor of the Blood Clan would have lived in seclusion in an ancient castle for hundreds of years. It sounds really unbelievable. Chen Luo sighed with emotion. Recalling the situation that Eric introduced to him just now, he quickly thought about it. The ancient castle, Dracula, there are also skeletons and mummies, and there are some creatures that look like jelly. Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, could this be? As if thinking of something, Chen Luo's eyes brightened. He looked at Eric and said inadvertently, the reason why this Earl Dracula has lived in seclusion there for so many years, is there some reason? Could it be that he has been raising children all these years? This seemingly joking question made Eric's face involuntarily surprised. Looking at Chen Luo, he sighed with emotion, and then said, you guessed it right. Dracula did not leave there all these years because of this reason, to take care of his daughter. Daughter? Hearing this, all the faces of Cleven and the others who were listening on the side showed curiosity. That's right. Dracula has a daughter, Mavis. As if thinking of something, a rare look of love appeared on Eric's face, and he said slowly, that's a very adventurous child. Don't look at her age, it's already several hundred years old. But the lifespan of the vampire family is there. If compared with humans, she is equivalent to a child who has just grown up. Every year I go there as a guest, but that child has been pestering me, wanting to listen to me tell her stories about the outside world. Hearing his description, Chen Luo was also shocked. Mavis and Dracula's daughter, plus those strange lives, that's right. Isn't this the story of Elf Hotel? Chen Luo never imagined that in this world, the legendary ancestor of the vampire family would be a character who came out of this animated movie. This is the first time he has seen such a setting. But if this Dracula came out from there, then his ability should not be underestimated. You must know that in that movie, Dracula was able to cast spells, hypnotic ability, summon ghosts, and like him, the ability to transform into bats, etc., plus the opponent's previous undefeated record against Magneto, there is no doubt undoubtedly, this is also an extremely difficult character. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Chen Luo, Dracula's ability, among all the vampires, probably no one would be his opponent. He is also well-deserved as the ancestor of vampires. At the same time, after realizing this, Chen Luo also became interested in this legendary Blood Clan ancestor. If it was because of the rewards from the system that made him want to meet each other, then now he has a different purpose in his heart. If the ancestor of the Blood Clan really possesses abilities such as spells as he thought, then as he also possesses the blood of vampires, he should also be able to obtain such powers. This is the first time besides Kamartaj 2 ways that allow people to get in touch with the mysterious side. He can't help but pay attention to them. With his identity, even if Kamartaj is successfully found, it is still unknown whether he can get the method of learning magic from Sorcerer Supreme. In comparison, it is undoubtedly more hopeful to get this method from Dracula, who is also a vampire. If he can successfully obtain the method of cultivating magic, then it is conceivable that his strength will definitely be improved again by huge amounts of. Don't look at him now that he has defeated a veteran powerhouse like Magneto head-on, but this is inseparable from the impact of today's weather. If it weren't for the rainy weather and the sunlight being blocked, his ability to favor darkness would undoubtedly have no effect. Without the blessing of this ability, even if he transforms into a bat, he probably wouldn't be Magneto. Opponent. If in the dark environment, after the blessing of the dark favor ability, then Chen Luo will undoubtedly be the top combat power in the world today. But if the blessing of the dark environment is lost, Chen Luo under normal conditions will be compared to Magneto. Such a top powerhouse still needs to be better in terms of strength. Definitely, after he has the ability to transform into a bat and successfully mastered the flight ability, even Magneto can't keep him, so it's not a problem to protect his own life. But even so, Chen Luo did not forget that besides Magneto, there is Professor X who possesses the strongest telepathy ability in the world. Chapter 143, Part 3. Under that unsolvable telepathy, even if he has flight ability, if the other party really wants to deal with him, with his current mental attributes, there is absolutely no possibility of stopping him. In order to resist the threat that telepathy may pose to him, in Chen Luo's opinion, apart from finding ways to increase his spiritual attributes, only means like magic can help him. Therefore, Whether it is to increase one's own spiritual attributes or obtain magic cultivation methods, Chen Luo has no choice but to go to the legendary Earl Dracula. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt impatient. Turning his head and looking straight at Eric, Chen Luo said slowly, "Eric, about the location of Earl Dracula. Please take me there. Based on your relationship, I think the other party don't refuse to meet me." It turned out that Chen Luo originally planned to go there alone after learning where Dracula was, but now he has changed his mind. Since he has such a ready-made relationship by his side, he wants to, if it is used well, then he will definitely be able to quickly shorten the relationship between them. At that time, it will be much easier to get the method of practicing magic from the opponent. For the request made by Chen Luo, Eric did not refuse, nodded, and then said, "I can take you there too. But before that, I have another matter, Wang Li's, that I need to discuss with you." 11. Huh? Chen Luo raised his eyebrows, looked at him curiously and asked, "What is it?" Eric raised his head, looked directly at the direction of Chen Luo, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I don't know. Chun, are you interested in Hellfire Club?" Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and he had a faint guess in his heart, but he didn't speak, but quietly listened to the other party's narration. "There are still some disputes between me and the Hellfire Club, but you also know that there are 2 king-level powers in the Hellfire Club. Human power is still not enough to deal with them, so I want to invite you to fight Hellfire together." After a pause, Eric looked at Chen Luo with seriousness on his face and said solemnly, "If you can deal with Hellfire Club with me, then when things are done, we will share the gains in the club equally, and you have the priority to choose the resources in it. What do you think of this proposal?" Chen Luo naturally knew something about the feud between Eric and the Hellfire Club, although according to the plot he had seen, at this time the Black Emperor Sebastian should have died a long time ago. Chen Luo also has some doubts about his ability to live till now, but these are not very important to him. In his eyes, it is obviously more important to obtain the method of practicing magic. Therefore, for Eric's invitation, Chen Luo, without further hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Although he agreed to the other party's invitation, with Chen Luo's prudence, he would not fight unprepared. Therefore, Chen Luo naturally has to understand the opponent he will face next. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately asked Eric. Chapter 144, Part 1. "Eric, are there any strong players in the Hellfire Club that need attention? Even if you want to attack them, you must first understand the abilities of the members in this club." Seeing that Chen Luo agreed to his invitation, Eric was overjoyed. The hope of revenge was imminent. In order to ensure the victory to the greatest extent, he would definitely not hide anything from Chen Luo. He immediately introduced, "You must have heard of the 2 strongest beings in the Hellfire Club. The Black Emperor, Sebastian Shao, like me, is a 4th-level mutant, possessing the ability to absorb any form of energy, and after absorbing these energies, he can use these energies to enhance his strength, speed, and even lifespan. In a sense, he can even be regarded as eternal life. In addition to being able to do this, he can also instantly release all the absorbed energy, forming huge amounts of destructive power. If he is allowed to absorb enough energy, he can even release a destructive power comparable to a nuclear bomb. As for the other White Queen, like Charles, he has the telepathy ability, and she can also turn her whole body into diamonds, thus making her immune to telepathy. Although her telepathy is not as powerful as Charles's, it is just as tricky. In addition to these 2 kings, Hellfire Club also has the Red Devil, who has the teleportation ability, the Angel, who can fly, and the Torrent, who can control the storm. These people are also top-notch existences among the 3rd-level mutants. The strength must not be underestimated. In the end, there are hundreds of other members. Most of them are 3rd-level mutants, and they are also very difficult to deal with. After listening to Eric's introduction, behind Chen Luo, the expressions of Craven and Lucian changed at the same time, and their hearts were shocked. Is this the strength of the Hellfire Club? It really deserves to be the strongest force in the dark world today. The 2 had already heard about the name of Hellfire Club, but because they had never dealt with it before, they naturally did not understand the meaning of the name. Until now, when Chen Luo decided to attack Hellfire Club, after some introduction by Magneto, the 2 of them intuitively felt the meaning behind the name. In today's world, what Hellfire Club represents is absolutely invincible strength. Whether it is the Mutant Brotherhood under Eric, the Xavier School created by Professor X, or the 800 vampire forces under Chen Luo, these king-level forces, no matter which one wants to fight against them alone, it can only be defeated. The fate of defeat. 2 king-level existences sit in command, and there are several masters who are not weaker than Sabretooth and Lucian, and even if they are not as good as the 2, they are stronger than the most elite Daywalker in Chen Luo's hands. Several times those hundreds of 3rd-level mutants, this kind of strength is simply terrifying to the extreme. From their point of view, even if Chen Luo and Magneto join forces, it may be very difficult to defeat such an enemy. Thinking of this, the 2 looked at Chen Luo with a hint of worry. "Master Chen Luo." Turning around, looking at Cleven, who was hesitant to speak, Chen Luo also understood in his heart, patted the other side's shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry, I understand all this." Then Chen Luo turned his head to look at Eric, with a serious expression, and said slowly, "Eric, I think you should also understand the strength of Hellfire Club. With our current strength, it is still very difficult to defeat the opponent." After a pause, Chen Luo didn't know what to think of. There was a trace of fear in Chen Luo's eyes, and he said, "I don't need to say anything else, but that mutant with telepathy ability is probably a threat to me. I think, only by finding a way to immune mind control, can we win this war." Speaking of this, Chen Luo unconsciously shifted his eyes to the helmet on Eric at the moment's head, and his heart was a little moved. If he remembers correctly, the helmet on the opponent's head seems to be immune to telepathy's control. If he can get this helmet, then that White Queen will no longer be a threat to him. Hearing this, Eric also frowned unconsciously. After thinking about it, he raised his head, and then said, "About this, I think I should have a solution." As he spoke, he pointed to the helmet on his head, and slowly said, "The helmet I'm wearing now can block telepathy's control. And this helmet is made by myself. I think I can make you the same helmet, a GBC. As long as you wear it, then you don't have to worry about telepathy's effects." The reason Eric was able to make this decision was mainly to use the power of Chen Luo to avenge Xiao. For this reason, he had to make this decision even if he knew how precious this helmet was. This can't be helped. After all, he can't hand over his helmet to the other party, can he? You must know that with White Queen's telepathy ability, as long as he loses the protection of the helmet, even he can't break free from the other party's control at all. It is even possible to be controlled by it, and it is not necessarily possible to attack Chen Luo in turn. Chapter 144, Part 2. At that time, even if Chen Luo has a helmet to protect him from the influence of telepathy, there is absolutely no possibility of winning in the face of the siege of the 36 kings. Therefore, no matter what, both of them must ensure that they cannot be affected by telepathy. Regarding Eric's decision, Chen Luo definitely has no reason to reject it. What he is most afraid of now is the ability like telepathy. If there is a way to be immune to its influence, then he will have no weakness at that time. Then it's decided. When your helmet is successfully produced, that's when we will do it. Chen Luo nodded and said, "That's not a problem." Eric nodded as well, with a serious expression on his face. However, the materials needed to make the helmet are too scarce, and I'm afraid it will take quite a while to make it. Is that so? Chen Luo is not surprised by this. After all, if the material for making this helmet is really so easy to find, I am afraid that Raven and the others will be able to equip it long ago. When the number of helmets increases, the threat of mutant like Professor X the level will also be greatly reduced. It is precisely because the materials capable of immune mind control ability are too scarce. So far, there are only 2 helmets capable of immune mind control ability. One of them is now worn on Magneto's head, while the other was specially made by Eric when he was still playing for Shaw when he was young, and it is still in the hands of the Black King of Hellfire Club. In this case, let's talk about it after the helmet is made. Chen Luo nodded, then changed the topic and said, "Compared with this, I still want to see, the legendary ancestor of the Blood Clan. Eric, if you don't mind, how about we leave in a few days?" Since Chen Luo had already agreed to help, Eric naturally had no intention of refusing, so he nodded immediately and agreed. "No problem. Then trouble you to live here for the first few days. After I arrange things here, we will set off." Chen Luo turned his head, looked at Craven, and said in a deep voice, "Craven, Mr. Eric, they will leave it to you. Be sure to treat them well, understand?" "Yes, Master Chen Luo." Craven nodded quickly, not daring to neglect in the slightest. After discussing the next itinerary, Chen Luo and his group dispersed separately. Eric and his group sat in Craven's car, and then slowly disappeared from Chanji's sight. "All right, it's time for us to go." Seeing the figure of the other party leaving, Chen Luo's eyes sparkled, and then he came to Lucien's car and said in a deep voice. As the evening approached, Chen Luo returned home again. Erica, who had been waiting at home for a long time, heard the movement from outside. She was instantly refreshed and got up to greet her. "Chen, you are finally back?" Quickly coming to Chen Luo, Erica blinked her big eyes, with a smile on her face, and pulled Chen Lu to the dining table. "You came back just in time. I just made dinner. Come on, try it. How does it taste?" Sitting at the other end of the dining table, Erica dragged her chin with her hands and looked at Chen Luo expectantly. Facing the expectant eyes of the other party, Chen Luo's heart warmed up. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he didn't refuse, picked up the chopsticks, reached for the dishes carefully prepared by Erica, and then sent them to the mouth. After savoring it carefully, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He gave her a thumbs up and praised, "It's delicious. Erica, your cooking skills seem to be improving again." Hearing Chen Luo's praise, Erica's big eyes curved into a thin arc, and she became happy visibly to the naked eye. Not long after, as the dinner was over, Chen Luo stepped forward, was silent for a moment, and then told Erica about his next plan. "Sorry, Erica, I'll be going on a long trip in 2 days, and it may take a while to come back. Stretching out his right hand and rubbing her long blonde hair, Chen Luo said softly, so for the time being, Erica will be at home alone? Hearing this, Erica, who was originally happy, suddenly changed her face, looked up at Chen Luo, and asked quickly, Chen, where are you going? I want to go with you too. This is impossible. Chen Luo smiled and then explained, the place I'm going to next needs to be kept secret, and I also promise that others will not tell it. So there is no way to take this trip with you. Erica together. But don't worry, as long as I get what I want, I will rush back as soon as possible. Hearing this, Erica blinked her big eyes, looked at him with some reluctance on her face and said, then you must come back quickly. I'll wait for you at home. I see. Rubbing her little head, Chen Luo smiled even wider. For the next 2 days, Chen Luo also stayed in the room all day, dealing with Erica's entanglement before parting. Early the next morning, while Erica was still fast asleep, Chen Luo quietly left the room. When we came outside the villa, Brutal had been waiting here for a long time. Got in the car, Chen Luo moved his slightly sore body, spoke softly, and said to Brutal, come on, Pluto, let's go to the headquarters. Clear. After a promise, Brutal drove steadily all the way. Chapter 144, Part 3. Following Chen Luo's awakening, the two just arrived at their destination at this moment. Go all the way to the top floor of the building and open the office door. At this moment, the three of Magneto are already waiting here. Seeing Chen Luo's arrival, Eric also understood that the other party was ready, so he didn't say much nonsense and planned to leave immediately. Raven, Victor, you guys stay here for a while for the next few days, and you will come back after I bring Chen to his destination. The three of them had obviously discussed this before, and the two of Raven had no opinion. They nodded and agreed. Then, the two went downstairs again, get in the car, and drive towards the direction of the private airport. Because it is tens of thousands of miles away from the mountains where Dracula is located, it may take several days to drive there. So taking a plane is essential. Definitely, if Chen Luo transforms, it will only take a few hours to reach the destination, but he is not alone after all. Even if he takes Eric flight with him, it is still a question of whether he can bear it with his physical strength, so he has no other choice. Definitely, if he successfully finds his destination, and he is the only one left, using flight ability to hurry is undoubtedly the most time-saving way. But even so, the journey of several hours is relatively long. Compared with flight, if you have the teleportation ability, it will undoubtedly be much more efficient. Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly remembered Eric's previous introduction. If he remembers correctly, in the Hellfire Club, there seems to be a mutant with teleportation ability. He doesn't have to spend so much time on the road, etc. At this time, Chen Luo seemed to suddenly think of something, and the excitement in his eyes flashed away. He suddenly remembered that if he could have teleportation ability, then Skull Island would also be able to come and go freely for him. Not only Skull Island, but also North Bear Country and Europe can be reached in an instant, so that the forces under his command can be needed together to the greatest extent, whether it is the speed of delivering news or mobilizing troops, can have a huge amounts of T-Wong. With this in mind, Chen Luo has already determined to win that mutant named Red Devil. Such a strategic talent must be in his hands to be the safest. Definitely, if the opponent is not willing to surrender, then he doesn't mind looting the opponent's ability. Then, when Chen Luo Magneto embarked on a journey to find Dracula. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the depths of a huge mountain range that stretches thousands of miles, in the old castle where Dracula is located, something is being arranged in full swing at the moment, and it looks extremely busy. Chapter 145, Part 1. Welcome everyone to the Fairy Hotel, to my daughter, Mavis' 118th birthday party. This is the safest place for everyone. Take this schedule. There are many wonderful activities I personally designed on it, all for my daughter's birthday celebration tomorrow. I assure you that you will have a great time tomorrow. Inside the castle, Dracula was wearing a black suit and a waist-length black cloak behind him. The tall, well-proportioned and handsome Dracula was walking through the crowd with ease. Holding a stack of bright red program schedules in his hand, he stuffed them into everyone's hands with a smile on his face. Behind him, three skeletons in suits were holding musical instruments in their hands, showing off their superb musical skills to everyone. In the castle hall, there are all kinds of pedestrians coming and going. The legendary Bigfoot living in the snow is somewhat similar to the legendary dragon. It has 6 heads and many heads. The body is wrapped in layers of shrouds. The swaying female mummy is probably only about half a meter away. Vicious-looking piranha monsters and all kinds of strange creatures gathered here, and the castle suddenly became extremely lively. We look forward to coming here every year, Monsieur Earl. Among the crowd, a male piranha monster stretched out his hand to read the program, and a kind smile appeared on his ferocious face, and he said with a smile, "We especially like the safety here. Only here can we guarantee that we will not be caught. Those people found it." "That's definitely, sir." Dracula's face was full of pride, and he said, I built this hotel just for this purpose. With it, everyone can be guaranteed not to be harmed by humans. Then, just as Dracula was handing out the program schedule to the people around, the next moment, there was a sudden noise outside the gate. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by bursts of howling cubs, dozens of cubs poured in from the gate, filling the hall in an instant. Children, come here. Don't cause trouble for parents. In the end, a werewolf couple who were much taller than these cubs, looked very similar to Lucien's werewolf in appearance, and could even speak human words walked in. Looking at the little wolf cubs running around, he couldn't help but rubbed his forehead in distress, his face full of helplessness. Wayne. Seeing the person coming, Dracula's eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward, but just as he took a step, he felt a little strange under his feet. Looking down, Dracula showed a smile on his face, gently lifted the corner of the cloak, looked at the little wolf cub who was constantly biting the cloak, and said with a light smile, "Julian, this is not good. This is a hotel, not a cemetery." Hearing this, the little wolf cub who was constantly biting Dracula's cloak was stunned, subconsciously let go, and apologized to his father's friend with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Uncle Dracula." Putting the other party down, Dracula came to the Wayne couple and greeted them warmly. "Long time no see, old friend." Wayne was bent over, bowed his body, his face was tired, but when he saw his old friend coming over, he cheered up and said, "Old friend, your place looks very good now. It's much better than the dark and damp place in my house. Much better. It would be nice to get away from there for a few days. Maybe I can have a nice vacation these days. Don't worry, leave it to me." Hearing this, Dracula also knows the difficulty of being an old friend. After all, there are so many children to take care of at home. If he hadn't had a strong physique like a werewolf, he might not be able to hold on for a long time. But even so, the burden of the family is still heavy. His body made him look more like an old man now, with an extremely stooped figure. Patting his old friend on the shoulder understandingly, Dracula assured him, "Old friend, leave the children to me to help you take care of them. Then you can relax and enjoy your vacation." After saying this, Dracula turned around, snapped his fingers lightly, and said, "Housekeeping." As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, from a side door, several old witches with dark green skin and broomsticks flew to the hall quickly and began to clean up the chaos created by these little wolf cubs. I saw that as they waved their fingers lightly, green light emerged from the fingertips, and the magic was released instantly. The tables, chairs, and benches in the hall that were overturned by these little wolf cubs returned to their original places one after another. The water in the wet carpet slowly evaporated and returned to its original clean and tidy appearance. After tidying up the hall and following these witches waving their fingers lightly, the little wolf cubs involuntarily floated in midair and followed them out of the hall. Looking at the hall that disappeared in a short time and returned to silence again, Wayne subconsciously let out a sigh of relief, hammered his sore waist, and his face was obviously relaxed. "Looks like I can finally have a good rest." Chapter 145, Part 2. Then, just as he was about to take a good rest, outside the hotel gate, a few zombies wearing waiter clothes and with festering marks on their bodies walked stiffly, holding two huge amounts of cardboard boxes above their heads, and slowly came to the lobby inside. The moment the box was placed on the ground, suddenly, there was a movement in the cardboard box, accompanied by a violent shaking. The cardboard box broke open, and then, a head covered with dense needles and threads, which looked a bit hideous, roll out of the carton and come to Dracula's feet. Lowering his head and looking at the head under his feet, Dracula had a happy face, picked up the head, and said enthusiastically, "Oh, Frank, long time no see. I didn't expect it to be so long. I still like to travel this way." "No way, air tickets are too expensive now, and we can't show up in front of humans, so we can only come here through this method." The head in Dracula's hand also showed a look of helplessness on his face, and he said with some depression, "As a famous Frankenstein, Frank has lived in this world for hundreds of years. However, unlike Dracula, he is limited by his own terrifying appearance, and he can only stay in a secluded room with his wife on weekdays. Life in the mountains and forests. There is no currency circulating in the human world. Even if they want to come here, they can only disassemble their bodies by consignment and put them in cardboard boxes to get on with the show. I have to say, as a member of the monsters, their life is really miserable." Then Wayne also came to the two of them, and when the three old friends were chatting, suddenly, the cloak behind Dracula automatically turned without wind, and then in front of the three of them, in the empty air, a voice sounded instantly. "Long time no see, friends." Hearing this familiar voice, the three of them turned their heads subconsciously. When the three of them saw the strange scene of a pair of glasses floating in the air in front of them, they were not surprised at all. On the contrary, they seemed to see an old friend. Chi-Chi smiled. "You're still the same, invisible man. It's been a long time no see, although we have never seen you." After saying this, The three of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Hey, it's all old jokes. Don't you get tired of playing? In the air in front of the three of them, the helpless voice of the invisible man suddenly came. Just when several people were joking, another old friend appeared on the stage. Boom! The gate was instantly covered by yellow sand. Countless yellow sand poured in from outside the gate, and then formed a hill made of yellow sand, and then a small tornado wrapped in yellow sand appeared in front of the three of them, slowly condensing and forming. The whole body of the visitor is wrapped in a shroud. There is no doubt that this is also a mummy, but unlike other mummies with vicious images, this mummy not only does not look vicious at all, but is unsurprisingly cute. The short and fat figure, the round mung bean eyes, and the appearance of opening his mouth and grinning anytime and anywhere simply makes people feel bad. And he is also one of Dracula's friends who have been friends for many years, the mummy Murray, who was born as an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. Hey, Murray, I didn't expect to see you for so long. You are still the same. Several people greeted them with smiles, but before they could open their mouths, Dracula walked forward with a manic face, shaking Murray's body. Murray, you bastard, didn't I tell you, don't summon sand in my hotel? Don't you know how hard it is to clean up the sand? The saliva sprayed on Murray's face, but he didn't mind at all, completely ignoring Dracula, who was chattering on the side, and came to Wayne and the others with a big smile, and said hello. Hey, brothers, how have you been all these years? I haven't seen you for so many years. Do you miss me? Frank, you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Why is there only one head left? Seeing this scene, Dracula behind him covered his face helplessly, didn't say much, waved his hand, and asked people to start cleaning up. Master, we are finished weaving. At this time, a black spider about the size of a palm file suddenly fell slowly from the ceiling and came to Dracula, uttering words. Hearing this, Dracula lifted his spirits and looked up. When he saw the line of large characters made of spider webs appearing on the ceiling at some point, he couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction, then looked at everyone and said, Well, friends, I'm so glad that you can come here to celebrate my lovely little Mavis's birthday celebration. Today everyone is here to enjoy activities, and wait until tomorrow. We will celebrate her 118th birthday together for Mavis. Okay, now then, I'm going to see my lovely little girl. 0. Ask for flowers. After finishing speaking, Dracula walked towards the door on the other side. Seeing Dracula's disappearing back, the rest of the people looked at each other for a while, and then laughter resounded in the castle. The other side. In a room on the top floor of the castle. Chapter 145, Part 3. Wearing a black knee-length dress, with short ear-length hair, a cute and pretty woman, full of vitality, is sitting in front of the mirror, with a sullen expression on her face. Dad, didn't you say that when I'm 118, I'll be able to see the outside world like those other people who come to the hotel? As soon as he finished speaking, Mei Weixi's complexion changed suddenly. He squeezed his throat, imitated his father's tone, waved his hands, and said exaggeratedly, But Xiao Mei, my good daughter, the outside world is dangerous. I fear you will be harmed by those humans. But Dad, do you still remember that we made an agreement 30 years ago? You still promised me so swearingly. Don't you mean what you say now? While Mavis was talking to himself in the room, suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and then, Dracula gently opened the door and walked in. Good evening, Xiao Mei. With a happy smile on his face, the legendary ancestor of the Blood Clan stepped quickly into the door. Happy birthday, my good daughter. While saying this while looking around, looking for the figure of his precious daughter. Thank you, Dad. At this moment, Mavis's figure suddenly hung down from the ceiling, standing on the wall of the roof with both feet, showing no sign of falling. 0. Oh, my good daughter, so you are here. Mei, listen to me. Dad has prepared a lot of fun for your birthday tomorrow. You will definitely like it. For example, tomorrow we can go to the ghost forest to catch scorpions, just the two of us. How about it? Aren't you very excited? Looking at his dad, who was dancing happily below, Mavis rolled his eyes and fell from the ceiling in an instant, leaving him with a back view, took a deep breath, and then said, Dad, I think there's something we need to talk about first. Do you remember 30 years ago? However, before she finished speaking, Dracula interrupted. Mei, you mean you want to go to the outside world to have a look, right? Pausing for a while, then he looked at his precious daughter with a doting face and said, Don't worry, Mei. I definitely won't forget my words. As for your going to the outside world, I agree. Dad, you can't do this. You gave me your promise. Know that Dracula's oath is sacred. Wait, Dad, what did you just say? I can get out? Just when Mavis was about to open his mouth to refute her father, suddenly she seemed to realize something. Her spirits lifted. Her face involuntarily showed surprise, and she stared at Jean with her big eyes open without blinking. Dracula nodded. But soon he changed the subject and said, Although you can go out, there is one prerequisite. That is, you need someone to accompany you. Mei, I think you still remember your Uncle Eric? How about this, after your birthday tomorrow, I will contact him. With Eric by his side to take care of you. My dad can rest assured that you can go out and have a look. When he learned that he was finally able to go out, Mei Weixi's heart was already filled with excitement. There was no reason not to agree. So he nodded quickly and agreed. Great. I can finally go to the outside world to see it. I want to go to see the heaven first like my father and mother. I want to see, is it as beautiful as the mother's diary said? Paradise? Dracula was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Mei, that place is not called paradise. The name of that place is Hawaii. Hawaii? Dad, is it really as beautiful as it is written in my mother's diary? That's definitely, it's beautiful there. There was a softness in Dracula's eyes, and he was about to speak, but at this moment, jingle bell. In the room, there was a sharp ringing of the phone. Next to Mavis's bedside, a phone in the shape of a skull was constantly vibrating. The two were attracted by this sound. With Dracula's palm flipping, the phone was taken out of the skull in an instant, down and flew into Dracula's hands. What's the matter? Eric, have you come here? Well, you wait outside. I'll go find you right away. Mavis, who was on the side, also heard the content on the phone. When she learned that Eric had appeared here, her eyes lit up suddenly, and her face couldn't stop jumping up. Chapter 146, Part 1. After hanging up the phone, Dracula was about to go out, but before he started to take a step, he saw his daughter's big shining eyes. Dad, is Uncle Eric already here? Then let's hurry up to meet him. Huh? Us? Yes, Dad. Didn't we agree just now? When Uncle Eric comes over, I can go to the human world. Mavis couldn't help showing excitement on his face, cheering and jumping on the spot, completely oblivious to his father's extremely ugly face. Miscalculated. At this moment, Dracula regretted it too much in his heart. The reason why he raised such a condition just now was that he had absolutely no intention of letting his precious daughter go out. In fact, what he originally meant was to contact Eric after tomorrow and ask him to find a reason why he couldn't come over this year, and then he could logically prevent his daughter from going out. However, he did not expect that the other party came here just today, and the worst thing was that his daughter was right next to him in the conversation just now, which made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to shirk it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. But no matter what, I still need to stabilize my daughter first, at least let her pass this birthday safely, and then think about the next thing. So Dracula looked at her daughter and said with a smile, May, you wait for me at home first. Dad goes out and brings Uncle Eric over first, understand? But Dad... May... Dracula's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Don't forget, Dad only promised you to go out after your birth, so you can't go out now. No matter how you say it, we have to wait until tomorrow is over. Hearing the words 273, Mavis lowered his head in frustration and said in a low voice, Okay, then Dad, you have to come back quickly. I want to discuss going out with Uncle Eric sooner. Okay, I get it. Dracula turned around and walked to the door, opened the door. When he was about to go out, he seemed to suddenly think of something, turned around to look at his daughter again, and repeatedly urged, Don't go out, do you understand? Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure I won't run around. Mavis nodded again and again, agreeing. Seeing this, Dracula breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door with peace of mind, and then walked towards the outside of the castle. And when Dracula just left the room, Mavis, who had a well-behaved face, changed instantly, gritted his teeth, looked at the door angrily, and muttered in a low voice, Dad is so true. I'm already 118 years old, and he still treats me like a child. I can't believe that the outside world is really as dangerous as Dad said. It must be a scare. Since she was born, Dracula has been telling him how dangerous the outside world is, and she has always kept her father's teachings in mind. She has never gone out for more than 100 years, and she can only use the old TV at home every day, the old projector, and the diary left by my mother before she died to learn about the outside world. And with the increasing age, while Mavis grew up day by day, she also developed a strong curiosity about the outside world, and she asked her father more than once that she wanted to go outside. The idea of looking at the world, but to her disappointment, every time she got only one answer. That is rejection. After coming down like this again and again, the resentment towards her father grew in her heart, and she even wondered whether her father didn't want her to go out alone for the rest of her life. But fortunately, after more than 100 years, finally on the day before her 118th birthday, she got the answer she dreamed of. After learning that he was finally able to go out, Mavis was ecstatic in his heart, bouncing around the room excitedly, with no intention of stopping at all. When she thought of the scene where she would be able to go to the human world after Uncle Eric came over, she couldn't help but look forward to it. Coming out of the balcony, looking at the bright moon in the sky, my eyes were a little dull, and I had already started to imagine in my heart. However, it didn't take long before she seemed to think of something suddenly. Her complexion changed instantly, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in her eyes. Because at this moment, she suddenly thought, if the purpose of her father's going out was not to welcome Uncle Eric, but to let him leave, wouldn't she be able to go to the outside world with Uncle Eric? Thinking of how his father didn't want him to go out all the time, Mei Weiss couldn't help but tremble, and immediately thought that this was a very likely situation. Thinking of this, she couldn't sit still for a while, and after thinking about it for a while, finally, she gritted her teeth and made a secret decision in her heart. Sorry, Dad. It seems that this time, I have to go out. After saying this, a purple halo flashed across Mavis's body, and the next moment, she instantly transformed into a bat state, flapping her wings, and flew towards the forest outside the castle. The other side. After talking to Dracula on the phone, Eric stood outside the forest, not having any further thoughts, but waiting here. Chapter 146, Part 2. Beside him, Chen Luo saw the other party's movements and couldn't help asking curiously, Eric, why don't you go in? Is there something wrong inside? For Chen Luo's question, Eric nodded first and then explained, more than 10 years ago, if Dracula hadn't personally invited me in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get out of this forest. After a pause, he saw a slight flash of fear in his eyes and said slowly, because this forest has already been cast by Dracula's magic, if there is no one who is familiar with this place to guide the way, it is easy to get lost here. Besides getting lost easily, there are also those pedestrians who inadvertently broke into this forest and eventually died in this forest. Their souls were trapped here and became wandering ghosts, unconsciously wandering in this forest. Walk among them. If someone encounters them, it will be very difficult to die. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes became more interested, and he couldn't help asking, Ghost? Do ghosts really exist in this world? Why, Eric? You look like you don't even want to meet them. Are they difficult to deal with? Indeed. Eric nodded, smiled wryly, and said, My ability has no effect on this kind of existence. I heard Dracula say that only non-human creatures like them can be immune to the damage brought by ghosts. Speaking of this, Eric turned his head to look at Chen Luo, with a flash of envy in his eyes, and said, Just like a vampire like you, you don't need to worry about the threat that creatures like ghosts can pose to you. In this regard, our mutants are far inferior to you. Is that so? Chen Luo nodded clearly, his eyes thoughtful. We just need to wait here. Dracula will appear in a short time. But let's say in advance, if Dracula doesn't want to invite you in, then it's not my fault. Don't worry, I understand. Chen Luo nodded, and when he was about to speak, suddenly, as if he felt something, he raised his head subconsciously and looked at the sky above his head. Strange, I feel as if someone was spying on us just now. Eric raised his head and looked up when he heard the words. Scanning around, seeing nothing abnormal, he couldn't help but smiled and said, Then you may be overthinking. This is Dracula's territory. No one would dare to hover here. Yeah? Chen Luo frowned, still a little vigilant in his heart. You must know that it is night now, and with the blessing of the ability of the favor of darkness, his spiritual attribute has reached 60 points. Although he cannot mentally leave the body to investigate like Professor X, it has also indirectly enhanced his perception ability. Although Chen Luo didn't see anyone around him, his perception clearly told him that since just now, someone nearby has been watching them secretly. The fact is the same as he thought. Not far from the two of them, the bat transformed by Mavis was one step ahead of his father Dracula, and came to the outskirts of the forest one step ahead. When she saw Eric's figure below, Mei Weissi's face was overjoyed. But before she had time to speak, the tall figure of Chen Luo beside Eric came into her eyes in time. Seeing that there were other people beside him, Mavis was also slightly vigilant, so he didn't speak out directly, but chose to land on a tree trunk beside him, carefully checking the other person. When she saw Chen Luo's appearance clearly, her big, beautiful eyes couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Obviously, Chen Luo's handsome appearance attracted her attention in an instant in her hundreds of years of life. The only creatures in human form she has come into contact with are her father Dracula and Eric, but one of them is her father, and the other is now gray-haired. Looks like someone her age, which she's never seen before. And when it comes to external conditions, Chen Luo is absolutely top-notch in the entire human world. Even if compared to Mavis' father, he is a bit stronger. So when he saw Chen Luo for the first time, Mei Weiss thought I couldn't help feeling a little bit fond of Chen Luo. Just as she was secretly looking at Chen Luo, on the other side, she couldn't find who was peeping in the dark. Chen Luo didn't want to just sit and wait like this. When she rolled her eyes, she immediately had an idea. Eric, I'll go out and have a look first. You wait for me here. I'll be right back. Huh? Chen, what are you going to do? Facing Eric's question, Chen Luo didn't speak, but thought for a moment, and then under Eric's surprised gaze, his body instantly turned into hundreds of small bats and flew away. This is... Before he could say anything more, the next moment, a crisp exclamation sounded from the tree trunk not far from the two of them. Are you a vampire too? Hearing this sound, Chen Luo immediately had a goal, and countless bats flew towards the direction of Mavis, and when he came to the tree trunk, he saw the little bat hanging upside down on the tree trunk at the moment. Chen Luo was a little confused. Was it her just now? Looking at the other party carefully, I don't know if it is because of the influence of the bat's state. In Chen Luo's eyes at this moment, the little bat in front of him looks surprisingly pleasing to the eye, and he even has a cute look at the other party. Illusion. Chapter 146, Part 3. Quickly regaining consciousness and not thinking about it anymore, Chen Luo's figure flickered, and he returned to his human form again. He raised his head to look at the little bat on the tree trunk, and said, "It was you who were looking at us all the time?" Hearing this, Mavis also woke up from the previous surprise. Looking at Chen Luo, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. After learning of Chen Luo's true identity, her affection for Chen Luo suddenly increased a bit in her heart, and because Chen Luo is also a vampire, she was also defenseless, flapped its wings and flew to the ground, accompanied by a purple light halo. The next moment, the figure of Mavis appeared in front of the two of them. "Who are you?" Seeing this change in the other party, Chen Luo blinked subconsciously and gradually had a guess in his heart. Mavis. At this time, behind the two of them, Eric finally came late. When he saw the person coming, he was taken aback for a moment, and then with a sincere smile on his face, he walked quickly to the two of them. He looked each other up and down, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It seems that Xiaomei has grown up a lot. She looks like an adult now." Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said in a funny way, "Why? It seems that Dracula finally figured it out. Would you like to let Xiaomei out?" "If you ask me, it should have been like this long ago. Xiaomei, you have grown up, and you will be bored if you stay in the castle all the time. I think you can go to the human world to see it. Not a bad thing." Hearing this, Mavis's eyes lit up. His face was instantly filled with a smile. He nodded happily and said, "Uncle Eric, you are right. Just now, my father said that as soon as Uncle Eric comes here, let Uncle take me outside to have a look." Speaking of this, Mavis blinked his big eyes, looked at him expectantly and said, "Uncle Eric, will you take me out to play together?" For point 4. Hearing this, Eric, who was originally smiling, suddenly became speechless and froze in place. Seeing his reaction, Mavis instantly became extremely disappointed and lowered his head in frustration. Seeing her sullen look, Eric's eyes were also full of helplessness, and he was about to opening his mouth. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to catch a glimpse of Chen Luo, who was at the side. Suddenly, he had an idea in his mind. "May, it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I have other things to deal with outside, and I really can't take you out to play. How about this? You can go out with Chun. He is a vampire just like you. If you two walk together, I believe Chun can take good care of you." As he said that, he turned his head to look in Chen Luo's direction and introduced to her with a smile. "You may not know that in the outside world, the person in front of you is equivalent to all the vampires in the outside world. What about the king? If he is here, you will definitely not encounter any danger." "Really?" Hearing this, Mavis was refreshed and subconsciously turned his head to look in Chen Luo's direction. His beautiful big eyes were shining brightly, and while he was a little embarrassed, there was a visible expectation in his eyes in this regard. Chen Luo's thoughts flashed in his mind, and he had no intention of refusing. Looking at the other party, he nodded slightly with a smile on his face. "I have no problem, since we are all of the same race. So whenever you want to go out to play, just tell me at any time. I will arrange it." Seeing Chen Luo agreeing, Mavis's face was instantly covered with a smile, and when he was about to thank Chen Luo with a happy face, the next moment, 10 gloomy voices suddenly came from the master. It came out from the forest behind him. "Boy, you just said, where are you taking my lovely daughter?" Chapter 147, Part 1. Hearing this sudden sentence, the three of them were taken aback, subconsciously turned around and looked back. "Dad." Seeing the person coming, Mavis subconsciously shouted, then immediately reacted, and lowered his head a little guilty. "Dad? Is he just?" Chen Luo also reacted immediately, glanced at the other party calmly, and understood. If he guessed correctly, the person in front of him should be the legendary founder of the Blood Clan, Dracula. Sure enough, the next moment, Eric at the side saw the person coming and greeted him with a smile. "Dracula, long time no see." "Eric." Dracula came in front of the three of them. First he greeted his old friend, then he shifted his gaze to Chen Luo, and said with a very unfriendly gaze, "Who is this?" "Oh right, I forgot to introduce you." Eric pointed his finger in the direction of Chen Luo, and introduced to Dracula with a smile. "This is your fellow clan, and now he is in the outside world. He is the king who rules all the vampires in the world." Chen Luo. After a pause, he saw a little emotion on his face, and continued to speak. "Also don't look at the fact that he has been a vampire for a short time, but he has created a vampire in the world in just a few months. It belongs to its own vampire empire. Even in terms of strength, It is at the same level as us. Such an achievement, even I feel ashamed. Hearing Eric's words, Dracula's unkind expression changed instantly, and he looked at Chen Luo with some suspicion, frowning slightly. As the ancestor of the Blood Clan family, Dracula has never seen a Chidai who can compare with himself in strength. This is not because the ability of the offspring is not enough, but because of the inherent limitations of the vampire family. That is, in the race of vampires, only those whose blood is more pure will be more powerful. Whether it is his bloodline or the European vampire lineage, they all follow this law. 07 This is also the case among European vampires. Even after more than 800 years, the strongest is still because of Marcus. As the ancestor of the Blood Clan, there is no doubt that Dracula possesses the most primitive bloodline in the entire vampire clan. It is precisely because of this bloodline that his strength has always been superior to all vampires, and if calculated according to the purity of blood, even if there is a powerful existence among his descendants, its power will never be comparable to him. Even Mavis, who is his direct blood, is the same. From the moment she was born, her upper limit has already determined the height she can reach in the future. If she wants to break through the limit and reach the king's level of strength like him, unless he voluntarily sacrifices himself and injects his own blood into the opponent's body, making him the new Blood Clan ancestor can do it. It is precisely because he understands the limitations of the Blood Clan bloodline that he was so shocked when he learned from Eric that there was a king-level existence among his descendants. After carefully looking at Chen Luo for a moment, suddenly, as if he had discovered something, a flash of amazement flashed in his eyes. Staring straight at Chen Luo, Dracula asked in a deep voice, "Boy, your name is Chen Luo, right? Although I can sense my blood in your body, there should be more than just the blood of the vampires in your body. I see. Did you break through the restriction of the blood of the vampires by integrating other blood? It's really amazing. B. As expected of the ancestor of the legendary Blood Clan, you can actually discover this secret of mine." After being told his secret by the other party, Chen Luo also looked at the other party in surprise, and then explained, "That's right. I did integrate other bloodlines by some kind of coincidence, thus integrating with the vampire bloodlines in my body, and finally made me a brand new race." "A whole new race?" Looking at the puzzled eyes of the three, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Yes. I call it the Source Blood Clan. As a variant of the vampire family, the Source Blood Clan not only has the power to surpass ordinary vampires, but also has no weaknesses that vampires have, that is to say, things like sunlight, garlic, silver. These things won't do me any harm." The reason why Chen Luo chose to tell the truth is also because he has his own calculations. After all, he still wants to find out the method of practicing magic from the other party, and he and the other party are not close relatives. So it can't be just because they are both vampires, the ancestor of the Blood Clan will generously pass on the method of practicing magic to him. Therefore, if he wants to impress the other party, he still needs to come up with something practical. And for a vampire, what could be more attractive than overcoming a weakness like sunlight? So before coming here, he had already thought about it in his heart. Even if the other party doesn't ask now, he still has to find a way to let the other party know that he has a way to make vampires overcome their weaknesses. Get what you want in your hands. As expected, after hearing Chen Luo's words, Dracula's eyes subconsciously flashed with excitement. Chapter 147, Part 2. For Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, his own strength is now at the top of the world, but it is because he has the weakness of vampires who are naturally afraid of the sun that his powerful strength can only be fully displayed at night. This can't help but make him a little depressed. It would be fine if he was the only one, but the most important thing is that he still has this precious daughter, Mavis, and he is more concerned about the safety of his own daughter than anyone else. In order to ensure for the safety of his own daughter, if he can overcome Sunshine's method, he is willing to pay any price. Now such an opportunity is in front of him, and he will not let it go anyway. Looking straight at Chen Luo, although the idea of arresting him directly arose in his heart several times, but at first Chen Luo came with his old friend Eric, and the relationship between the two is obviously not that big enemy. If he shoots directly, then the relationship between him and Eric will come to an end. Secondly, according to what Eric said before, Chen Luo now has power comparable to him, and is also a king-level existence. Once he chooses to make a move, it is still unknown whether he can successfully capture Chen Luo. If the opponent seizes the opportunity to escape, he will undoubtedly lose the best chance for them to overcome Sunshine. These thoughts flashed through Dracula's mind like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a decision had already been made in his mind. Seeing Chen Luo, Dracula's expression changed instantly, with a warm smile that he had never seen before, and he quickly greeted Chen Luo and said, "Eric, you haven't been here for a long time. It's just right now. Tomorrow is my precious daughter's 118th birthday party. You must come to attend." "There is Chen, right? Since you are also a member of our monsters, you are naturally eligible to participate in this banquet." Afterwards, Dracula turned his head to look at his precious daughter with a kind face, and said dotingly in his eyes, "It just so happens that May has never met her own clan since she was a child. and you two are also similar in age, so you probably have a lot of common topics. If possible, I would be very happy to see Mei can make new friends. Since the other party has already taken the initiative to invite, how could Chen Luo have any reason to refuse? He nodded immediately and said, if that's the case, I'll trouble your excellency. Then, just when Dracula took the initiative to invite Chen Luo, a prompt sound from the system sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is now issued. Chen Luo, who was walking on the road, suddenly had a blur in front of his eyes, and when he recovered, he could faintly feel that there seemed to be something more in his mind. Before he could search carefully, beside him, Mavis, who had been curious about Chen Luo for a long time, came to him, looked at Chen Luo expectantly, and asked, hello, Chen. My name is Mavis, Dracula's daughter. Awakened by this voice, Chen Luo turned his head to look at the other party, with a smile on his face, and said softly, hello, Chen Luo. After a brief introduction to each other, Maywise couldn't wait to ask Chen Luo about the outside world. Trapped in this forest for hundreds of years, her heart that wanted to go out and make a living could no longer hold back. Chen Luo, appear from the outside world. She definitely wants to learn more about the outside world from Chen Luo. Chen, have you heard of Hawaii? Is it beautiful there? I read from my mother's diary that my father and mother met there, and my mother said that Hawaii is like heaven. Chen, I just heard Uncle Eric say that you are the king of all vampires outside. Is this true? Are there many other vampires out there? What do they all look like? Do they all look the same as you, Chen? Chen, are there many humans in the outside world? Are they all difficult to get along with? If someone finds out that we are vampires, will they hurt us? Or are they all changed now and willing to live in peace with us? Faced with Mavis's constant questions, Chen Luo didn't show any impatience on his face. On the contrary, when he looked at the energetic girl next to him, there was an inexplicable expression in his eyes. There was no other reason. It was that Mavis's personality was so similar to Erica's, so he couldn't help thinking that if the two could get to know each other, they would soon become good friends. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look a little softer in the eyes of Gu Mei Weiss. Looking at each other, Chen Luo replied softly, I've been to Hawaii too. It's really beautiful there. If Mavis can go there, you will never regret it. The king of all vampires? No, it's not that far yet. Now I can only be considered the patriarch of a certain family. As for the human world, speaking of this, Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth and said, at this point, Mei, you may be disappointed. Just like His Majesty Dracula said, human beings still hold a more hostile attitude towards us non-human races. Generally, if people discover our true identity, the immediate reaction is definitely not to make friends with us, but to destroy us. Chapter 147, Part 3. Speaking of this, Chen Luo turned his head to look at Eric in front, and said with his eyes, just like your Uncle Eric, their mutant family evolved from the human race, but even so, human beings are not willing to accept the existence of them. Even if they are like this, we vampires needless to say. So Xiaomei, you must remember that even if one day you go out to the outside world and want to see scenery that you have never seen in your life, you must always be vigilant. You must not trust human beings casually, otherwise you may suffer a lot. Do you understand? At this moment, Chen Luo's face was full of seriousness, and his eyes were fixed on Chen Luo's eyes. Mavis nodded subconsciously and agreed. I see. After hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Mei Weizi's big bright eyes dimmed instantly, as if he had been hit by something, and his voice became a little low. How could this be? Is it really the same as what my father said? The human world is full of bad people? Can't we live in peace? No. Humans definitely have good people. At this time, Chen Luo's words sounded again. Maybe there will be human beings who treat people equally, I don't deny that. However, whether the other party really has good intentions towards us, words alone are not enough. The most important thing is to prove it by actions. 11. However, such human beings are only a minority after all. Most human beings reject supernatural creatures, like us, from the bottom of their hearts, either out of fear or jealousy. Driven by such emotions, they can make nothing is surprising. Speaking of this, Chen Luo suddenly thought of something, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, perhaps right now, in the human world, there might be someone who wants to arrest us and dissect us. Anatomy? Hearing this word, Mavis turned pale, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. After Chen Luo's explanation just now, her impression of the human world can't help but be greatly reduced. But after all, she has been trapped in the castle for hundreds of years, and her heart that wants to go out and make a living still refuses to stop. Knowing the danger of the outside world, Mavis turned his eyes to Chen Luo, and immediately had an idea in his mind. Although the outside world sounds dangerous, isn't there Chen Luo beside her? If Chen Luo can accompany her, her safety will be guaranteed. This thought flashed in her mind, but she didn't say it directly. After all, her father is right in front of her now. Based on her understanding of her father, he must have heard their conversation just now. If she accidentally exposes her thoughts, if her father destroys her, it will be too late for her to regret it. Well, find a chance to chat with Chen alone when you get home. Mavis silently made a decision in his heart. At the same time, as expected, while Chen Luo and Chen Luo were chatting, their chat content was also heard by Dracula, who was leading the way ahead. And after hearing what Chen Luo said just now, Dracula's complexion suddenly eased, and the impression of Chen Luo in his heart also instantly improved. Chapter 148, Part 1. Mavis' previous guess was correct. Just when he received a call from Eric, Dracula suddenly changed his mind on the way, because at this moment he suddenly thought that if after seeing Eric, he would first find a reason to persuade him to leave, and then go back to the castle by himself, said that Eric had left beforehand. In this way, Eric would not be used as an excuse, so he would not have to worry about the risk of his precious daughter running away. After thinking of this method, he secretly praised his own idea for a while. However, he didn't expect that after spending hundreds of years together, Mavis became very familiar with his old father's personality. After guessing that the other party would probably let Uncle Eric leave first, and make his plan to go out after the stillbirth, she immediately began to take action. Taking advantage of the flight, she went to the outskirts of the forest first, and met Eric. When Dracula, who came behind, saw the sudden appearance of his precious daughter, he immediately realized that his plan might not come true, but just as he was feeling secretly, he suddenly heard Eric propose that he wanted Chen Luo's idea of taking his daughter out, and looking at his daughter's face, it seems that he is still looking forward to it. Seeing this scene, he definitely couldn't take it anymore, and immediately stood up to stop it. Afterwards, when he heard that Chen Luo was born as a vampire like him, although his heart changed a little bit towards him, but he didn't want to abduct him. Dracula doesn't have the slightest liking for her good daughter's pig. Even if he later learned that Chen Luo had a way to help them overcome the vampire's weakness, if it wasn't for his own daughter, he would not have chosen to invite him into his home. But after hearing what Chen Luo said just now, Dracula's impression of Chen Luo suddenly changed. The reason why he has been preventing his daughter from going to the outside world is not that he is worried about those malicious humans, as Chen Luo said. He is very clear about his daughter's personality. If she is allowed to go out to the outside world alone, she is probably the type who will be sold and count the money. If she is targeted by humans with ulterior motives, it may not be long. Wait for him, yes, it's the news of my daughter's disappearance. And it is precisely because of this idea that he has been instilling in his daughter the idea that the outside world is very dangerous for so many years. However, Maywise has long been tired of hearing his words, and she doesn't care much in her heart. Now that she hears Chen Luo, a person who lives in the human world, she should feel the same in her heart. Be vigilant. Thinking of this, suddenly, his gaze towards Chen Luo became much softer. A group of people passed through the ghost forest in front of them, and continued walking for a short time, and then, in front of a wide bridge, Dracula slowly stopped. The destination is just ahead. You two, welcome to the Elven Hotel. Turning around, Dracula looked at the two of them, smiled slightly and said, because tomorrow is my daughter's birthday, there are quite a lot of guests in the castle now. I hope you can prepare for it. Hearing this, Chen Luo Eric and Chen Luo Eric looked at each other and nodded in unison. At the same time, they both felt a little curious about the upcoming journey. In the past, when Eric came to this ancient castle as a guest, it was not as lively as it is now. Now it happens to be Mavis's birthday. For this rare scene, Eric also looked forward to it a little more. Originally, he planned to introduce Chen Luo to Dracula and then set off to go back, but now that it was Mavis's birthday, he couldn't just leave like this, not to mention that he also felt a little bit fond of Mavis, so he simply temporarily let go of the idea of leaving. I want to wait until Mavis's birthday is over before leaving and returning. Then a group of 4 people crossed the long bridge and came to the outskirts of the castle where Dracula lived for hundreds of years. Raising his head and looking at the tall castle in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help but be amazed. It's really the same. Surrounded by mountains, the outside is covered by ghost forest, and inside is a rather medieval-style castle. Above the tall castle, there is a round of bright moon hanging high, and the bright moonlight spreads to the ground, making this castle looks even more mysterious. Looking at the scene that was exactly the same as in the movie he had watched, Chen Luo became more and more curious about what the monster friends who came from all over the world to celebrate Mavis' birthday would look like. The answer will soon be revealed. As Chen Luo stepped into the gate, what he saw, even though he had been prepared in his heart, still surprised him. Bigfoot is more than 10 meters high, has 6 heads, and looks like a legendary dragon monster. There is no flesh and blood on its body, but the skeleton musician who is still playing the instrument leisurely, and the horseman the witch flying around the living room with a broom. All of these things opened Chen Luo's eyes, and he said in his heart that the trip was worthwhile. Chapter 148, Part 2. And the moment a few people walked in, everyone in the hall also felt the movement at the same time, and all turned their heads to look this way. When they saw the leader Dracula, There was a gleam of joy on their faces, and they were about to say hello, but then behind him, the figures of Chen Luo and Chen Luo also fell into their eyes at the right time. When they saw the two of Chen Luo for a moment, there was silence in the hall, and then exclamations sounded. Humans! Humans! Dracula! You brought humans here! Damn human beings, die for me! Accompanied by a roar, and then, under Chen Luo's surprised eyes, a monster about half a meter in length suddenly rushed out of the crowd, which looked like a monster that became a piranha with those short legs. He rushed towards Chen Luo with all his teeth and claws. Click! He quickly rushed to Chen Luo's side. Because of his height, the opponent's height was only around Chen Luo's thigh, but this did not prevent him from attacking at all. He opened his terrifying big mouth full of sharp teeth and pointed at Chen Luo. Luo bit down on the thigh. Regarding the opponent's move, Chen Luo just watched the opponent's movement with great interest, without any thought of stopping him, and the opponent still bit him. Even if Chen Luo didn't dodge at all, but with the blessing of his steel body ability, Chen Luo's body strength is stronger than steel, so it's no surprise that, accompanied by bursts of crisp sounds, under everyone's astonished gaze next, the sharp teeth of the other party broke instantly, and there was a sharp pain in his mouth, which made him unable to bear the pain and uttered a loud electric cry. Looking at the piranha monster Colin, who was lying on the ground and rolling all over the floor at this moment, Dracula, who was about to speak up to remind him, froze in place for an instant, took a deep look at Chen Luo, and didn't say anything, just ordered the zombie waiter on the side to come. Colin is taken to the guest room for treatment. After dealing with all this, Dracula turned to look at the crowd and explained loudly, Everyone listen to me. The two behind me are not actually human beings. You should have heard me mention this gentleman. He is my old friend, Eric. Although he looks like a human being, Mr. Eric, in fact, he is a mutant. Strictly speaking, he is not a human being either. As soon as Dracula finished speaking, as if to cooperate with him, behind him, Eric gently raised his right hand and waved it casually. The next moment, the long steel swords hanging on the wall of the hall buzzed instantly, and then flew from the wall one after another. Get up, come to Eric, and walk around his body. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly realized, and their faces gradually regained their calmness. And this is not over yet. Dracula then pointed to Chen Luo on the other side and said, As for this Mr. Chen Luo, like me and Mavis, he also has the blood of the vampire family. He is also a member of our monsters, and has nothing to do with humans. Everyone has seen that scene just now. If Chen Luo is really an ordinary human being, how could he do that? As his voice fell, the next moment, there was a wave of disturbance among the crowd. Dracula, is what you said true? Is he really a vampire too? But it doesn't look like it. Everyone's eyes kept scanning Chen Luo's body, and they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious in their eyes. As for the eyes of everyone, Chen Luo also saw all the eyes, didn't say much, his body flickered, and the next moment, Chen Luo's figure disappeared in an instant, replaced by a black body, flapping its wings and flying in the air small bats. As Dracula's signature skill, everyone is very familiar with the trick of turning into a bat. Therefore, after seeing Chen Luo's transformation into a bat, everyone finally dispelled their doubts. Afterwards, the crowd also the former excitement was restored. Looking at Chen Luo and the two of them, since they knew that they were not human beings, everyone no longer had the previous vigilance towards them, and surrounded them enthusiastically, looking at them full of curiosity. You are Mr. Eric. I've heard Dracula talk about you a long time ago, but I really didn't expect you to look better than what Dracula said. The Wayne couple came to Eric, looked him up and down, and said in amazement, Dracula? Eric, hee. After all, I am not like you. With such a long lifespan, aging is inevitable. Eric smiled stiffly and explained something. Is that so? It's not difficult to want a long life. As long as Dracula bites and transforms you into a vampire, then you can be like us. Thank you, I'll think about it. While Eric was communicating with the Wayne couple, his heart was moved by the proposal made by the other party just now, but then he gave up the idea. As a member of Mutant, he has been deeply proud of his race all his life, so he naturally doesn't want to change his race and become a member of vampires, even if doing so can bring him a long lifespan. In his opinion, if he transformed into a vampire, it would be equivalent to abandoning his identity as a mutant and even denying the efforts he had made for his compatriots in this life. Unacceptable. Chapter 148, Part 3. On the other hand, compared to Eric, Chen Luo is much more popular. Whether it is his vampire status or his top-notch appearance and figure, he is loved by countless opposite sexes present. No, by his side, all kinds of heterosexuals of different shapes surrounded him, asking him enthusiastically. What's more, it was when Chen Luo was chatting with other people, however, a pair of hands pretended to be inadvertently placed on Chen Luo's body, feeling the solid touch from his hands, and couldn't help but exclaimed, wrapped in a shroud, but the gender can still be vaguely identified as a female mummy. There are dense traces of stitches everywhere on the body. The whole body is like a female Frankenstein made up of other people's bodies, and there are even female skeletons that walk and shake. Looking at the existence of these different shapes around me, Chen Luo was exhausted from coping. He couldn't stop sweating. Although he admits that he likes to heterosexual communication, but that is limited to the ranks of beauties. Obviously, these monster beauties with different shapes and different races are not within the scope of his appreciation. Just when he was a little at a loss, a slender figure squeezed in from the periphery of the crowd, came to Chen Luo, faced the crowd, opened his arms, he said loudly to his group of ants. Ants, Chen Luo's, please wait a moment. Mavis looked around vigilantly and then said, I'm sorry, ants. I have something to say to Chun. Please make room for me, ants. Look, uncles, but after waiting there for a long time, they must also hope that the ants will go back, right? Seeing Mei Wei's swollen face and somewhat angry appearance, everyone was slightly taken aback, looked at each other, and there was a flash of smile in their eyes. She pulled Chen Luo out of the encirclement and disappeared into the corridor above. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Eunice sighed slightly and said with emotion on her face, it seems that Xiaomei has grown up too. Although she didn't say it clearly, the rest of the people understood her meaning and nodded in agreement. Just when Eunice was deeply moved, Frank's figure slowly walked out behind her, came to her, looked at her with a depressed face, and complained in a low voice. Eunice, did you disregard my husband too much just now? But I'm still here, and you chatted so happily with other men? Hearing this, Eunice came back to her senses, looked at her husband, with a straight face and said, what are you thinking about? My old lady is not the kind who can't walk when she sees a handsome guy man. I was just now testing Mei's future boyfriend, Hyun. Huh. Hearing this, Frank was instantly refreshed, and his eyes widened subconsciously. You mean? Eunice nodded with a smile on her face, looked unconsciously at the direction where the two disappeared just now, and said in a low voice, there is nothing wrong. If there is no accident, Xiaomei will finally start her first love affair. As for Eunice's words, Dracula, who was far away on the other side at the moment, greeted other old friends with a smile, didn't know anything about it. Chapter 149, Part 1. And without Dracula's knowledge, on the other side, Mavis dragged Chen Luo all the way to the door of his room. Miss, you are back. Just when the two were standing outside the door, about to open the door, suddenly, on the handle of the door, the head ornament that Chen Luo thought was just an ornament suddenly opened his mouth and greeted the two of them. Because the head's eyes were stitched, she did not see Chen Luo's figure. To be precise, she relied on smell to identify the approaching creatures, and for the smell of Mavis, who had been used to it for hundreds of years, she is already too mature to be more familiar. However, after she finished greeting her just now, she seemed to smell something again, and took a few deep breaths of the air in front of her. Suddenly, a look of surprise visible to the naked eye appeared on her wrinkled face, and a head kept falling on her face. The doorknob shook and shouted, Miss, did you bring any other guests? The smell on his body is so familiar. It's somewhat similar to the smell on Mr. Dracula and Miss. Could it be that this guest is also a vampire? Looking at the head in front of him that could speak human words, Chen Luo couldn't hide his surprise. He turned his head to look at Mei Weici and asked, Mei, the decoration of your room is really unique. The first time I saw a talking head, it was amazing. Can you tell me how exactly this is done? Hearing Chen Luo's voice, the head suddenly became more excited and yelled loudly. Oh, it's still a man. Miss, you brought a man home. Does Mr. Dracula know about this? Mr. Dracula has already told me that if any guest I don't know comes in, he must be notified first. Mr. Dracula, Miss Shi. Seeing that the other party's voice suddenly became louder, Mei Wei's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly reached out to cover the other party's mouth. A trace of shame flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head, looked at the other party viciously, and threatened. Shut up, Chrissy. If you tell my father about this, I'll throw you in the trash tomorrow. Do you understand? Hearing this, Chris, whose mouth was covered by Mavis, had no reason to disagree, and nodded quickly, not daring to speak anymore. Seeing this, Mavis finally breathed a sigh of relief. 323 opened the door, brought Chen Luo to his room, looked at Chen Luo's tall back in front of him. Mavis didn't know what to think of. A slight blush appeared on his face on the other hand. Chen Luo looked at the bedroom in front of him with great interest. To be honest, the bedroom in front of me is not very big, and the furniture around it seems to be old and slightly outdated. In addition to the furniture, this bedroom is also filled with many pink tones, the door curtain, the bed, and the small pink desk lamp, all of which show the shame of the girl and the owner of this bedroom. In Chen Luo's eyes, although this bedroom looks a little old, it is unexpectedly well protected, and the overall decoration also gives people a girly feeling, which looks very warm. It looks really nice here. Chen Luo couldn't help nodding and praised, I can tell, Mei. You should take good care of your room, right? This place is much warmer than my home. He also spoke with emotion. Although the villa he and Erica live in is very luxurious in comparison, and the decoration is much better than here, but it may be because the home is too huge, and apart from the two of them, no one lives there, so it looks much deserted. Compared with the old castle where Erica lived in Europe, there is not even a single person who can talk to her here. It is precisely because of this that after meeting Raven, Erica would be so happy. Eva and Serena are both in Europe now, so here, Raven can be regarded as Erica's first friend, so for the friendship between the two. She looks so appreciative, especially after learning the identity of the Raven mutant. Originally, she would have worried that if her identity as a vampire was discovered by the other party, their friendship might be at risk of breaking down, but now it seems that there is no need to worry about it at all. On the contrary, after this matter was revealed, the relationship between people has become more intimate. When Chen Luo left, in order not to let Erica be too lonely alone, he also specifically mentioned to Raven that he could move to live with Erica in the future, thinking that with Raven's company, Erica would be much happier. Just as Chen Luo was secretly feeling emotional, on the other side, after hearing Chen Luo's praise, Mavis raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and there was an inexplicable hint of joy in her heart. But because she was still behind Chen Luo at this time, Chen Luo had no way of knowing the expression on her face. Coming to Chen Luo's side, Mavis raised his head, looked at him curiously, and asked crisply, "Chen, what's your home like?" "My house? It should look better than here, and the rest is nothing." Chen Luo smiled, knowing that Mavis was still very curious about the outside world, so Chen Luo did not refuse to answer Mavis's next series of questions. After briefly describing the outside scene to the other party, Chen Luo finally spread his hands helplessly and said, "That's all I know." Chapter 149, Part 2. This world is still very big, and there are many places that I haven't been to. Maybe there are beautiful scenery that we haven't discovered in other places. Speaking of this, Chen Luo lowered his head, looked at the other party, with a smile on his face, and said slowly, "May, this world is very beautiful. It would be a pity if you can't go out and have a look." "I think so too." After hearing Chen Luo's description, Mavis yearns for the outside world even more. Although she really wanted to go outside to see, but Chen Luo's warning before had been echoing in her heart, Mei Xian was a little uncertain about the attitude of human beings after they discovered themselves. If they went on the journey alone, then you may be in danger yourself. But if he's there... Thinking of this, Mavis subconsciously glanced at Chen Luo in front of him, and the look of anticipation on his face became more and more obvious. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her head, stared at Chen Luo closely, and whispered, "Well, Chen, I want to see the outside world. Can you accompany me?" "Definitely yes." For her request, Chen Luo had no reason to refuse, and readily nodded in agreement. "Didn't I promise you in the forest before? So you can rest assured. I will protect you during this journey." Hearing Chen Luo's answer, the tension in Mavis's heart disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of excitement. Couldn't help cheering and jumping up, Mavis raised a big smile on his face, walking back and forth in the room happily. Under Chen Luo's somewhat surprised gaze, she seemed to have escaped gravity, one step at a time. The steps went straight to the ceiling, and there was no sign of falling down at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo couldn't hold back his curiosity anymore, looked up at Mavis who was on the ceiling at the moment, and asked, "May, how did you do it? Can you keep your body standing on the ceiling without falling off? You are obviously not in bat form now. Can you fly under normal conditions?" Hearing Chen Luo's question, it was Mavis' turn to be a little surprised. Jumping off the ceiling, Mavis looked at Chen Luo in surprise and said, "Chen, don't you know? I thought all vampires could do, like this." Because of the relationship with Dracula living in the castle all the year round, Mavis has always believed that other vampires in the outside world also have the same magic shackles as himself. Just like when Chen Luo turned into countless bats before, she could do it with her magical ability definitely. So when she saw Chen Luo's operation, she also subconsciously thought that Chen Luo was able to achieve this through magic means effect. But now it seems that the reality seems to be different from what she imagined. The reason why Chen Luo was able to do that was because of his ability to transform into a bat, which was derived from genetic control and magic. Chen Luo has been curious about the mysterious things like magic for a long time, and now he has a chance to find out. He definitely will not let it go, and immediately asked Mavis for advice. Faced with Chen Luo's question, Mavis did not hide any secrets, and told the other party everything she knew truthfully. After Mavis's explanation, Chen Luo also agreed with Chen Luo about the nature of the magic she used. Finally got some understanding. It turns out that the magic she uses is essentially a kind of energy formed by combining her own spiritual power with the blood in her body. This kind of energy is called by Dracula. Through this special energy called blood energy, combined with special spells, the final result is a magical effect. Abilities such as teleportation, levitation, immobilization, hypnotic ability, etc., can only be successfully released through the medium of blood energy. And because this method was created by Dracula, the ancestor of the Blood Clan, there is a limitation in order to use this ability, that is, the descendants of the blood clan bloodline must be gathered to successfully cultivate. This kind of magic produced by blood energy is different from the orthodox magic practice. So Dracula also gave himself a brand new name for this unique magic, Proxima Midnight Magic. Only when the mental power increases to a certain limit can it be controlled to combine with its own blood to form blood energy. As for what standard this mental power should reach, Mavis is not very clear. By the age of 5, they have already been able to release magic initially. But this is not surprising, as Dracula's only direct bloodline, Mavis, who inherited Dracula's ability, can be said to be born with an extremely powerful ability. If her spiritual power is converted into a specific value, it would have broken through 3 digits when she was born, and as she grew up day by day, her spiritual power also increased day by day. So when she was 5 years old, she could successfully, it's no surprise, to cast magic. Although Chen Luo has absolute confidence in his ability to cultivate successfully, although he is concerned about how many spiritual values he needs to achieve to meet the conditions for forming blood energy. After all, he has not forgotten that just now, following the moment he saw Dracula, the spiritual cultivation method has been engraved in his mind for a long time. Chapter 149, Part 3. As long as he has the cultivation method, his spiritual attributes can also be acquired corresponding increase. If you continue to practice like this, I believe that sooner or later you will be able to meet the conditions for practicing magic in 10 days. After listening to Mavis' narration, there is only one thought left in Chen Luo's mind at this moment, and that is this Proxima Midnight Magic, and he must practice it successfully. In fact, this Proxima Midnight Magic is definitely much worse than the orthodox magic inherited from Kamartaj. After all, just a long-distance teleportation of the latter is enough to pull the former up and hang it. Not to mention the mirror space that can be called a magical skill. There are strong people like Sorcerer Supreme who have cultivated magic to the top, and they can even compete with Mephisto of different dimensions. Such a height is obviously far beyond king-level strength. It seems that compared with the orthodox magic, the power of Proxima Midnight Magic is pitifully small, but Chen Luo will not forget that although the power of the former is strong enough, the magic power required to cast such magic is all borrowed from other gods. Therefore, when a magician using orthodox magic casts magic, he must pay a corresponding price himself. For such a result, Chen Luo definitely cannot accept it. In his opinion, this kind of borrowed power is not a long-term solution after all. The best choice is to cultivate the ability by oneself, which is more reliable. Although the power of Proxima Midnight Magic is not as powerful as the former, but after understanding the essence of this magic, Chen Luo has enough confidence in the potential of Proxima Midnight Magic. If he can improve his spiritual power to surpass Dracula's level, plus the blood produced in his extremely powerful body, the blood energy that can be formed by the combination of the two will definitely far exceed that of Dracula, and with enough blood energy supply, I believe Proxima Midnight Magic will be able to release unprecedented powerful power. Thinking of such a scene, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling fascinated. Although he really wants to get the practice method of Proxima Midnight Magic immediately, and Chen Luo also believes that if he asks to learn, Mavis will definitely not refuse his request. But with his pride, he disdains to pass this way of getting, in his mind, getting what he wants through Dracula is more in line with his wishes. As for whether the other party will agree, Chen Luo also has absolute confidence in his heart. After all, in his hands, there is a method that can allow the other party to successfully overcome the weakness of fear of the sun. If he offers this method in exchange, the other party will not refuse. Just as these thoughts were spinning in Chen Luo's mind, at the same time, a rush of footsteps suddenly approached from outside the door. Following the quick turning of the door handle, a figure hurried in the next moment. Chapter 150, Part 1. Chen Luo subconsciously turned their heads to look outside the door when they heard the movement coming from outside the door. Following the gaze of the two, the door opened, and immediately after, Dracula walked in with an anxious expression on his face and came to Mavis's side, his eyes full of nervousness looking up and down at his precious daughter. "May, I heard that you came up with Chen. How are you doing? Are you okay?" After observing carefully for a while, he finally felt relieved when he found that Mavis was fine. After his face regained his composure, Dracula seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and looked at Chen Luo with an unfriendly expression. Said, "Boy, what are you doing in my daughter's room? Let me tell you, my precious daughter is not yet an adult, so you'd better not have any thoughts about her. Do you understand?" Before Chen Luo could answer, after hearing this, Mavis couldn't bear it first, blushing and shouting at his father, "Dad, I'm 118 years old. You said it yourself. I'll be an adult after my 118th birthday. I'm sorry, you won't be 118 years old until tomorrow. Now you're still an underage girl." Kr. Seeing the quarrel between the father and daughter in front of him, Chen Luo quickly stood up to smooth things over, and after some good words from him, the two finally regained their composure. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed, Chen Luo also knew that now is not the time to talk about other things. It is best to leave enough space for the father and daughter to communicate, so he did not stay too long. After bidding farewell to the two, he took the first step out of the room. Then I found Eric in the lobby. After the front desk registered the two of them, they went to live in their respective rooms. After running all the way, Chen Luo was also a little tired, so he washed up briefly and then began to rest. Early the next morning, Chen Luo woke up early from the bed. After regaining his energy, he didn't think about going out. It just happened that the rewards from the system yesterday arrived. What is it like? After searching carefully for a while along the memory, he finally found the content he wanted and quickly sank down, flipping through the content. An hour passed. When Chen Luo opened his eyes again, the method of spiritual cultivation has been completely reflected in his mind at this moment. Recalling the content, a flash of surprise flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and he murmured, "I see. It turns out that this method can be used to enhance mental power. It's really amazing." By reading the spiritual cultivation methods issued by the system, Chen Luo also gradually understood the principle of this cultivation method. To put it simply, if you want to improve your spiritual power through this method, you need to perform a special transformation of the blood in your body first, so as to form a certain invisible nutrient that can be absorbed by the soul, and finally achieve the goal of improving your spiritual power. Effect. This method is undoubtedly very suitable for Chen Luo, who is a vampire. Because of his own physique, he can quickly replenish the blood in his body by sucking blood. Just like when he was treating King Kong on Skull Island, in less than a day, if he sucked blood without restriction, he would be able to produce more than 10 tons of blood. If all the blood is used to improve the spiritual power, then it must be able to get a huge improvement. For other vampires, even if they have the unique ability of vampires and can produce a large amount of blood, the premise is that there must be enough blood for them to absorb. If they don't have enough food supplements, then they won't be able to produce that kind of star blood. But this is not a problem for Chen Luo at all. After all, he still has such an artifact as the blood cup in his hand. As long as enough water is poured into it, the blood cup can automatically transform it into blood that can be drunk by vampires. Moreover, compared to the fresh blood in other organisms, the blood transformed through the blood cup not only tastes very sweet, but also contains stronger energy than the former. With the help of such an artifact, it means that as long as Chen Luo is willing, he can enter the state of cultivation without interruption, and devote himself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of spiritual strength. If he practiced in seclusion for a few years like this, Chen Luo couldn't believe how much improvement he could get. At that time, even if he didn't rely on the helmet that Eric promised him to make, he could forcibly immunize himself from being controlled by a telepathy ability like the Queen with his powerful spiritual power, right? If he can be immune to telepathy's control, then mutants like Professor X will no longer pose a threat to him. Only then can he ensure that the secrets in his brain will not be discovered by others. After all, as a time traveler, Chen Luo knew very well in his heart that if the secret he held was discovered by a telepathy ability person like Professor X, what kind of waves would it cause? 0. Seeking flowers. Even today's Chen Luo is unwilling to face such consequences. Chapter 150, Part 2. So the best way is to keep those memories in his mind forever, and will not be discovered by anyone else. In addition to worrying about their secret being discovered, the most frightening thing for telepathy ability users is their incomprehensible control ability. The other party can invade a person's consciousness without a person's awareness, silent transform into your own puppet without interest, and finally let the other party manipulate it. After possessing the abilities of super speed regeneration, bat transformation, and the source of blood, Chen Luo has enough confidence in his injuries. With his current resilience, even if there is only one head left in the end, even if he is completely wiped out, as long as the source blood clan still exists in this world, he will be able to be resurrected again in 10 days. Therefore, this kind of injury in the physical sense is actually not very threatening to him. And the thing that scares him the most is that apart from being sealed, the rest is being manipulated as a puppet, once controlled by the other party. Unless the other party takes the initiative to release the ability, then Chen Luo really can't imagine that he will be free until the day he will be free. He naturally couldn't accept such a result. So no matter what, improving his mental power as soon as possible, so as to be immune to the threats brought by these telepathy ability is his top priority now. In Chen Luo's mind, it is best to be successfully immune to telepathy before Eric's spiritual immunity helmet is made. That is, before he can do anything to Hellfire Club. In this way, even if there is an accident or something goes wrong with the helmet, relying on his own ability, he can guarantee his own safety. After all, compared to foreign objects like helmets, one's own strength is more secure. If everything goes as smoothly as Chen Luo imagined, and when he has the spiritual power to shield telepathy, and then with the blessing of Proxima Midnight Magic, his strength will be further increased by then. Maybe even comparable to the legendary Sorcerer Supreme. Thinking of this scene, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel excited. Looking at the sky, it is now daytime. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of the habits of vampires, Dracula should be sleeping in the castle now, and it is not good to disturb him rashly. It seems that he can only wait until the evening of Mavis's visit. Talk about it after the birthday party.